Hello. So my name is Don Carpenter. I'm a professor of civil engineering here at Lawrence Technological University. And it's with great pleasure that I welcome you here today for our second annual 2014 Water Summit. This is an event that has grown significantly over the last several years. We had some smaller events here in partnership with the local nonprofits, Clean River Watershed Council, Huron River Watershed Council, Friends of the Rouge. Last year, we made a partnership with Pure Oakland Water and the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's Office with some support from other various partners that Jim Nash is going to be talking about in a little bit. And so the event's really grown. We're expecting 240 people here today, up from about 200 last year. So we're pretty excited for the turnout. So with that, I'm actually going to introduce the several people who are the real reason we're all here today, and one of which is Commissioner Jim Nash, and the other is President Verinder Modgill, Dr. Modgill.
Thank you. But I don't need notes, but for names I do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome to Lawrence Tech. This is my second year. I finished 2 years here. This is the third year. And I'm so overwhelmed by the excitement on this campus, and particularly water management. I have been a great supporter of water management, even if I was not formally associated, because it is preaching to the choir to say that Michigan is the most blessed state of all, giving the water resources we have, the fresh water. But last year was a great testament to the importance of why you're here. The floods we had, the rain we had this year, the water reached almost the level of the roofs of the homes, and all the bridges were covered with water from bottom up to the top. I think there is no better evidence how much importance it is what you're here for. The water management, storm water management, and the new buildings. We have a great College of Architecture, and our students who are here, some of them, and our professors, they also know that when they construct and design new buildings, this should be part of their portfolio. This is such an important event for which we're very grateful. I also want to note that many of you have recruited our students. That is a great service to us, and you promote the good cause by good, well-trained people who are wedded to this concept, and you hire them in your companies and your programs, and we appreciate that. We also have many alumni in the know. Could you raise your hands, those who are LT alumni? Thank you very much. We're so proud of you because you are our ambassadors, and when you are in an organization like this and an event like this, you basically reconfirm that education here is applicable. We are theory and practice. What we teach in the laboratory, classrooms, or studios, we actually practice them. So theory and practice, which has been the logo that has driven us from 1932 to today, is what drives us every day. So we appreciate your coming here and saluting our men and women who are engaged on your behalf in this great cause. So I'd like to thank Pure Oakland Water and Water Resources Commissioner Office for once again choosing LTU, or our university, as a venue for their second annual Regional Stormwater Summit. This year there are over, I think it was already mentioned, over 200 guests. I think this really reconfirms the interest and importance of the event from all over the Great Lakes region. Joining us today is our keynote speaker, Mr. Kevin Schaefer, who I just discovered he and I have a lot more in common from family side. All my rest of my family in America, they are in Baton Rouge, and he is from Baton Rouge. He's the executive director of Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District and a noted leader in freshwater sciences. And from Governor's Office, Valerie Brader. Valerie, would you raise a hand? Thank you. She's probably doing coffee. And our longtime friend. I actually knew Jim Nash before I came to this university, and I always admire his passion for what he does. So Jim, thank you again for being here. Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner. I'd like to take now opportunity to congratulate John Stapleton and Angela Pesciola. Please raise hand, our students. Thank you. The LTU Civil Engineering seniors who received Pure Oakland Water Scholarship. I think they have a great career ahead of them because they started this good cause very early on in their career. We are also happy to be part of stormwater management program and share the commitment with all of you to continually protect one of the most valuable resources this planet has. This is the water. Our new dormitory, many of you may have driven by the area. We have 3 buildings in process. This university is now on a dynamic mode. We have 3 constructions going on, one in downtown Midtown in Detroit, which is a architecture design center. 2 buildings on campus. One is a student housing because we are oversubscribed for needs of students to stay on campus so they can have a student life. So that building will be done for occupancy in next fall. We broke a new ground for engineering complex called Taubman Complex, named after Mr. Taubman, who was the original donor. And that building will be occupied in 2016. All these buildings will have a special instruction that we do manage the water, particularly stormwater, appropriately. So this will give us an opportunity to put into practice what we have been talking about. LTU is continually committing to a green technology, and I think this conference reaffirms that event and that priority. I know you have more interesting things to talk and listen to. With that, I take permission from you to continue this great event by the organizer, and you listen to some great talks and participate and network. But let me again say that we are very much committed to this cause, which is much greater than a university or a community. It's a national, almost a humanity cause, and we are very much appreciating your being here and being with us. Thank you very much.
Dr. Moodgill. Dr. Carpenter, please come down. We want to introduce our 2 scholarship awardees. Come on down, please. Angela. And we just want to present you with a couple of our shirts and introduce you to the audience. As far as I'm concerned, the scholarship that we're giving here and we'll be giving in the future is an important investment. You know, my generation got us here, and their generation is going to have to get us out. So I want to make sure that we're training them, and these guys show that they have a lot of really deep feeling about the environment and protecting it for us all. And so I just want to show them off, and we'll have new ones next year. So let's get a picture together. Thank you so much.
And if I'm not mistaken, they are looking for full-time employment after graduation. So feel free to queue on. They're right there in the back. He wants to talk to you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, we're here today. First of all, I want to thank the university, Dr. Moodgill and Dr. Carpenter, for having us here. I first came to this university and actually sat down and listened to what they said in 2005 when they opened the Taubman Student Center building, and I was extremely impressed. And you guys have a tradition of understanding the environment here and wanting to protect it, and you're training the people of our future to make sure that they do that. And this is a huge role as far as I'm concerned, and something that I bless you for. It's the best thing you can do. I want to mention last year's summit. This is the second one. Last year we had a gentleman named Jim Smullen from Philadelphia who talked about what they've done for green infrastructure there. I learn things every time I come here. I try to learn as much as I can every day, but these are extremely informative. We also had at the end of the event Daniel Brown, a research associate with the Great Lakes Integrated Sciences and Assessments. He talked about the impact of global warming, of global climate change on specifically Southeast Michigan. One of the things he said was we will expect a larger, stronger storms to be much more common in the future as the atmosphere warms. We got a huge example of that this year in this region. We had the largest rain we've had since 1917, from my understanding. It was declared a 6-hour, 330-year storm. This completely just blew out everything we built to protect from stormwater. We're not designed for that. We can design for a 10-year, 1-hour storm. We can design for a 24-year storm, but we can't design for a storm that's that powerful. It just can't be done without so much investment, we would just all go broke doing it. The response to that has to be the things we're doing here today, the lessons we're going to learn, what we learned in Philadelphia last year, what we were going to learn from Milwaukee this year, from Ohio, from other places, and we're going to look at what we're doing here in my office, in the local area here, what the state is doing, what the Department of Environmental Quality is doing. They're becoming much more active, becoming much more interested in green infrastructure. The Environmental Protection Agency is becoming much more interested in encouraging green infrastructure. This is what we need to do in the future. This is what we need to have as an agenda now so we can reach it as soon as we can. We're going to have to respond to this. Climate resilient communities are becoming a nationwide program. We have to understand that this is going to have an impact on us. The effect that we had here in southeast Oakland County was the worst because we are in fact the low part of the county and we're also the most surrounded by impervious surfaces. We are basically 85% impervious surface in the bottom part of this county. And when the water hits, it has nowhere to go but into the drains and then into our basements sometimes. We have to understand that, and there's two ways of approaching green infrastructure. We can do large green infrastructure programs, projects to replace gray infrastructure, or we can do project and property sensitive, specific green infrastructure to limit it. If it doesn't get off the property, it doesn't get into the system. Either way, and both ways, are how we're going to approach this, and we're going to have a speaker here today that's going to talk specifically about that. So I'm hoping that we're going to have a lot of information here that we can all bring back to our communities, and from this, I would like to see as much as we can to get together. We represent 45% of the state's population in southeast Michigan. We should have a say in what goes on in Lansing, and this is an important issue that affects us all. We, as Dr. Moodgill mentioned, we are surrounded by 20% of the world's fresh water. We have a moral responsibility to protect that, not just for ourselves and for today, but for tomorrow. If we don't do something soon, we're going to end up with Toledo running out of water again because they're going to hit with the algae. We're not solving the problems until we actually apply ourselves and come to new agreements to do these things. I'm done here. I'm going to let the speakers who are experts talk to you because I can yak all day. I'm a politician. But we're going to, first of all, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, Kevin Schaefer, the Executive Director of the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District. Let me get my paper here. Kevin Schaefer became Executive Director in 2002. Prior to that, he was in charge of Direct Technical Services since '98. His current role, he's responsible for the overall management, administration, leadership, and direction of the MMSD in meeting short and long-term goals and objectives. I'm not going to read this whole thing, I'm sorry. Coordinates establishment of strategic goals. Since becoming Executive Director, Mr. Schaefer has worked diligently on the MMSD's $1 billion overflow reduction plan. We could do a lot with $1 billion here. Mr. Schaefer has been instrumental in providing the regional leadership in implementing green infrastructure in MMSD facilities and on private property. The leadership has resulted in the new development approach by the communities and developers in the region. He also coordinated a $58 million long-range planning process that produced the most intensive water quality research over 6 Milwaukee area watersheds. We have 5 just in Oakland County. We need to protect our watersheds. Prior to joining the district, Mr. Schaefer spent 10 years in private industry with an international engineering firm in Milwaukee, Chicago, and 6 years with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, an outfit we work with a lot here. Mr. Schaefer received a bachelor's degree in science and civil engineering and specialty in water resources from the University of Illinois in 1982, and a master's in civil engineering from the University of Texas in '88. He received the 2001 Individual Merit Award for Engineer in Governmental Service from the Wisconsin section of the American Society of Civil Engineers. In 2007, Mr. Schaefer received a national award from the Kodak American Greenways MMSD's Pioneering Green Seams program. Mr. Schaefer?
Well, good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Kevin Schaefer. I'm a green engineer. Okay, so I'm an engineer, but I think green. And I think everyone needs to start doing that. We heard about the climate change issues that are facing the entire country, the entire world. And we have to try to address this where the drops fall. Up until, I don't know, 5, 10 years ago, we only thought about the end of the pipe. We need to go to the front end of the pipe and start managing these drops where they fall, which is really something that green infrastructure helps us do. When we say one drop at a time, sometimes they're really big drops, and sometimes they're little drops. And I'm also going to tell you that green infrastructure will not solve all of our problems. We have to integrate that with gray infrastructure, you know, wastewater treatment plants, sewers, pipes, everything, and integrate it together so that we get the most cost-effective, most efficient program that'll help us deal with some of these issues. And it's got to be a regional approach. It can't be by municipality or individuals. It's got to be everyone working together. So there, that's my whole speech. I'm done. No. So I'm going to go through some slides. Yeah, thank you. That was the shortest speech I've ever given. Hopefully the best. So I'm going to go through some of the things that happened and are happening at MMSD. These are still active projects in some cases. Some of them are past. When I started at the district in 1998, this was the world of MMSD. We did not think outside that yellow box. This is the sewer service area for the sewage district. 411 square miles, 28 municipalities, 1.1 million people. And all we did was convey sewage and tried to handle flooding within the box. 300 miles of pipe that we own and operate, and another 3,000 that the municipalities own, and another 3,000 that the individuals own. So a huge pipe system. That's all we looked at. We didn't care about anything up above us or below us. We had a deep tunnel system. At the time I started, it had 405 million gallons of storage, so we've added storage since I've been there, and 2 water reclamation facilities, which used to be called wastewater treatment plants, but I like water reclamation better. The other thing on this map, we have a combined sewer area, which is in the heart of the city, of the region, and then a separate sewer area. I live in Fox Point right there. When I flush the toilet, it takes 13 hours for my flow to go all the way down to a treatment plant down here. So the combined sewer is kind of the whole of the donut, and this is Lake Michigan here. So one of the first things we did was we decided we needed to get a plan, and the plan could not just focus on that yellow box, which in this case is the red box. We had the entire Milwaukee River, 2/3 of the watershed upstream of us. We had Root River below us, and we decided we have to look at everything. So we partnered with SewerPAC, Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. It took us about 6 years, and we modeled 1,127 square miles of land. Farmland, parking lots, sidewalks, buildings, everything. We wanted to know where the water was coming from, what pollutants were coming from that water depending on the land use it fell on, and how that helped us to manage the water in the most effective way. 9 municipalities, 9 counties, 83 municipalities. Talk about politics, okay, trying to pull all these folks together on one effort. And what we did was we focused it. Lake Michigan, drinking water, public health. We want to make sure we protect our public health. We want to make sure we reduce flooding. You have to have a message that resonates. And after the storms that you had here in August, you have a message that you can use to resonate with people. Probably why the crowd might be so much bigger this year. We had a storm similar to that in July 2010. Here's our 2 wastewater plants. So I'm going to start out with the gray stuff. These were all, of course, in place when I started. Jones Island is downtown. It is the plant that treats most of our combined sewage. South Shore is on the south side. It treats most of our separate sewage. Much smaller than the Detroit system. We, on a normal day, will treat about 150 million gallons a day. When it rains, we can go up to 600 million gallons a day. Right now, you can go on our website and you can pull up our real-time map, and it'll tell you that Jones Island's treating about 300 million gallons. We had rain all night. So being transparent with everything you do is another thing we do. When we have an overflow, it's on the website the next day. We call the media, we call public health. A lot of people in my position don't like to tell people when they have an overflow, but it's the best thing to do. We do heavy construction. This is the Harbor Siphons Project. So Jones Island sits on an island. We send the water under the inner harbor to get to the island. And up until about 2008, the only pipes that were delivering that flow were built in 1920. So we added new pipes to deliver more flow to the plant so that we could treat more flow, have fewer overflows. And here's the star of the show. I could actually stop the presentation here, except you want to hear about green infrastructure. The deep tunnel system. I'm actually from Illinois. I just visited Baton Rouge. I didn't grow up there. And I'm from Illinois. Illinois sued Milwaukee for overflows after the Clean Water Act passed in 1972. Best lawsuit that ever happened to Milwaukee. We built the deep tunnel out of that, and it holds 521 million gallons of storage, 300 feet deep, 28.5 miles long, and it was designed to get us to 1 to 2 overflows per year, 1.4 if you're an engineer and you go to decimal points. We had 50 to 60 overflows occurring every year on average before we put the tunnel online. Right now we're averaging 2.4, so we're pretty close. We went from 60 down to about 2 overflows per year. And if you look at it on a percent of flow, so how much flow gets into the system, how much do you overflow, how much do you clean and treat? We clean and treat basically over 95% of all the flow that comes to us. In fact, since the tunnel's been expanded, we've been in the 98, 99 range. Right now we're at 99.1% for this year. We've had 1 overflow this year from the tunnel. So a huge improvement. We don't have overflows much in Milwaukee, but when we do, we're front page news. They love to write about our overflows. And that's when I start looking like probably some of you looked like after the storms in August here, where everyone's beating on you and wanting to know what you're going to do to make things better, and why did you make it rain so hard? You just have to take that sometimes, but take it and use it. So in 2009, had a great system, have a great system. Overflows were basically handled. We didn't have too much flooding prior to 2009. And I put out a executive director's vision for the year 2035. I think this was probably the key thing. If I had been smart, I would have done it when I became executive director in 2002. In 2009, I put out a vision that a year later my commission approved as the district's vision. And what it says is we'll have 0 overflows, both combined and separate. We'll have no homes in the 100-year floodplain. We'll purchase a certain number of acres, 10,000 acres of green seams, which I'll talk about in a minute. And that will manage water on a watershed basis. That's the one set of goals. The other side's climate change. Now, climate change is very hard, climate adaptation, it's very hard to put your umbrella around because there's so much going on. But what we said is we're going to make sure our house is clean. So we're going to go to renewable energy, 100% renewable, 80% of it's going to be self-produced by the district. So we're going to start becoming an energy plant with the biosolids that come from our facilities, with solar, with some other approaches. And we're also going to sequester carbon as much as we can with the Green Seams project. So really 2 big, lofty goals. Engineers in the room? Okay, so you're laughing because I said 0 CSOs, right? You know what? If we don't strive for 0, we're not doing our job. So I get laughed at a lot, so that's okay. So one of the first things we started doing is major flood management. Now you can think of this as what Jim was talking about with the large scale green infrastructure. We had concrete lined channels, we had flooding, and this is the Valley Park neighborhood. This is a rendering of what we thought it would look like. This is probably about 1999. This is what it looks like today. This was about $14 million of work. A flood wall, it took about 75 homes out of the floodplain. They were no longer flooded, unless you get a greater than 100-year storm on the watershed. And it's an active recreational site. We take all the stormwater that builds up behind the wall, and you can barely see it. There's a pump station right there. There's an underground tank, takes the water, pumps it out. Just upstream of there is Hart Park. This is the rendering. So this used to have 100-something homes in it that flooded. One of the first meetings I went to in early 1999, we'd had a flood that summer, and I went to a meeting, a fresh young guy, and said, we're going to buy all these homes that are in this green area. We're going to move you and create a bigger park here. I thought I was going to get lynched going into the meeting, but People were actually crying because they're so happy. They'd been flooded so many times, their walls were caving in their basements. They wanted out. We didn't have to move them far. We kept them in the community, but we got them out of floods hazard. So a lot of public involvement goes along, community engagement goes along with this work. This is what it looks like today. This used to be a really ugly creek, a real ugly river. This is the Menominee River. Now we've added green space. We've got a band shell here. It's a destination point for city endeavors. And here's county grounds. So here's the rendering. This is a $90 million project. Holds, can't remember how many gallons. It's bigger than our deep tunnel system. Flood water. We had a storm in 2008. It wasn't even operational yet, and look at all the water it was holding. We didn't even hook it up yet, and it was working for us. This is what it looks like today. It's not your typical detention pond. So if you're an engineer, take off the 3-to-1 side slope, take off the flat bottom, take off all of that. Think wetland when you're deciding these. Think plants that will absorb the water. Think plants that will help sequester carbon. My great mayor, Tom Barrett, a great advocate for green, so you need a leader. You've got Commissioner Nash. You need to follow leaders like that to help you on these approaches. And we can't build trails, but I can build a maintenance access path along my county grounds. Doesn't that look like a great maintenance access path? These are projects that we're doing right now. So my forefathers thought the best way to manage water was to put it in a concrete trapezoidal channel, send it downstream, get it out of the way, and boy, were they wrong. Now we are ripping that concrete out. Thank you, Corps of Engineers. Thank you, EPA, for helping us fund some of this. The Kinnickinnick River is an active project, 83 homes we've purchased that we have to move. So again, we're going to these meetings and saying we have to move you. Mostly Hispanic neighborhoods, some Polish in the neighborhood as well. And we're having to go in and move those homes. We've purchased about 65 of the 83 so far, relocated those folks, deconstructed the homes, did not demolish them, but deconstructed, saved the material as much as we could, paid more for that, but in the long run it'll be cheaper for everyone. And we're taking this, and this is a construction picture. This is what it looked like right after it was completed. And this is the vision for the future. So it's always good to have a good rendering to go to public meetings with and tell them this is what we're thinking this is going to look like, as opposed to it's going to be a concrete line channel, and boy, won't that be pretty. When we started some of this work, people wanted us to put the Menominee River into a pipe. They wanted us to close it over and develop over the river. We said no. Here's active construction, Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding, Corps of Engineers paying 65% of concrete removal on the Menominee River. We just had a second contract awarded last week, so we will be moving downstream on this project, removing even more concrete. And that is the Menominee River during construction, piped around the construction site. So this is large scale. We used to call it flood management. You can call it large scale green infrastructure because we're doing it in a green fashion. I've also talked about the Green Seams project. This is the one that I got that award from the Kodak Association for. We realized when we were doing our flood management, so we went back and we said, okay, let's plan for the entire watershed and not just think of the box. And how do we build something that's going to handle flow for the year 2020? Now this was 10 years ago. One of the things we said we need to do is we need to purchase land along the waterways. We need to purchase buffers and property to reduce flooding downstream, so you can't put concrete and asphalt on top of it. We also learned later it reduces non-point pollution, which has been a huge benefit for us as well. So we've purchased 2,660 acres of land. We put a conservation easement on that land. We turn it over to Ozaki Washington Land Trust, different environmental groups, municipalities. They use it as a park. They cannot put a toilet or impervious cover on it. So works out as a great proactive way to move this forward. First meeting I went to, they had to call the police on because they thought we were going to use condemnation to take land, and we said, no, this is voluntary purchase. So if you don't want to sell, you don't have to. So here's some of the dollars. I'm sure you're interested in costs. I still am. These are the different watersheds. This is a brand new map. So the Milwaukee River, we've got different locations for projects. And I can't read that. Still can't read that. Projects planned, projects completed. So those are the different values by watershed. Again, taking a watershed approach, not just looking at some single facility. And here's some of the numbers to date on homes removed from the floodplain. And when I say removed, that doesn't necessarily mean we bought them all out and tore their homes down. A lot of this, Lincoln Creek in particular, we only bought 3 homes. The rest of it, we were just able to shrink the floodplain and take those homes out of the harm's way. And then the concrete removal. We still got a long way to go. A lot of more money to spend too, which makes me real popular when it comes down to budget times. So a plug. There you go, Brent. CH2 Hill helped us prepare our green infrastructure plan. I'm big on planning. You need a plan, you need a path, you need to know where you're going. And in that plan, we said, okay, we've got 521 million gallons of storage. How do we get to the point where we are going to have 0 overflows, that goal for the future? And what they came up with is that we need 740 million gallons of more storage and green infrastructure developed, put in place between now and the year 2035. I've got 521 million gallons that we spent about $4 billion on, and now we're adding 740 million gallons more of green infrastructure. And green infrastructure, as you know, is very personal. It's in people's backyards, it's in their front yards. We have a program called the Fresh Coast 740. This is our green infrastructure program, Fresh Coast, because we're on the fresh coast of the United States. You're on the fresh coast as well, not the East Coast, the West Coast. That's Mayor Barrett's term. And we always like to plug his terms. So we've called it the Fresh Coast 740. And we're moving forward with this. We have a permit with the state and federal government. It was started, the current 5-year permit was started in August 8th of 2013. We were the first wastewater permit in the country to have a requirement to build green infrastructure. 5 million gallons over a 5-year period, 1 million gallons a year. Year 1, 2013, we put in 4.3 million gallons of green infrastructure. So we almost exceeded our permit, our 5-year permit in 1 year. It's funny that I'm speaking here today because if you go into our newspaper today, our permit is being reopened up. It's in the paper advertised today in the classified section. One of the things we're adding to the permit, we're taking the 5 million to 12 million gallons. So between now and 2018, we've got to get another 8 million gallons of green infrastructure built and installed to meet our permit. The only reason I say that, the regulators want to help you. Are there regulators here? I love EPA. Okay. I do like EPA. They do a lot of good things. They want to help you with this, and they will put these things in your permit, which really helps a lot. And when you're in my position dealing with municipal engineers, elected officials, because I say, got to do it, you know. Here's what we're doing on green infrastructure. So I tried to start with this presentation with the gray stuff, and we're still doing a lot of gray. The large-scale flood management green infrastructure projects, similar to what Jim talked about, and now boiling it down to what everyone needs to do on the individual basis. Trees, wetlands, green roofs, greenways, rain gardens, bioswales, all of the things I'm sure you're talking about here. We've been implementing this since 2002, trying to implement this since 2002, still arguing about the benefits of green infrastructure at certain levels of government in the Milwaukee area. So it may look like we got it licked. We don't. We're still trying to figure these things out. And here's one of the results of the green infrastructure plan, basically telling us what percentage of the impervious area we have in our 411 square mile area that we need to green up. And the thing that we learned the most, which shocked us, soil amendments. We have a very heavy clay soil in the Milwaukee area, so compost, add compost to front lawns, try to get it to absorb more water. That was the eye-opener for us. We all knew these other things. So like I said, we've been doing this for a while. 2006, we started a rain garden program. I tell everyone, that guy looks like he's doing something else, but he's actually purchasing plants. And I didn't ask him to pose like that. So we're selling plants. We do we get them from a foundation in Madison for half price. We put them on our website in February. People sign up for them, tell us how many plants they want. We grow those plants in the spring. They come in June, pick up the plants. And we have a rain garden day in our parking lot where we teach them how to build a rain garden. So it's a partnership with the neighbors. Rain barrels may not hold a lot of water, but each one of those barrels is 55 gallons. If you do the math, I have over 1 million gallons of free storage in my system right now from rain barrels. It may fill up with the first tenth or quarter of an inch of rain, depending on what the rainfall is, but it's also a great public education program. People walk by and they see a rain barrel in your front yard and they're saying, you know, what's that? And then you start talking about it. So it's been a huge, this is the first program we started, 2002 I think it says. Just getting my own staff to say we're going to build rain barrels was quite a struggle. Sometimes you just say you're going to do it, and amazingly they do. Green roofs. This is the Rockwell Automation Clock Tower, downtown Milwaukee. We put in over 10 acres of green roofs in our area. We pay $5 a square foot for green roofs. Rockwell paid the differential for that. This is something that industry is picking up on. This is something that we're starting to see more. Chicago's the leader on green roofs in the area that I know of. And it's a great effort with the business community. So benefits, I talked about the costs, I talked about some of that. I don't know that I have to read all this, but you can see some of the different elements. These are the economic benefits. Property value increases, reduced pumping and treatment costs at the wastewater plants or stormwater systems, different measures that you can see for construction jobs. Jobs. That's the most important thing right now. Here's the social benefits. These are always harder, you know, to try to put a number on, but this is what we're looking at: improved green space, better water management. And then environmental. Here's the environmental costs. So where we weren't thinking about water quality when we started some of this work, we're getting 54,000 pounds a year. This is full implementation. This is when we get to 740. We'll get 54,000 pounds of phosphorus per year out of our stormwater. What's causing the algae blooms in the Great Lakes? Phosphorus is one of the leading components of that. So Toledo issue, some of those issues. We've got to focus on phosphorus. CO2, 10 years ago, we never talked about climate adaptation. We had a 700-year storm. We beat you. We had a 700-year storm in 2010. I wish we didn't beat you on that. Lost a lot of hair, turned gray, blamed for a 700-year storm. And, you know, we know that the climate's changing. We're getting extreme storm events. Now I'm a firm believer, and I'm telling people it's happening. And environmental costs continue, air quality, energy costs. So we have a website, Fresh Coast 740, which is the green infrastructure website, the MMSD website that can link you to that. We have a GIS system which tries to track where some of these systems go online in the area. My goal is one day you won't be able to see the map because it'll be covered up with all these little emblems. We also helped to form a group, because you can't do this alone. We're not putting in a new pump at a wastewater plant. We're working in the neighborhood. We're working with environmental communities. So we said we need to form a partnership, and we did this in 2008. We formed a group called the Southeast Wisconsin Watersheds Trust. They have a conference just like this every year. And it's formed by the regulators, the municipalities, the environmental groups, citizens. We get together and we talk about not the cost, but what's the best thing to do for water quality. Green infrastructure pops up all the time. So it's been a great way to bring people together for the discussion. And NRDC, Natural Resources Defense Council, when I moved to Milwaukee, they put out a report that said Milwaukee is swimming in sewage. I did not like that, because we weren't, but I did not like that. So they have a series of 6 steps that you have to go through to be called an Emerald City. Milwaukee is now an Emerald City. In fact, the completion of the Green Infrastructure Plan was the last piece to put us in that stead. So now the environmental community is advertising for me, free advertising. Pretty cool. These aren't beer barrels. These are rain barrels. We've tried to program out what we needed to do every year in this is just green infrastructure, to get to that year 2035, way over there at 740. We're way back down here. Again, we have a permit that gives us a number. If I were to put a dot right now, 2013, we put 4.3 in. My goal is to keep that trajectory going up. So pretty lofty goals. My commission has, I report to a commission of 11 people. They have approved all of this, and my mayor has been a leading advocate for it. And we always talk about water quality. We always talk about, the climate adaptation. This is what Bradford Beach looked like when I moved to the district, 1998. We partnered with the county and purchased a rake. That's all it is. It rakes the sand, turns it over, UV, kills bacteria that's in the sand. And now our beaches are not closing. They are one of the most populated areas in the summer now when we have warm weather. People are just flocking to the beaches. They're not closing as much as they used to. So this is one of those things when people in their mind think about water quality, they don't think about, TSS and fecal coliforms and all that. They think beach closings. So you're relating to something that they relate to. And this just was in the paper, last week? And I just thought I'd pull it out. Another benefit. We have fish, and these are sturgeon, actually coming back into our waterways. We had a great series of articles run in June in the Journal Sentinel, the paper, and talked about the $5 billion. These are all bees, numbers that we spent to clean the Milwaukee River. And then this reporter actually said, in my view, this is grand. So now the media, who used to just pound on us, is also helping us with these issues. So it helps the habitat, it helps water quality, it helps quality of life. Public health is number 1. Flooding is number 1. I just love this picture, so I show it. People enjoying the beaches, kids enjoying the beaches. And then for the last 2 years, we've hosted the triathlon. So where people used to say we swam in sewage in Milwaukee, we have like 6,000 people come and run a triathlon in Milwaukee. We've done it 2 years in a row. This is from last year. They're jumping off into Lake Michigan and swimming their portion of the triathlon. So this stuff can be done. It takes money. It takes cooperation. It takes leadership to do it. And everything you're talking about here is the way to go. But you have to think about the entire watershed, not just a municipality, not just some political boundary. You have to look at the entire watershed moving forward. With that, I'll take questions, if there are any. Yes, sir.
Pretty good presentation for an engineer.
I can chew gum and talk at the same time.
The 2035 vision, who did you all pull in or work with to create that? And why 2035?
I picked 2035 because when I was looking at it, it was 2009, and I said 25 years, so 2010, 2035. The actual vision originally just came from me. I'll be bluntly honest. Just pulled people in then. So green infrastructure maintenance, everyone says, oh, it's just such a pain. How are we going to maintain this? I maintain pumps. I maintain streets. People maintain this stuff. What we are doing with our green infrastructure program is we're writing into the grants that we give that people have to maintain if it's on private property, they have to maintain their own green infrastructure. We'll pay for the capital improvements, but they have to pay for it, for the maintenance. We're currently working with EPA. My friends, EPA, gave us a technical advisory grant. It's no money, it's just technical guidance. And they're helping us develop a business model for green infrastructure, which will have maintenance being a major component of that. And that should be out next summer sometime. Yes, sir.
You talked about you didn't have to use condemnation in order to move people. We've had a less illustrious history here in Detroit with condemnation proceedings for public good. I was wondering, is there anything that you might be able to advise on how that all worked out and why you weren't
Sure.
forcing people away from their homes?
So when did everyone hear the question? The question was, how have we been able to purchase homes without condemnation in the region? I don't know if the state of Michigan's the same, but there's certain relocation requirements in the state of Wisconsin where we have to pay for relocation for either a renter or a property owner. So on the relocation side, there's certain criteria that we have to follow for relocation. It comes out of some of the DOT work where they have to move people for roads. But on the actual purchase of the home, we get an appraisal. If the homeowner does not like that appraisal, they can get a second appraisal that we pay for. And then that gives us a good baseline for what the cost should be. Most of the times the homes we're buying, the folks have been flooded so much that we give them a fair price. The Hart Park project that we talked about, we also appraise homes as if they've never been flooded and as if they're not in the floodplain. So their property, their appraisal comes in higher because we're treating that home as if it's on the top of a hill and no flooding. And so we pay a little bit more, but we don't have the legal fees, if you were to call it that, for condemnation. Yeah.
You said you report to an 11-person commission. Are those all political appointees on that commission? Like, what's the makeup of that commission? Your representation from every county?
Sure. This is one of the, we had something called sewer wars in Milwaukee in the 1980s, 1990s. So this is a little holdover of that. I have 11 commissioners. They all come from Milwaukee County, okay? But I have 4 counties in my area. Of those 11 commissioners, it's all based on population. They're all appointed. The question was, what's the makeup of my commission? So I have 7 out of the 11 that are appointed by the mayor of Milwaukee because the city of Milwaukee is the largest population in the county. The other 4 commissioners are appointed by a group of village presidents and mayors from all the suburbs within Milwaukee County. So you can do the math, 7, 4. Mayor Barrett's a very important person in my life. Yes, sir.
What was the proportion on a percentage of federal funding versus state and local funding?
I don't know, for all those numbers I gave you, I don't know the total number, but I can tell you for the 2 projects that are going right now for the concrete removal, it's 65% Fed, 35% local. I just don't know the numbers for some of the other projects. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is a good segue into your administration structure. So, how did all of these improvements, CSO work? How did that affect your rates, and how was that perceived by your political leadership?
Well, way back, the question was how did the all the work that we've done impact the rates and then impact the political leadership that approved those rates. A lot of the work that was done on the deep tunnel system was done back in the 80s and 90s when we had a great program called the Construction Grant Program from the federal government. They don't have construction grant program anymore, so you have to do Clean Water Fund loans. I am a firm advocate of more of the grant program if we want to dig ourselves out of where we're at right now. So a lot of, like the tunnel system, I think was 55% paid for with grants from the federal, and that goes back to the previous question. The rest was local. We had sewer wars from 1979 to 1996, which was a battle between the city and the suburbs on who was going to pay for that deep tunnel system. So we've had our turmoil on this. It was settled in 96. I started in 98, and even today there's still people upset about sewer wars. So it does affect the discussion. It affects the political leadership as well. But it took us, what, 18 years, 17 years to settle all that. So it is something we look at. Right now our rates go up. We're doing our budget to be approved this month. I think we're looking at a 3.2%, 3.25% on O&M and 2.65 on capital. I have 2 budgets. Yes, ma'am.
You talked a lot about water quantity, and I was wondering have water quality goals specifically on there? And how do you measure them, do you monitor them, how do you pay for that?
So the question is, do we have water quality goals? How do we pay for it? And how do we monitor it? I have my own monitoring crews that go out and do the monitoring for us on a lot of these. Some of the variables that we've built into the Green Infrastructure Plan are kind of national numbers, so we've started with kind of something that's coming from the national level, and now we're going to try to bring those down specific to Milwaukee based on history as we move forward, so we need time to gather some of the data there. Water quality is always the major goal, but it's hard to, and it's hard to tell people, we need to know how many pounds of phosphorus we're at the TSS. So we try to look at it from a gallon of water. You know, what's the pollutants from agricultural runoff typically in a gallon of water, and then, you know, kind of judge it from that. So you're right, as far as the vision, it was really looking at the quantity side and the climate change issue, but we're hoping to gather more information on the water quality side. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned that since the beginning you continue to have arguments about the benefits. And I'm curious to know where you see those situations arise where they create the biggest challenges, and how you overcome those arguments, where you find the most success in terms of strategies for overcoming.
Are there municipal engineers in the room? I'm sure. Okay. I'll just be blunt. Most of it's coming from the municipal engineers. They have strapped budgets just like everyone else, cannot afford to do some of these things, and what they are trying to do is just keep up with what they have. So trying to build something new that has no financial envelope or wallet for it is really tough, so I understand that. Plus, unless it's changed, you cannot go in, well, I think it's changing because I'm hearing about it, but you go to some of the college classes 5 years ago, they weren't talking about green infrastructure. So this is all new to them. And one of the reasons it's put into our permit is because now I can say we have to do it, because then I can push that down on them. Now they have MS4 permits, and I'm not a permitting agency, but I would hope my DNR eventually builds this into their MS4 permit so that they have to do it, and then help provide some funding for it as well. But I totally understand the position, because it's a tough one for the municipal engineers and public works departments. And then how do you maintain it? You know, they'll say, how do we maintain it in the long run and pay for that? Yes, sir.
Easy way to bring up the 10 green infrastructure. Easy. I don't know if there's.
You're talking about that one? Yes, ma'am.
Construction projects, are they primarily rural or urban, or it doesn't matter, or both?
For the flood management, or the larger projects they're talking about, they're probably 80% urban. Right in the center, the one where I showed the concrete coming out, if anyone's been to Milwaukee to the Miller Brewery, my favorite place, right next to the Miller Brewery is where that concrete lining's coming out, so it's right downtown. Yes, ma'am.
Does Milwaukee have a stormwater utility, and if so, have you been able to leverage any of those funds for some of these projects?
So the question was whether the city of Milwaukee has a stormwater utility. We have 28 municipalities in the region, and about 17 of them have utilities, and the city of Milwaukee is one of those. What we've been able to do is leverage our funding with their funding, so that's one way that we help the munis, by saying, here's $1, take your $1, and let's use it together towards some of these issues. Am I okay on time? Jim?
A couple of things. You mentioned this touches a bunch of counties, 5 or something, but only the county of Milwaukee has any power in this. What are the other counties in the group?
Oh, how much time do you have? Yeah. Right now we'll hear a lot about taxation without representation from those outside communities. This was the settlement that came out of the sewer wars that was settled in 1996. And we would allow any of those, so there's 18 communities inside the county and 10 outside. We would those 10 to come in and be part of the district at any time, so they can join, and then they would have a voice at the commission. But when we do our flood management work, if a community drains to the Menominee River and we're doing work on the KK River, they don't have to pay for that KK River, and this is just those 10 outside. So over the years, because we've implemented such massive flood management on these other watersheds, it's not a financial benefit for them to join us, because then they'd have to start paying for all this work. So now they're getting that credit off of their rates. And so, you know, I have people tell me that all the time, and I go, come on in, join. You know, it's going to cost you, and they don't want to do that. So, but I don't get into that too much with the munis, because their water's our water. You know, it's all one. And I need to help them manage it on their side, and they need to help me manage it on my side, and we got to work on it together. Same with agriculture, we got to do the same. Yes, sir.
Is there any logical calculations for
Logical calculation.
in terms of a contributory area and how much is the drain you require? So like I said, the watershed is XYZ acres and we can keep this. Is there some logical, and especially this is very new concept in the last 5-6 years. So how do you deal with this kind of
So I think the question was, is there a criteria or a logic about where to build green infrastructure? And how many and how big? Okay, so where and how big? That's what the green infrastructure plan at a very high level is starting to help us with. And you can pull the plan up off the Fresh Coast 740 site. In that plan, it gives you some information by watershed where we need to implement it. And that's where you get that percentage that I talked about in the pie chart. Yes, sir.
The City of Milwaukee have a individual stormwater surcharge for percent impervious on maybe residents, so it incentivizes residents to do their own local flow to green infrastructure projects?
They have the utility that we talked about before. There's not a whole lot of incentive in that for the individual property owner. So they have a utility, they charge based on impervious cover. Churches don't have to pay, of course. But in the next year, my entity, MMSD, which is the regional government, is going to pass a rule that is going to put a limit on put a goal on green infrastructure for each municipality, and then they're going to have to put that into their ordinances. So we have rulemaking authority that once it's passed, the municipalities have to implement it, and that's coming. That's, as I said, we're still moving. We're going to have a requirement that says they have to capture the first half-inch of rain, runoff with green infrastructure on any development greater than a half acre.
We need to cut it short. We got the next one coming. I really appreciate it. First of all, I want to make a mistake. I didn't introduce our sponsors for this event, and it's very important that we recognize the people who helped bring this to you. Giffords Webster, HNTB, Pipeline Management, NTH, FTC&H, OHM, Wade Trim, and FKE. I didn't see Fritz there. Anyway, I really appreciate your support. These are folks that are working with us every day to make sure that a future where kids inherit isn't going to be knee-deep in things we don't want to be knee-deep in. I also want to mention that we work very closely with the DEQ on a wide area of range of issues, and we have a fantastic relationship in this county with them, and I hope to keep that going. I was approached some months ago by Bill Creel, the head of the Water Resources Division. They're very interested in working with Southeast Oakland County, the George W. Coon specifically, in green infrastructure in the next few years. We'd really like to work with these local communities to help develop this with state help, hopefully. And one other thing, we mentioned utilities, stormwater utilities. That is, to me, one of the most important things that we can try to change state law on to allow these things to happen here. There's one that I know of existing in Oakland, in Michigan, in Ann Arbor, and otherwise they've been crushed every time in court. We need to get a legislative fix to that. So, We're going to hear right now from Valerie Brader from the Governor's Office. Valerie Brader is a Deputy Legal Counsel and Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Rick Snyder. Her service with the administration began in September 2012 as the Chief Energy Policy Officer at the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. Previously, she was a member of the partner of the Bodman PLC, practicing primarily environmental and corporate law, with a specialization in assisting new or expanding businesses from incorporation to securing permits and tax credits. A Rhodes Scholar and published author in both legal and scientific presses, Brader previously worked at the career law clerk for the Honorable John Fikens of the Eastern District of Michigan as an environmental consultant to the EPA and Department of Defense, and for Governor Phil Batt, Republican Idaho, on environmental and natural resources issues. Brader, who was the youngest person in the country, to be selected to assist a federal court under the special master rule, was selected by Crane's Detroit Business as one of the 40 under 40 in Metro Detroit, and by Michigan's Lawyer Weekly as a rising star. Brader received her A.B. magna cum laude in government from Harvard and Radcliffe Colleges. Has 2 master's degrees from the University of Oxford in environmental change and management, and MST in historical studies, and a J.D. magna cum laude from Georgetown Law Center. Brader was the past winner of the Harvard College Women's Leadership Award and was first runner-up in the Pacific Legal Foundation's National Writing Competition. Brader served as the officer in the Women's Caring Program, Harvard Club of Eastern Michigan, and Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church. Ms. Brader? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you go up there. Thank you.
I'll take this. And I don't have a PowerPoint. I just want to thank everyone for having me here today. Lawrence Tech is one of the very best places to have this kind of conference because they are wonderful at training engineers who are really thinking in the next wave or the next non-wave of how we're handling our stormwater. And to have Jim Nash convene this, he's been a real regional leader and a real regional thinker on these issues both. And being able to bring together all the right expertise and all the different elements of this. I heard questions in the last from people talking about financing and engineering and maintenance and the political aspects of it. All of those are important when you're talking about sort of changing the way we think about how we manage stormwater, and Jim has been great at bringing people together to think about that. So I'm excited to be here today, and I want to thank you for having me. In stormwater in Michigan, it's been an issue literally since Michigan was created. There aren't a lot of states that put the right to have drains and sewers in their constitution, but Michigan did, which tells you how important it was to folks, and it's been in there since 1919. So it's been quite a while that Michigan has been trying to think about how we manage stormwater and our sewer water, and lately how we've been separating those as well. And the first wave of stormwater management was get the concrete in the ground. I mean, get this held and get it off the streets. And that was important and valuable. And we're now to the point, though, that we have to look at what the next wave is. We have to look at that for a lot of reasons. The first reason is that a lot of the infrastructure that was installed is in need of replacement. Another is that there are more of us now than there used to be, and the more you pave, the more stormwater you're going to have. And finally, also, we are recognizing something, which is that concrete isn't the only type of engineering. There's a real value to looking around and using that green infrastructure, because it may be even more effective than what we traditionally think of as an engineering solution, a concrete. You saw in the previous presentation the amount of money that is saved over a traditional type of stormwater management from utilizing green infrastructure, and the other benefits you get, which includes increased property values, which we all know our municipalities, our county, and our state would be a real benefit to us. And so when we're thinking about stormwater management, there's the value of how it works in just what you're wading in. There's a value of how it works in how clean the rivers are, even if you can keep it out of the streets. And there's a value to how your community looks and feels to a well-done green infrastructure project, because it really can be something that provides both tangible and intangible value to the people around it. When you're looking at all the different types of green infrastructure that are out there, they are, by and large, things that combine well with areas where you want to have people outdoors and outside. And that is something, you know, if you look at the nature landscaping, the stormwater trees, the rain gardens, these are all things that end up bringing people together and really being able to enjoy the pure Michigan that we have. So when we're thinking about how we manage stormwater, I think it's important to be thinking, how can we save money on the way we're doing it? How can we use it to bring communities together? And how can we use it to make sure our water is cleaner and that people's homes and our streets aren't flooding? And the interesting thing is that in all of those elements, well-done green infrastructure will beat a traditional infrastructure solution in most cases. Not to say that there isn't any room or that we shouldn't continue to maintain some of our existing stormwater infrastructure. We absolutely should, and it's valuable. But when we're thinking about the next step in our stormwater management, this is not one of those areas where you have a lot of trade-offs. Well, it's more expensive, but it gives me these things. This is one of those trade-offs that it's less expensive, it gives you the pollution control, it gives you the flood control, and it increases the property values. And when you have a solution like that, what you need to do is, as much as possible, make sure you get out of the way. First of all, and encourage it, second of all. And we have seen the DQ has made a lot of permits now, really encouraging the permitted community, but as well the permitters, to have green infrastructure as a component when we're talking about how you control stormwater or how you meet some of those pollutant targets. So the first thing is recognizing and making sure that we're not mandating the concrete if we could be mandating something that's much more effective, less expensive, and has all these other values. And also making sure that we are actually thinking about how we turn some of our negatives, which in many cases involves a lot of properties that are prone to flooding, that now may be unoccupied, especially within the city of Detroit, but in a lot of our other communities here in Michigan, we've actually got areas where there has been a natural depopulation. And as we're thinking about how you make those communities strong again, I think we can't overlook the silver lining to this, which is that we do have an opportunity to try stormwater management in a much less disruptive way than we would have even 20 years ago. So that's something that I'm not saying it's good that we're in that situation, but since we are, let's think about how we can move forward in a sensible fashion to recognize that if we're going to start thinking about this, especially on larger scale, we have an opportunity right now that you should not be missed. Because again, when you take a property that isn't adding to the property values in a community, it's in fact detracting. It's also not helping with the flooding issues. It's also not helping with the pollution getting into waterways. If you can transform that into an area that's a solution, that really helps solve a multitude of the problems that otherwise you're stuck trying to manage sort of individually. And we do have, I think, a lot of folks who are looking at this regionally and are cooperating across regional lines. We're seeing more and more of that, and that helps too. And we're also at a point that our technology can help with that. I studied soil erosion modeling, not realizing, of course, that meant that I would then have to go outside when it was raining and see if I could get into the mud. But the thing that I came away from that is soil erosion models are not very good at giving like precise quantities of sediment, which has been one of the things of how do you demonstrate the green infrastructure works. But pretty much every model will tell you, here's your hot spot. They may disagree at exactly how many tons are entering at that spot, but scientifically we know where we're seeing a lot of stuff come in. And so we do have the tools to tell us where better places are. And because those tend to be places that flood a lot, because that's, that's usually the geography had a lot to do with that, those are also places that obviously have a lot of social benefit as well to kind of focusing stormwater management. So in short, I think what you're hearing is that the administration recognizes that this is the direction in which we need to be moving. Again, not abandoning entirely our older management, but integrating this green infrastructure as really hitting our next challenges. We know that it needs to be done regionally, and we do know that our permits need to not force people into less attractive, more expensive solutions. So I think, from that perspective, you've got that thinking in place. Now what we need is to have the projects arise from the grassroots level, come up to the state, because we're not going to know the very best places and communities to put things. We're not going to know the same way that the regional officials and the local officials are the place in their community that really needs this and the scope of the problem that their community may be facing in more than one area. So when I'm here today in part because I know that this is a great group to be able to say, you know what, this is a place that we think could make a big difference. This is a project that we think is very important, will have those water quality impacts, will have those property value impact. This is a good project because to the degree that we can be partners in those, we want to be. We saw a lot of repurposing of some of the Clean Michigan, the bond money that had been voted in recent years because we weren't seeing the loans for the big construction projects. People weren't coming forward partly because of the tax struggles everywhere and partly because money was so cheap that the interest rates we were offering weren't actually all that helpful. So that money was released into both grants and supporting other kinds of loans, and we were really excited about the take-up that we saw, and the money is now doing what the voters intended it to do, which is to get out there and improve water quality, but also, just as importantly, to improve their communities and to really give us some better long-term solutions. So, we know that we've done that. We are eager to hear more things that we could be doing to ensure that we get that. And we want to be thinking about it, how do we do it regionally? And how do we identify the best places so we can get the maximum benefits? And really looking at what are we preventing on more than one dimension when you do it right. We also do have to think about the long-term maintenance. It's been one of our problems here in Michigan on the traditional infrastructure that we have not been as good at maintaining it as we need to be. The one advantage that green infrastructure has over that is at least you can see it, and at least it's a little more top of mind for people other than the engineers who are going beneath the streets. That is also an opportunity for us to have that more long-term thinking and think about when we're building something, not just is it a good place to build it and can we get it done and what will it hold, but also thinking long-term about our maintenance costs, where there's reduced maintenance costs. That's very valuable, but also making sure we have a plan in place and sufficient support so that the projects really can do what they're intended to do in a long period of time on both the water retention aspects and the water pollution aspects, but also on those aspects of enriching their communities, which obviously is something that is derelict does not do. So with that, I'm happy to take questions and discussions, but I do hope that you leave here today and really take seriously the request for thinking about projects that make sense, that do bring all those benefits. And we've got great engineers here, we've got great people who think about policy, we got great people who are active in their communities, really finding those projects that hit on as many of these values as possible and bringing them forward, because you have willing ears and people who are thinking very seriously about how this gets incorporated and how this does become the next non-wave of stormwater management. So thank you. Yes.
Since Jim brought it up, what is the governor's office doing to make it easier to understand what
Well, I know that Bill Creel and his team, he's again the head of the Water Resources Division of DEQ, have been working on this, and that you've seen it in some of the permits that have come out, most notably the Detroit Water and Sewer Department's NPDES permit, where green infrastructure was implemented into that. If you're looking for specifics, I would encourage you to talk to the DEQ. And especially to Bill and his team, because those are the engineers. I'm not one. But we are already starting to incorporate it into permits and think about how those projects get approved and that kind of thing. So you're not working without a precedent, which had been the case before.
Stormwater utility are different things. I asked about the stormwater utility itself, the funding mechanism to be able to pay for more of that kind of these kinds of practices.
I think, I apologize, because one of the ways you pay for these practices has, traditionally been through the stormwater management, so that was why I did that. We're open to talking about it. We are interested in having some regional approaches. I mean, one thing that we've seen in the past, and far more than just environmental, in sort of all types of Michigan government, is that if you overlaid all the different maps for all the groups, for all the places that did something, you ended up with things that look like a bowl of spaghetti. And economic development is related to the environment, which is related to our transportation infrastructure. And one thing that we have done is to actually create a clear set of regions and say we want people to work within them, and we want them to work across issues within them. And we're trying to align state government so that the elements of all those different agencies in an area work together. So to the degree that this plays into that, I think that you already have a structure that's in place where the state is trying to create that outward facing, here are the maps if you're in this area, and the guy from the Department of Transportation will know, that woman from the DNR will know that, all that these people will know and work together on regional issues. So to the extent that this fits into that, I think we'd be very open to discussing it. My only caution would be, if we're gonna add one more piece of spaghetti to the map, that's where we start to get nervous. Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit more personally about this. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus when I'm mentioning this, but we're working on a project in a county where the drain commissioner believes that green infrastructure conflicts with the drain code, and he states that installing a green infrastructure is an environmental improvement. So we're really kind of in a battle trying to get him to approve a project. So I think it would be very helpful if there could be some clarifications, because not all of the drain commissioners think like Mr. Nash. And then to bring that back down to the local level, not all local municipalities are understanding of the benefits when you're dealing with planning commissions and boards of individuals who do not have this kind of a background. Trying to get things implemented in your own community can be an absolute struggle, even when they're working with the watershed councils. There's so many projects in my personal community that I'd love to get anything done, even volunteering to do things for the community, and you can't get anywhere. So I think there needs to be, and some of the problem has been with working with individual members of the DEQ and the people that have the oversight of the stormwater permit. Some of these communities, whether it be some of the school districts that don't have any funding, or just the smaller municipalities, smaller townships, they don't have funding. So for them, a stormwater permit is something to check off, and it's an accounting trick. And then when the regulator comes in and approves things that really shouldn't be approved, we don't get any support in trying to use grassroots to get the change from the bottom up. What we need is more support from the governor's office down to the DEQ, down to the local level, where we can actually make some of these changes and get the people that are in the positions that have the authority, that are in the positions where they can make decisions. They need to be better informed.
Well, that's helpful to know because I think you have seen it from this governor's office, and I know that the DEQ leadership, have been at other conferences and have spoken about this. We're seeing it in permits. So, I'm hearing that it is not consistent, and that is helpful to know. But I will also say that, to the degree that isn't consistent, when you can communicate that so that we're aware of it, we can start that. I know that for a long time, the regulators were not eager to do green infrastructure because, if you're in a just pure compliance mode, you build something with the concrete, you can measure exactly how much it holds, you can sample really easily. There was a level of comfort there that I understand, but I think also closed the door to some possibilities of things that could be just as effective or more effective. And that's where I think, I won't say that, we've solved everything, but if you're thinking, oh, well, it's because there's some resistance at the top, there is not. There is, in fact, the opposite. But to the degree that it hasn't gotten to where it needs to get, it's actually helpful for us to know that so that we can work with people to do that.
So like what I've noticed to be some, I used to run the program out in another state. So there's huge variances in the way Michigan does this program and the way they do it in other states. And I think it would be helpful to understand what those differences are so that people can work together more effectively, more efficiently.
Yeah.
Recently, I was involved in a new technology proposition to MDOT for erosion control. And it basically took about 3 years to get through. And it was a green product, a Michigan-based product. I'm just wondering, as green infrastructure is encouraged more, how the government can work closer with private enterprise to seamlessly get these technologies in the field without so much of the hurdles that need to be overcome. We're a member of MITA as well. They helped tremendously, but it seemed like the path to navigate towards success was a little longer than it should have taken. And I think from the private sector, we'd like to see, what we can do to create a more, a path of least resistance to get those technologies from entrepreneurs and inventors that will indeed help this process take place.
That's helpful to know. Our Office of Regulatory Reinvention does try to look at steps and shorten them. I will say with these types of things, it's always a balancing act of making sure that what we're spending the taxpayer dollars on is proven to work versus trying to actually be able to integrate innovative and big advances. And that's always the difficult balancing act. I'm not saying we're getting it right. I'm just saying that these are sort of the two pulls back and forth, which are both obviously good goals and important things. So I'm happy to have a discussion with you or with MITA afterward about what we learned from that process, and maybe there were some steps that could be shortened or better coordinated between agencies perhaps. So I'm happy to have that conversation. It's good to know. I will just note that there is always that balancing of you want to make sure what you're spending the taxpayers' dollars on will really work. So bringing in new products, there will always be some hurdles. That isn't to say that I'm trying to say all the ones we have are perfect by any means, but that's sort of the balancing of we want to be able to use the newest, best Michigan-based products, but we want also to be able to know that what we're spending on will do the job for what it's being purchased for. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Because designs need to be, green infrastructure designs need to be based on watersheds, is there anything coming from the government to help communities to work together because the watershed is not going to be dominated by a city or county or whatever, or maybe even in the future setting up stormwater districts based on watershed?
Well, what we have done in these regional maps is not to go purely by watershed, but there are large regions, and to really encourage, again, all of the agencies and all the different kind of programs that operate to actually start to work together in regional teams and to work with county leaders, city leaders within these regions to try to better coordinate our services and also use that as an opportunity to coordinate among projects. So I think what we are seeing isn't so, stormwater specific, so to speak, but the new regional approach on all of these agencies, I think, fits well with the kind of thing you're talking about. So if you go on the website, you can now see kind of what the regions are and contacts for each agencies within those regions. So that gives you some place to start. All right, I'm between you and coffee, so I know better than to stand there. Thank you so much for having me.
Speaking next up here today is Joel Breimeyer, President and CEO of the Alliance of the Great Lakes. The Alliance of the Great Lakes is an organization that he's going to explain more about, but it's very active and it's something we need to do. This is a basin that has 20% of the world's fresh water. We have got to protect this. This is the most important thing we can do as a state, and the other states in the region also agree with that, and the government of Canada. I don't have much to introduce Mr. Breimeyer with, but he's been an excellent advocate for the environment and the Great Lakes, working on the most important things that are hitting the Great Lakes right now. The algae, the invasive species, all the things that are threatening our Great Lakes. Lake Erie is the most threatened of them all. This summer we saw the blooms in the water intake places that they get their water, and it's devastating. It's killing the fish in the lake. It's killing the wildlife. It's harming the economy through tourism dollars, fishing dollars, all the things that are affecting them is going to be a long-term issue. We saved that lake once. We can do it again. We just have to be determined to make it done. Mr. Breimeyer, please, let's talk about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. With that kind of an introduction, I don't know if I need to say anything else. It's kind of like Kevin this morning. I want to first thanks to Jim and Oakland County for having me today, and Alyssa for organizing or helping organize this event and getting me here. My compliments to Kevin. It's not every day that I say that an agency staff person can school the NGO community, but there are times when leaders in agencies across the Great Lakes Basin are really knocking it out of the park, and I've learned a lot from watching what's going on in Milwaukee, so thanks for that. I'm going to talk about nutrients and Lake Erie, and I'm going to say right off the bat, and I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a lawyer either, so don't hold that against me. I'm not going to try to talk in any kind of great detail about load allocations or technologies for reducing phosphorus or anything like that. My comments are really going to be focused on the policy and the money and the things that I think are going to be necessary to solve the kinds of problems that are manifesting in Lake Erie, but aren't only in Lake Erie. And I think starting there is really, really important. The harmful algal bloom situation, the phosphorus situation in Lake Erie is an exemplar of something that's happening across the Great Lakes Basin, and it's happening across the country, in fact. I was in a session with the mayor's organization for the Great Lakes last week, and EPA administrator, our friends at EPA were there, Gina McCarthy was there, and made the point that 24 states experienced harmful algal blooms last year in the United States. This is not just a Great Lakes problem, but I think we're really well positioned to come up with a solution. My quick commercial first. I have 2 text-heavy slides, and then I promise the rest are mostly pictures. So our organization, 15,000 volunteers in 6 cities around the Great Lakes in the U.S., greatlakes.org if you want to check us out. And we are doing some great work here in Detroit. We just hired a new staff person. I'll call her out. Khalil, are you right there? So say hi to Khalil Lagan if you have a chance today. So, can Toledo change the game? Toledo can change the game. 500,000 people lost their drinking water for 48 hours. Much smaller number of people lost their drinking water for a longer time than that. Very importantly to decision makers in Ohio, coastal economies are losing money, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. We can solve the problem. It's complicated, but it's not like we don't know what's going on. We know where the pollution is coming from. We can control enough to stop it. It will not be automatic. It is not as though there's a headline that says, major Great Lakes city gets its water cut off, and then all of a sudden, all the politics line up, and we have a solution to the problem. That's not how this works. We can get to a solution, but it's going to have to be built. Okay. Raise your hand if you know where this is? Yes. Okay. Both have the right answer right here. Both of you give me a business card, and I'll mail you an Alliance for the Great Lakes T-shirt after today. But I am leaving right after my talk. I'm sorry, and so but I will follow up on that before I go. This is Point Pelee, and I actually had another cue slide in here in case nobody knew where that one was. This is the boardwalk going through Point Pelee National Park in Ontario. And I bring this up here because when I was a kid, I grew up in Detroit, and I used to actually go to Point Pelee somewhat regularly when I was a kid, and enough that I actually asked to go there on my birthday. I'm not a bird watcher, but it was just a really cool place, and we vacationed on the Great Lakes. I liked being here. And so we would take sometimes the long way. I think it's Route 50 along the shore of Lake Erie in southern Ontario through Kingsville. And there were signs on the shoreline at the time, not at the park, but in the towns and the beaches going along southern Lake Erie, pointing out that there was contaminated water and it was unfit for swimming, right? This is when I was, probably starting when I was 5 or 6, so that would be around 1980. And I'm kind of irritated. Irritated is not strong enough. I'm actually kind of angry that 35 years later, we are still talking about the fact that water in Lake Erie is unfit for swimming. Not only is it unfit for swimming, but it's unfit for human consumption. As you all know, I'm sure there's places in the Great Lakes Basin where you can go not very far off the shore, grab a glass of water and drink it without treatment, without even thinking about whether or not it's going to be contaminated. That's a great feeling. That's a tremendous asset we have here in the Great Lakes. Lake Erie is not one of those lakes, but that doesn't mean that we have to resign it to a future of regular toxic algae blooms. So I want to put this in context before we talk about Lake Erie. Since the early 2000s, politicians and advocates and many folks have been looking for a way to restore the Great Lakes. And in 2005, there was an executive order from the White House that said, okay, I hear you. You go ahead and write a plan for the restoration of the Great Lakes. That became a document that I'm sure some of you are familiar with, the Great Lakes Regional Collaboration Strategy. That plan eventually was used to underpin the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative that the Obama administration backed when it came into office, and that Congress has appropriated $1.6 billion for over the last 4 years. EPA just released its new version of the GLRI action plan, which is going to hopefully support additional funds coming to the Great Lakes over the next 5 years. Great stuff. This region is the envy of the country when it comes to working with the federal government to get good water work done on the ground. No lie. I hear it. In addition to that, we've got this thing that I call the Great Lakes brand. We saw one of those brands today from Kevin Schaefer, the Fresh Coast. Love that term. The brand is not something that only people who think about water all day like we all do think about. This is something that millions of people in the Great Lakes Basin are aware of. Sea Grant put out a study, I think about 2 years ago, pointing out that there are 1.5 million jobs directly connected to the Great Lakes and $62 billion in wages being generated every year from those jobs. Pure Michigan, people, I'll tell you to be honest, when I use this example outside of Michigan, people sort of groan because they're tired of hearing about Pure Michigan. But the reality is this works. The data for 2013 from the state shows that $1.2 billion of ad-influenced out-of-state tourism revenue came to Michigan because of the Pure Michigan campaign. It's not just about Michigan. In Ohio, there's a tremendous marketing effort for the Lake Erie coast in Ohio. There are 117,000 jobs directly connected to Lake Erie in northern Ohio. So this Great Lakes brand idea, it's not just about federal money coming into the region, it's about revenue being generated here at home because the Great Lakes are a clean, tremendous source of fresh water. So this idea that we can build this Great Lakes brand, we can build a blue economy for the future around water innovation, new technologies, a quality of life that focuses and centers around water resources. I would argue that all of that is actually at risk because of what's going on in Lake Erie, because this is what the outside world sees. This is what people who don't live in the Great Lakes region see. And if you want to attract talent, you want to attract money, you want to attract tourists to this part of the country, the idea that our drinking water is toxic is not a good message to send. This was actually, not only was this a New York Times article, but if you look at the note at the bottom, this actually appeared in the New York edition on page A1, March 15th, 2013, 16 months before the drinking water crisis in Lake Erie. This is the national news that the Great Lakes is making. This is not where we want to be. This is not where we can afford to be for the quality of our environment and for the quality of our economy. And I should mention that there were probably 3 follow-up stories in the New York Times on the same topic over the last 16 months. So people are paying attention to what's going on here. So we have to ask, I think, are we, the Toledo situation is sort of raising the question, how committed are we to clean water in the Great Lakes? Now, it's been very, very satisfying to see the unified support for programs like the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. And I should mention, it's not just the environmental NGOs, it's not just the cities, it's not just the states, it's not just the private sector and the governors themselves, it's all of the above who have been collaborating and convening to make programs like the GLRI successful. That unity of purpose has really driven what we've been able to accomplish in the Great Lakes. And that is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So now's a test. Are we ready to actually defend the value of clean water, the idea that source water should be protected? Or is this something that we're going to manage? Is this something that's an option for us? And I know that it's easy, if you look at political polling and you ask people about, well, how important is clean water to you? Always ranks right at the top. It's a kind of taken as a no-brainer. Do people actually make decisions that back that up? Not always. And so in the wake of the Toledo crisis, I hear some people talking about source water protection. I hear some people talking about, well, as long as we can keep the toxic water away from our water intakes, then things are okay. As long as we can treat the water to a certain standard once it gets into our water utility, then we're okay. I tend to come down more on the side of the source water protection. I tend to think that if we're going to be serious about clean water as a value, we need to make sure that water is not toxic when it comes into our treatment utilities. So I think I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are in the Great Lakes for our quality of life, for our economy. And I'm going to talk more about one of these things than the other two. 4th largest economy in the world if we're taken as a region, including the US and Canada. As World Business Chicago says, an economy rivaling nations. So what makes that up? Obviously manufacturing and other industrial uses. We are one of a global oil refining capital here in the Great Lakes. A number of other legacy industries, manufacturing, old and new, tremendous contributor to the economy. I mentioned tourism already, very, very real, one of the legs of the 3-legged economic stool in several Great Lakes states, including obviously Michigan, and of course agriculture. Agriculture, which I'm going to talk a fair amount about right now, is incredibly important to the Great Lakes economies in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Indiana, in Ohio. It's not just row crop corn, but that's the one that's kind of at the center of the conversation right now. In 2012, in a speech to the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Governor Kasich in Ohio says, agriculture is the strongest industry in Ohio. And as I was doing some background work for this and some other talks that I'm giving recently, I found out this was actually something that was fact-checked on PolitiFact, if you know that website that checks politicians' statements, and it was actually confirmed that, in fact, if you look at this in one appropriate way economically, that agriculture is, in fact, the most important economic driver in the state of Ohio. I think it was around 11% of the state's product was created by agriculture and affiliated parts of the economy. Okay, so that's what kind of the context here. So agriculture is not the only one, the only source of pollution that contributes to this situation, but it's one of the big ones. So this is you've probably seen this image before. This is a satellite of the 2011 harmful algal bloom in Lake Erie. And you can see that the bloom has actually moved away from western Lake Erie over here to the Cleveland area. It was quite infamous for that. As I've learned more about the situation, and as scientists have learned more about the situation over the last several years, it's become pretty clear that the seasonal loadings of phosphorus, and in particular dissolved reactive phosphorus from the Maumee River Basin, and to a lesser extent some of the other river basins around the Maumee, are the primary contributors to the ability of harmful algae to bloom in Lake Erie. Now, there are other factors at work here, and we need to be upfront about those. We heard a lot already today about climate change, warmer water, more intense storms, absolutely a factor. Zebra mussels and quagga mussels are changing the way that energy and in particular food species cycle through Lake Erie. Absolutely part of the problem. The part of the problem that we can control is the amount of nutrient that goes into the water. So this is from the University of Wisconsin Green Bay, Dr. David Dolan, showing reductions in total phosphorus, not dissolved reactive phosphorus, total over the last 30, 40 years. And you can see here that point sources in the red have actually decreased the amount of phosphorus going into Lake Erie, total phosphorus, by quite some bit. And then you can see what's going on with non-point. I'll talk a bit more about this in a moment. This is not this is non-point. This is not just agriculture. This is including all non-point sources. So, but I have these two up here, not because I think that these are the most important ones, the most important sources to be thinking about. Although I do think that one of them is. I can let you guess which one. But these are the two sources that most people think about when they think about what's happening in Lake Erie. I hear this a lot. It's either those people in Michigan and Ontario who are sending all their sewage into Lake Erie, or it's those darn farmers that are dumping all their sediment and phosphorus into the water. That's what comes out. And so the good news here is that we have a lot of data helping us understand where this problem is coming from. And that data is improving every day. There's actually a binational process going on under the Great Lakes Water Quality Protocol that you might be aware of, where the countries, the US and Canada, are working together to try to establish where the pollution is coming from in a consensus way and establish targets for reducing it. So that's great. So let's talk a little bit about the scale of these contributions. There is absolutely an issue with the amount of phosphorus, total phosphorus that's being delivered to Lake Erie from urban wastewater sources. The reason I have this number up here, does anybody happen to know what that number is? $10.2 billion? Okay, all right. No t-shirts on this one. $10.2 billion is the amount that the Great Lakes Commission, which is the state's organization, and the Great Lakes Cities Initiative, which is the municipal organization, estimate that $10.2 billion is being spent every year in capital and O&M for wastewater in the US and Canada in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Basin. $10.2 billion annually, capital and O&M. Tremendous, tremendous investment, annual investment. Okay. This is, I'm going to confess, this is actually not from the Maumee River Basin. This is from the Lower Fox River Basin in Wisconsin, which is a place where we do some work. So I had a good picture. $125 million, though. I was listening to a presentation about a week ago, and the $125 million was the estimate that I heard of what it would take to cover crop the entire Maumee River Basin for 1 year. Now, I don't know if cover crops in the Maumee River Basin are the right answer, but this is how much it would cost. So just keep those two numbers in your head for a bit. And I want to point out that, in the interest of not just picking on what's happening in Lake Erie, there are other sources besides row crop agriculture. Row crop plus cows is another source. Let's see, 1 cow equals 18 people. In places like Brown County, Wisconsin, this is not such a problem for Lake Erie, although it's part of the issue. But in places like Brown County, Wisconsin, you have more than 1 million human equivalents being raised in that county, and their manure being spread on the ground in that county. Whether it's row crop agriculture or whether it's intense animal farming, you cannot sustain the level of production that we have going in some of these places in the Great Lakes. So the good news is the International Joint Commission, which is the advisory commission for the countries of the US and Canada, and the Ohio Lake Erie Task Force, which is made up of Ohio DNR, Ohio EPA, Department of Agriculture, agree 40% reduction in dissolved reactive phosphorus is where we need to be to stop harmful algal blooms in Lake Erie. That's good news. This is not official policy, it's not a regulation, it's not a directive, but there is a consensus building that some significant reductions in phosphorus, both total and dissolved reactive, are going to need to happen to solve this problem. Remember, this is the part of the problem that we can control. So that agreement is good news. So, and I've got to mention Don Scavia from the University of Michigan, who I spoke with a couple weeks ago. I talked to about sort of how to read this information. And again, this is total phosphorus, not just the phosphorus that's the culprit in the Lake Erie situation, but compare what's happened over the last 40 years on the point source side and what's going on the non-point source side. This amount of reduction going back to 1975 is not statistically significant. It's highly variable. You can see that there's a much more consistent phosphorus load coming from point sources, as you would expect. This is highly variable, mainly based on fertilizer and tillage practices, but also based on the amount of rain that's coming down on fields. And so climate factors are a big player in the amount of non-point phosphorus that's going in. But again, the reductions over the last 40 years in phosphorus total simply have not been there from non-point sources. So, how do we get there? I'm speaking to a group of people who knows a lot about how the Clean Water Act works, understands what permits do, understands how much it costs to get to meaningful phosphorus reductions at the end of a pipe. So how do we get there? Is it going to be more best management practices out in fields? Is it going to be better conservation compliance? Meaning, can we get farmers to actually put BMPs on the ground, confirm that they're there, have accountability for that over time? Is it going to be local partnerships that come together on a voluntary basis, driven by federal incentives, and generate the will to solve this problem? These things are all important, and they can all contribute to the reduction of phosphorus coming out of the agricultural sources, but they are not going to solve the problem on their own. So what will? And I think that's the question everybody's circling around, and many people are afraid to answer. Going back to this point about, are we interested in having source water that doesn't have toxic water in it? Or are we interested in making sure that people are safe when they drink the water coming out of the water utility? I'd like to have both of those things. And I think to get there, we're going to need to get serious about what it's going to take to actually reduce phosphorus coming from sources as they are appropriate. Do we need to reduce 40% across the board from every source? Probably not. Do we need to do that politically? Maybe. But first we need a commitment. We need, and we do not have this, we need leadership from our states to actually step up and say, we recognize that in order to get to that value of clean water with no toxic water in it, we're going to have to commit to these reductions. We're going to have to put a timetable on that, and we're going to have to measure ourselves to know if we're getting there. That's really important, step one. The target. Have we really accepted a target that if we have a certain chemical in Lake Erie below a certain level, and we can sustain that we know that there aren't going to be harmful algal blooms have right now? Have we committed to that target? The answer is no. We need to do that. And then finally, this question of scale. Now go back to that slide, the slides I showed about the dollars being invested to deal with urban wastewater versus this idea of what it would cost to implement a management practice on a massive scale in the Maumee River Basin. Again, I'm not saying that's the right practice, but maybe it is. The scale at which we think about this problem has to change. The idea that we should be spending billions of dollars on an individual urban wastewater system to keep water clean, but that we have to gulp and gasp when we talk about spending several $100 million to keep a major watershed, a major agricultural watershed that is operating as an industry to keep that clean. We have to change the way we think about that. And we've got to figure out where those dollars are going to come from and why people are going to apply those dollars on the ground. Now, I want to distinguish here between farmers and agriculture, because they are two different things. We can't get stuck in a conversation about, well, we're going to go regulate farmers. We're going to send EPA, we're going to abolish the NRCS, and we're going to send EPA to farm fields, and they're going to measure what's coming off of each parcel, and that's going to solve the problem. That is not going to happen. Farmers individually, I think, are responding quite rationally to the market they're operating within. And so as we see the production of bushels per acre going up, as we see climate change creating the possibility for longer growing seasons, as we see a push for higher productivity, I read that they're looking at 250 by 2050, 250 bushels per acre by 2050. Monsanto is trying to pitch 300 bushels per acre with GMO. I mean, we are looking at intense production gains here in the upper Midwest, in the Great Lakes Basin. If we're going to do that, we have to recognize that we have to make the production of clean water a function of the production of high-intensity agriculture. We also need to talk about whether some lands are appropriate for high-intensity agriculture and whether they need to be taken out to solve this problem. But if we don't start having those conversations, and if we don't start building the cost of clean water into the production of this leg of the stool of the Great Lakes economy, we are going to have a very difficult time solving this problem. I'm hopeful that we can actually pull together and unify and figure out how to make this happen, to value the goods we produce in a way that also produces water that's safe at the source. With that, I'm going to stop and appreciate any questions or comments you might have.
Yes. Can you give me any examples of a rural watershed in the Great Lakes Basin that has effective voluntary management practices for the agricultural?
It depends what you mean by effective, okay? And I'm not dodging the question. There's two different, at least there's two, I think, important different ways of looking at this. Effectiveness can be measured by, I participate in a Farm Bill program, and my practices are in place on the ground, and I keep them there, and NRCS says, you're doing a great job, or the county says you're doing a great job. And that's one way. Another way of measuring effectiveness is, what does the chemical makeup of the water coming off of this land look like? And am I changing what I'm doing on my land to improve that water? We do a lot of the first kind of effectiveness in the Great Lakes Basin. We don't do very much of the second kind. There are some projects going on in northeast Wisconsin, as a matter of fact. There are some projects going on in actually west of Milwaukee, as well as in the Maumee River Basin, that are trying to connect on-the-ground practice compliance to water quality performance. That's exactly where we do need to go if we want to have a shot at solving this problem. If we're only managing to the practice, if we're only managing to make sure that the grass is growing, but we're not actually managing to water quality, we're going to have a very difficult time. Right here.
What kind of actions are being taken toward invasive species in Lake Erie, like zebra mussels being kind of brought in from the shipping industry?
Well, the zebra mussels are here to stay, except I just saw a presentation from USGS that has developed a specific toxin that only affects zebra mussels. And so there's going to be a conversation starting in the Great Lakes about whether we should start using that to control zebra and quagga mussels, which is a whole other topic. In answer to your question, honestly, I think the most important thing that we can be doing in the Great Lakes on invasives right now is trying to stop bighead and silver carp from being established in the lakes, and in making sure that we are creating the best incentives for developing ballast water treatment technology on board vessels. Those are the two most important things that I see. Yep.
Yeah, I'm curious. You're talking about the effects from agriculture and everything, but I'm wondering if there's been any calculations done on what the loading might be from urban centers
Great question. And I know that I didn't talk a lot about that today. The load allocations for specific sources are something that's going to be being produced by the binational, the federal agencies that are developing that under the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, we hope. I think that the issue with Western Lake Erie in particular is that the movement of dissolved reactive phosphorus from agriculture during the spring into Western Lake Erie appears to be the most significant source that's contributing to the bloom activity. And so we have to talk about that sort of in one frame, and then we have to talk about total phosphorus from all sources in another. I don't know what's going to come out of the review and the targeting for the loads that are being moved down the Huron-Erie corridor through the Detroit River. We can, you know, we actually have the data to, at least on the U.S. side, to know to estimate phosphorus loads that are coming from treated effluent and combined sewage activity, but I don't have a strong answer to your question on the aggregate for just urban non-point stormwater.
In referencing your comment about farmers rationally responding to market forces, do you see, in regards to incentives, ethanol subsidies playing into this at all?
A little, yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the question of, and I didn't go completely off the rails at the end there, although I thought about it, but I'll raise the point that I did say, talking about taking lands out of production. There's a question, and this is not just the Great Lakes. The Upper Mississippi River Basin is actually way ahead of us in this conversation. Talking about, are we at the point where we just can't do this? Can you produce 250 bushels an acre of corn that's being incentivized by by national and global policy and produce non-toxic water? Like, is that even possible? And I'm not going to presume to answer that question today, but it's getting to be on the table in a way that it wasn't before. I think we have to, do we need to move? Okay. Okay.
A lot of times permits are written off of numerical values. Wisconsin's one of the first states in the country that has self-imposed their own numeric water quality standards. Michigan has some, but I don't believe it's being enforced as the way other states are. EPA was forced into Florida to set their numeric criteria. But the goal is that really numeric criteria is a biological measure. And should we be evaluating permits based on biological indices, as that's our ultimate goal, versus the numeric value of the total phosphorus?
That's a good question. I think number one, we don't have effective criteria in Michigan and Ohio right now for phosphorus. We have to think about the uses that we're protecting. We want clean drinking water at the source. If that's the use that we want to protect, then we have to have criteria and standards that reflect that. If we want to have no impairment of recreational use, we have to have criteria that reflect that. I think that on their own, those standards don't solve the problem, but we are not going to make progress without them. And so we've got to have those in place, but then we also have to be talking about where are the most appropriate places to get those reductions from. I think I need to stop. I really appreciate all the questions. Thank you.
I'm going to take, I know I'm the last, well, we are the last group before you have lunch, and I know by now you guys are probably getting hungry. But I do want to take this one last opportunity to say thank you to everybody who's here. For me personally, you're going to get thanked at the end of the day by Pure Oakland Water and the Water Commissioner's Office. But I do want to take an opportunity on my behalf and Lawrence Tech's behalf to thank everyone for being here. And I got to tell you that I am literally more excited now than I've ever been in my career, professional career, academic career. There's so many interesting things going on and so many new partners coming to the table that to me, it's just an incredibly exciting time. You're going to hear from Jody Raines a little bit later about the Herb Family Foundation. And the fear of starting to list individuals is who you're going to miss. But I'm telling you, with the work that DWSD and the Herb Family Foundation and Kresge and Detroit Future Cities and the work Tetra Tech and Mannequin Smith and Sustainable Waterworks and all that group and what they're doing in the city right now is fascinating. On the flip side, we're seeing better collaboration between state agencies. I'm working on a project with ECT on a sustainable harbor strategies. being funded by DNR, Michigan Sea Grant, MISTA, Housing Authority, DEQ, Office of the Great Lakes. And so you've got actually state agencies who are working in collaboration like they never had before, which I think is also really great. So I know there's a lot of representatives from the DEQ here. They had a green infrastructure conference back in May that many of you attended. And so we're looking at continuing that dialogue as well. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity. I appreciate what we've seen so far because the challenges are great. We have great challenges, but luckily I think we have a great talent pool to start addressing that. So with that, that's kind of my intro to the next topic that we're going to talk about, which is one of the very exciting projects from my point of view that we're working on right now, and that's how can the nonprofit organizations work with the communities, work with the consultants, work with the academics to do green infrastructure visioning. I'm going to turn it over to Nina.
All right, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, how do I advance the slide? Just click it here.
It's the best thing to do right there. That way you can walk around.
All right, okay, cool. So my name is Nina Ignazik. I'm with the Clinton River Watershed Council, and I'm a watershed planner there, and I'm working on a really exciting program that has been made possible by the Herb Family Foundation, where we're able to work with our local communities, not only on some of these more environmentally focused issues, but also on raising the visibility of our water resources as economic and community quality of life assets, and really kind of trying to tie all of that together. The watershed is 960 square miles, and we also include Lake St. Clair within our service area. The mission of our organization is to have individual and community actions that come together to promote the health of the watershed. So Water Towns is based on the idea that we have all of these assets in the Clinton River watershed, in the Lake St. Clair watershed, that are really being underutilized. Historically, we've not developed our water resources to the potential that exists for community and economic development. And some of that has been due to environmental degradation, and some of that has just been due to poor land use planning, poor community development choices. But we see a huge opportunity for developing areas along our waterways where people can actually engage with them. Go to the water, enjoy what's there, and have that be a part of your quality of life. So what we've done is initiated this program called Water Towns, which is really targeting the towns, the actual places within our watershed, to try to find out what's unique and what's valuable about each of these places, and work with those local communities, whether it's civic groups, whether it's local DDAs, whether it's the cities themselves, and strategizing how can we look at specific areas in your community that really are underutilized and could be more of a community asset than they currently are, and then by that token raise awareness and make sure that people are on board for all of these other more serious environmental considerations that we've been talking about today. So this is just a map that shows what we're calling our water hubs, and these are the areas that we kind of focus our actions on. So we've identified a really long laundry list of areas along the river, do I have a shooter on here? Sorry, should have. Well, anyway, all the way up from the northern part of the township, Independent Township, through Oakland County, out into Macomb County, and even into Lake St. Clair. And these are areas like downtown Rochester, where the Paint Creek, the Stony Creek, and the Clinton River all come together. Areas like Clinton Township, where there are significant parklands along the waterways that face flooding pressures. Areas like downtown Clarkston, up in the northern part of Oakland County, where the headwaters of the Clinton River exist, in close proximity to a nice town. So these are areas where we really think that there's a lot of potential, and we're all about trying to realize that potential and make that happen. So one of the ways that we're doing that is by working with Don Carpenter and Rachel Pleshak, who have been great to work with. So what we did originally was we went to some of these communities and we did broader visioning around the waterways and identified concept plans for what's possible, what could be implemented in the short term, what could be implemented in the long term. And in a lot of these areas, improving our green infrastructure what came up again and again. So we were able, with the help of the URB funding, to work with Don Carpenter and Rachel to actually take that a step further in some of these communities and come up with some really detailed concept plans and cost estimates that can hopefully help move us forward, help us have more detail, so that when grant opportunities come up and other funding opportunities come up, we're ready to go and we know what we want to do. So the goals of our project are these conceptual site plans showing the specific green infrastructure practices applied to some of these areas, which you'll see much more detail later in the presentation. Some really artistic renderings that kind of get people excited, help them visualize, because when you start talking about, you know, bioswales and rain gardens, people don't necessarily know what that means, and if they do know what it means, they may have trouble visualizing how it fits into the context of the specific area. So this really helps people understand in the areas that they're familiar with what this stuff looks like and how it could benefit the community. The stormwater volume reduction estimates are important from the perspective of showing the environmental benefit. It's not something that necessarily is easy to understand for local officials, but if we can quantify that and show the value and then hopefully equate that into economic benefits, we think there's a value there. And then some generalized cost estimates. These are not going to be engineering level designs where we're going to have detailed cost estimates, but they're going to get us to a place where at least we have a ballpark to understand how much this can cost, so that if a city goes and does its capital improvement plan, they can use this information to help guide them and figure out, okay, we want to put this bioswale in at this park next year. We got to have this range, and then the Watershed Council knows, well, if we see this funding opportunity come up, we know that the city's committed this in the capital improvement plan, and we can leverage for additional funds. So it just gives us a better, more detailed planning tool as we work with communities. So the three communities that we're working with, and we're hoping to continue this and work with more, are Clarkston and Rochester, both in Oakland County, and Clinton Township. We're working with these communities on a variety of initiatives to try to advance this water towns idea. But these are some really unique communities with some really different challenges. Clinton Township being much more suburban, downtown Rochester having, and downtown Clarkston having much more urban feel, so there's different issues that we're dealing with. So we're really excited about the project. I'm so excited about the products that we've seen thus far, and I know I can tell you that the community leaders that we've been working with are also very excited, township engineers, city managers. They're going to be able to use this information to actually make these things happen and get these things built on the ground. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Don Carpenter.
Thanks, Nina. So one of the best parts about being a faculty member is you get to stand up here and take credit for the hard work of your students, right? So unfortunately, I have a little bit too much ethics for that. So what you're going to see is 90% Rachel's work, okay? So this is a lot of this. And so the question is, well, then if it's Rachel's work, why am I up here at all? And so I gave Rachel the opportunity. I said, hey, Rachel, why don't you present your work? And she said, I don't think I really want to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot for next year. Next year, the goal is to have Rachel standing up here talking about Rachel's work. So anyway, this is our time schedule here. The final deliverables is really what I'm going to be showing you now. And to go into a little bit more detail, what we did was a process. We put together this process for addressing these goals. And so we started by visiting with each community, talking with them, trying to understand their vision, what they wanted to accomplish, where they were. We downloaded existing or retrieved existing GIS databases, infrastructure, what kind of pipe networks did they have already in place. We came up with conceptual site plans and preliminary stormwater estimates, went back to the community and said, here's what we're thinking, what do you think? That led us to eliminate some things. They said, well, that's okay, but we really want to preserve that for flag football, so let's take that out. Or, well, you know, that gentleman doesn't really play nice with others, so we should probably leave his parking lot out of the plan. So it was that back and forth process. That was the internal deliverable check. So finally, we have final site plans and stormwater calculations associated with this, okay? And the way we did the stormwater calculations is with the SCS curve number method. So that's, I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but there was a process for looking at volumetric runoff from low impact development using an industry standard. The cost estimations, Nina mentioned that briefly. What we did is we started using WRF, the Water Environment Research Foundation. They have an LID whole life cycle cost models tool that we use for these cost estimates. And then the thing that's great about that tool, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, is you can start off by putting in just industry standards. And as you refine your ideas, it allows you to start substituting out. So once you know you're going to use raised beds in your community gardens, you can start figuring out exact costs and things of that nature. We also use the Michigan LID manual and RS means, and then a few local sources in terms of some of the cost estimates. When you see the numbers on the cost, I do want to point out two other things. One is we assumed 100% external contractor installations, meaning that if a municipality had some people in their grounds crew that could do some of this stuff, or volunteer organizations, that cost would come down. The other thing we did is we assumed everything on the high end. So like high end for all these suppliers, high end for everything. That way what you're seeing is an overestimate of the cost based on best factors. We figured we'd rather shoot high than, you know, and then what do you, the old saying is, well, anyway. Basically, we figured we'd shoot high, and that way they'll be pleasantly surprised when it comes time for reality, right? And so we're being honest about that as well. So one of the things we've had talked about is, well, how do you convey this to people? And so one of the things we did is we looked at a 2-year, 24-hour storm. I know that's not a flood event, but that's the typical event you're looking at for green infrastructure. So we said, well, let's focus on that water quality event. Let's see what we can do to capture the typical storm that happens once every 2 years. And so this is well, you'll see this over and over again. This represents existing runoff. What's there right now? After we do GI, this would be a represent of the reduction. So 15% reduction would be like that. So if you see a big purple dot like that, that's 100% reduction of runoff on the 2-year, 24-hour storm. Okay, so we need to start with the baseline. Naturalized shoreline would be like a 15%. So you're going to see that symbol over and over again. So I'm going to start walking through this a little faster, but I wanted you to understand where these numbers come from as you're trying to digest the images. So start with the village of Clarkston. So here we are in beautiful, beautiful downtown Clarkston. Okay. So here's our site. We kind of faded, this is all downtown Clarkston right here. We faded out where we weren't looking. So we have basically 5 sites going through right downtown Clarkston right here. Here's Main Street. You know, Kid Rock's favorite restaurant's right about there. So anyone who watches Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, they've been there. So we looked at a series of sites kind of stringing through the downtown up and down Main Street. Okay. So this is, I'm not going to go through every slide as much detail as this one, but again, I want to show you what you're kind of trying to look at. We're trying to orient your eye to. So the way this parking lot is paved right now, this is a stall, and this is a stall. Nobody can park here. So you have a corner of asphalt that's obviously not draining properly that doesn't get used by anyone for anything. Okay? Perfect opportunity for green infrastructure. So Nina and Rachel and myself, we basically walk the streets and try to identify places with low-hanging fruit retrofits. Okay? And if I offend anyone from any of these municipalities along the way, I apologize, but sometimes it just takes a fresh set of eyes to look at something, right? They are mowing the lake. Okay, so Clarkston DPW right now, their tires from their tractors are literally getting into the mill pond. Okay, so let's look at, well, maybe we need to educate on how to not mow all the way to the edge of the water line, right? And you can see there's obviously erosion because you have too much water coming off of that. So what did we do with this one right here? Well, we recommend a buffer zone, right? A riparian buffer zone, have a lot of green space. And you don't see it from this particular angle, but we also included a place for people to access the water. So there's still a park bench there. There's still a place where people can access the water, but we're not mowing the entire edge of the mill pond, right? Here's our little rain garden in there, bioswale, curb cuts, things of that nature, okay? And so every single site, you're gonna see a 50% reduction in rain guard of runoff. So that one little corner that's being used by no one for nothing give you a 50% reduction in runoff from that parking lot, okay? And that $5,000 estimate, again, that's a really high estimate. That's a very high estimate, but that's based on external contractors, removing concrete, removing asphalt. So I would say it's gonna come in a lot less than that, but we wanna make sure that we're kind of setting the stage for some of this information. So this is the green alley, I'm going to call it the green alley. So this is the alleyway, and this alleyway goes from the parking lot north of Clarkston straight down to the City Hall area and also Depot Park. It actually gets a surprising amount of pedestrian traffic despite it not looking very appealing, right? And you also have direct connect storm sewers. The storm sewers off all these buildings direct connect right into the river. Okay, so what we looked at doing, was modifying that, putting in permeable pavers, putting in planter boxes along the entryways of all the buildings, using different paver types. One of the things we're looking at here is, okay, you obviously still have to have access for the trucks, but we're intentionally segregating off a piece of the walkway there for that visual sightline. This is where the pedestrians go. You're not going to get run over by the delivery trucks. You're going to focus yourself in this area right here. Okay? 100% reduction on the 2-year 24-hour storm, and a significant reduction even on the 10-year storm and the larger storms that are causing flooding. Okay. Main Street, existing. So this was an interesting one. Anyone who's familiar with Main Street, it's now just being redone by MDOT, right? That's an MDOT street. Anyone from MDOT in the room? Okay, one. We got one. He's like, oh, crap. So, unfortunately, this is just being done right now, and all the designs were done, and everything's just being 100% repaved. And so we almost took this out, but they said, you know what, put that in the vision. We want you to put it in there, you know, because what it could look like. This is what could have been kind of thing, but it's just now already been done, already been planned. So one of the things we need to do is reach out to the linear, basically the transportation authorities and say, when a road commission or when MDOT, when somebody's going to redo a road, let's look for opportunities. Let's look for opportunities to put in bump outs, traffic calming devices, beautification devices that also serve a significant stormwater improvement. Okay, so this is the riverbank, the existing riverbank in Clarkston. So my brother teaches, he's a football coach and a teacher at Clarkston schools, and he takes the middle school kids down to this stream bank all the time. And I explained to him what we were doing, and he's like, you can't do that. I'm like, well, why not? He goes, well, then I won't have a way to show my students what not to do. And so I said, okay, tell you what, we'll do this. So what we're talking about again is we don't want to cut off pedestrian access to the water. We want the students to interact with the water. We want them to get wet. What we want to do, though, is focus that in locations, right? So if we can set aside some rapids here with nice flat stones that the students can walk across, that we can kind of concentrate water access, control that erosion, and then have other parts be riparian buffer zones. So we're going to set aside some areas to green up and clear water quality, and then focus attention on other areas. Okay? And a great example of that is this. So this is the existing south entrance of the parkland. So what we propose, new bridge, new place for the students to access, new places for my brother to take his kids and learn about water quality in a first-hand environment. Okay? So we've got a rain garden, stream bank stabilizations. And you can kind of start to see, right? So stream bank stabilizations isn't going to get you a tremendous amount of reduction. It's great for water quality, but you're going to get 10, 20% reduction of the stormwater flow from a stream bank stabilization, whereas rain gardens, planter boxes, porous pavement, that's where you're going to get your 100% reduction on the 2-year 24-hour storms. Okay? So in sum, what we looked at for doing these 5 sites, there's a lot of impervious area here, a lot of downtown area, but we're still looking at about a 50% reduction. All of these improvements have a high-end cost of about $200,000. But to put this into context for you, okay, that is less than $2 per gallon. So you pay $1, $1.50, $2 for a bottle of water at the store all the time. We're talking about 10, 20, 30 years of usefulness at under $2 a gallon. Okay, so you got to, depends on how you look at that sticker shock, right? And again, I think that's way high. I really do. All right, Clinton Township, beautiful fishing pond right there. What we're looking at is we want to naturalize the shoreline there. They've got a beautiful arboretum coming across here. We're looking at extending this naturalized grove. But basically, Clinton Township has a tremendous amount of mowed turf grass. Huge amount of mowed turf grass. So we're looking at what can we do to soften up some of those areas. Oh, one last thing. So this is the large roof right here. We actually only put a green roof on this one because the rest of the roofs have more recently been retrofitted. They're not ready to be redone at this point. So we just kind of recommended maybe putting in a green roof on the roof that does need to be redone more quickly as opposed to just going crazy and putting green roofs on everything. So turf grass conversions, you can see here they've got this wonderful little village out there if anyone's familiar with it. And so behind the village is where they do the flag football. In front of the village, they have concerts. They set up lunch trucks there. So there's a lot of public interaction, a lot of public use. We have to always take into consideration how the public's going to use this. But there are areas that you could put in native prairies that might even enhance the user's experience for this. So here's, for example, this area right here, just off to the right, that's where they put up all of their farmers markets, and when they have festivals, they put up all the vendors right there. But the front of the building's not being used for anything. And in fact, this is really wet right here, really poor drainage. Go figure, it's Clinton Township, right? Flat clay. So very poor drainage. So what we were looking at is, okay, well, how about we put a nice park bench in there that serves then as the rainwater harvesting system. So $600, you're capturing quite a bit of water and providing people a place to sit. Swale conveyance. So they've got a very large area here. This is about ready to be redone. And so one of the things I commend all of these communities for doing is to being so open-minded, right? They want to be green. They want to have better places for their community and their people to live in. So they said, well, we know we need to redo this. So instead of redoing it the way it already is, give us an alternative. What can we do instead? So we're looking at a really nice cut bioswale all the way through here, depressed in the center, good infiltration in the middle, complete capture of the 2-year 24-hour storm, most capture of the 10-year 24-hour storm. It's basically proven technologies. It's pretty high sticker price, but you got to remember that's also redoing a lot of the road there, curb cuts, underground, overflow. There's a lot of engineering that goes into that number. Okay. So formalizing pond access, as we were suggesting, instead of mowing the entire area, let's naturalize some of the shoreline here and have more formal access for people. So a few others, green roof. Yeah. So like when that says a 15% reduction, that's why I brought that up. It's 100% reduction on that roof. It's 15% on the entire building because that portion of the roof is only 15% of all the roof. Okay, so it's actually 100% of this part of the roof, 15% of the entire building. Okay. Existing parking lot. So this has been repaved a couple times, but obviously it's ready to go. So what we said is, well, let's look at traffic flow patterns. How are people using it? And so we recommended a couple different things to them about restructuring their flow patterns, reducing some of their width. And so what we end up doing, if you look here, we can keep the same number of parking spots and reduce the amount of impervious surface by almost 20,000 square feet just by looking at traffic flow patterns. Okay, so that's a big, big number. Okay. Swale improvements along the way. Okay, this is obviously, and the thing that's interesting about swales, right, is a lot of things we hear about maintenance is, man, those things are a pain in the butt to mow. Maybe we should just stop mowing them. Okay, so here's so here about a 32% reduction. One of the reasons that number is a little bit lower is a very, very large area. We kind of concentrate our improvements in several key locations, and that number is pretty large, a lot because of that A, the green roof, and B, that entryway. Okay. So as Nina mentioned, the thing about this is they get to have all this broken down so they can prioritize. They can go through and say, okay, when we're ready to do a $100,000, $150,000 parking lot, let's look at this instead of this. City of Rochester has already had a lot of green work done to it. This is the Clinton River right here. That's the kayak launch there. Many of you are familiar with this. So what we're looking at is Rochester Road and the area underneath of Rochester Road, which is an MDOT road as well. And so we looked at, okay, how can we use that area? So this is a building nearby that is going to potentially be retrofit and rehabilitated into another use. So we can put in rain gardens, rainwater harvesting systems, beautification. So here's the existing amphitheater. I don't know if they call it an amphitheater, but we call it an amphitheater at this point. So, but let's make it an amphitheater. Let's actually get the people engaged, bring in the flagstone. Okay. And then, bioretention. Right now what's happening, I'm going to go back one. What's happening right now is water is just roaring down this pathway and just eroding out this part right here. And so what we're looking at doing is, okay, can we divert that water off this pathway into some bioretention cells, put in some putting some riparian buffers there, kind of slow down. So they wanted to provide access to the river, which is exactly what they got, and it's exactly what we need. But just one of the unfortunate consequences is then you've basically paved an area for the water to go through and cause a lot of erosion. So we're just looking at retrofitting that. So here's underneath the bridge, right? Right now it's kind of an ugly area. And I apologize if anyone looks at this and thinks it's beautiful, but I'm gonna go with ugly. So we have the, sorry. So what you see here, all this erosion is because water is coming off the bridge deck below, falling straight down and just hitting the ground, and then carrying all of that polluted runoff from the road, all of that fine suspended sediments, and clogging up the drainage system downstream. So what we looked at doing is we looked at doing bioswales, rain gardens, rain chains. So I'm going to show you a little bit about that, but how can we kind of slow that water down and get it to infiltrate as best as possible. Okay. And so what we're looking at here is these are rain chains. So instead of that water cascading 30 or 40 feet, having it run down a series of rain chains, slow that water down, have it fall then into basically an intentional rock pool. So you're going to get a little bit of a rapids kind of look there, and then having that flow into a native bioswale. We've been told that MDOT's not going to let us do this. We can envision it, even if they don't let us do it. So what we might have to do is this is actually artistic rendering. That's actually not there right now. Right now, these fall straight down. We're going to look at piping it over and then piping it into the swale, so we get that additional storage out of it anyway. So pervious, this parking lot. So this parking lot's actually brand new, but it's already seen a lot of problems because of the additional runoff coming down through here. So maybe we can just get rid of one row of parking, put in some permeable pavers in there. Okay. And then the area below the bridge, right? So part of this is placemaking. So the idea behind water towns is placemaking. It's about giving people ways to interact with their water, and then it's about us figuring out better ways to improve water quality for the Great Lakes as a whole. So, all right, let's give them a place to go. Let's put in a walkway so they can access it, murals, crosswalks, new signage. So, and anybody who knows me, if you think I had anything to do with that picture at all, not a chance, not a chance. Okay. Other than, you know what I did? I said, you know what? That concrete wall could probably use a painting on it. That was my contribution. And then Rachel made it look like a painting. So about 32% reduction, $88,000. Again, that's because there's a tremendous amount of asphalt that we're trying to capture and treat here using reasonably priced green infrastructure. Okay. All right, so what's next? Okay, it's noon, which means what's next is lunch. But what's next for this project, we have a final report we're going to deliver to the Clinton River Watershed Council. We are making presentations to all three of these communities in November at evening meetings, city council meetings, so they can see the vision, see what we came up with. Then we're going to be providing all of this stuff electronically, including the cost spreadsheets, so their engineers, their DPW, their people can start filling in numbers that are more appropriate for their specific situation. So we'll explain to them what we did and kind of allow them to take the next step forward, which also then means the Clinton River Watershed Council can work with these communities for implementing the vision when funding opportunities come about or when infrastructure has to be replaced anyway, which is what's happening in Clinton Township. So with that, if you have any quick questions, I'll gladly take them. I know you really want to get to lunch.
Yeah, Don, your, or maybe it's not yours, but the representation of the volume reductions, it's a nice visual display. I think that makes it pretty clear for folks. Are you doing anything similar for the water quality improvements that these are providing?
Nope, we actually, for this one, we stayed with water quantity. We're just trying to keep it pretty simple. I mean, we can make the allegory or the tie to water quality, but we're not saying, hey, we've already heard about how do you convey to people, this is how many pounds of phosphorus you're going to keep out. So we actually kind of kept it pretty simple. And actually, believe it or not, I can take credit for the raindrop. Rachel drew it, but I just thought we got to do something to keep it that they can really easily understand. Tammy.
I just want to say, as somebody who lives in Clarkston and has been advocating for this unsuccessfully for 10 years, thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank Clarkston. They're the ones who came to the table. So, any other questions? No? All right, well, great, thank you. We have a, sorry. So I'm going to introduce Jeff Edstrom and Sanjeev Sinha from ECT. I do not have Jeff's bio. I apologize for that, Jeff. I have Sanjeev's bio, but it would take me the better part of lunch to actually list everything he's done. I've known Sanjeev now for, you're not going to believe this probably, but it's wow, we're going on 18 years. Yeah, so we've known each other for quite a while. And so Dr. Sin has done quite a bit of work in the area of water resources, both in the Great Lakes Basin as well as around the U.S. So, Jeff?
Thanks. I'm Jeff Edstrom. I'm actually out of ECT's Chicago office, and I've been working on a project looking at environmental impacts of water use, water conservation, and stormwater management. And it's working with the Great Lakes Commission. They got the funding from the Great Lakes Protection Fund. And we're looking at the environmental impacts. And the Alliance for Water Efficiency, which is a national water conservation organization, did some analysis of water conservation for the project. The project goals to better understand the environmental and financial implications of water conservation and green infrastructure, looking at lessons learned with other municipalities, and looking at knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer is just a fancy way of saying how are we going to tell the story to people so that they know how it works in the real world. So we're basically looking at integrated view of water system and looking at the integration of water supply, water conservation and efficiency, stormwater, wastewater, and green infrastructure. And really trying to look at the short and the long-term perspectives of it and look at environmental and financial perspectives together as well. And we all know this, one size doesn't fit all. What you're going to do in one location isn't going to work in another. So what we've been doing is we've been looking at 3 communities in Oakland County, Southwest Oakland Township, Lyon Township, and Commerce Township, and looking at what's the water use, what are some of the opportunities for water conservation, what are the opportunities for green infrastructure. We're also looking at 3 communities in the Grand River watershed of Ontario. And one of the things we're looking at from ECT's perspective in terms of the stormwater management component is really looking at the effects of withdrawals of the same amounts of water and what are their impacts are going to be. And they're going to be different based on if it's Great Lakes water, is it groundwater, is it river water. 1 million gallons per day is going to have very different impacts if it's taken from Lake Huron or if you're taking it from your local groundwater. We're also looking at what's the type of storm sewer system. Is it a combined or separated? What are the stormwater practices that are used in that community? What's the development practices? And what's the location of discharge? Because what you're going to see is you're pulling water from one location. Where are you sending that water that you're using once it's been used? And really looking at the timing of some of these practices. We used a tool that we developed for another project that looks at all of those factors, and I just like to have nice screenshots of that occasionally. And then use this to develop some questions to give a sort of a scoping aspect of what are the kind of water conservation and stormwater practices that you can look at and have an output report that says this is your starting point for doing more of your analysis in terms of what might be possible. In Oakland County, there's a number of communities that are on Lake Huron water, lake surface water, but there's a lot of communities on groundwater wells, and we take a look at what are the impacts that you see from drawing water from the ground. It's taking from the water table, which takes water from base flow, from the groundwater or from streams. In terms of looking at the environmental impacts and looking at water conservation, water use, stormwater management, I like to look at it from the perspective of it being 3 water cycles and not 1. People always talk about the water cycle. And this is the main one we look at. You get rainfall coming down with precipitation, going into the groundwater, going into surface waters, going into streams, going to storage underground, and then evaporating out or trickling through the ground and going to streams, and eventually evaporating or flowing outside of the basin. So that's the ground surface. The second water cycle is the water use cycle. This is water being taken out of the ground or from a surface water, being taken through a series of pipes from treatment, distribution, use, collection, treatment again, and then discharge. So you're taking water that might be in the ground or from the surface and piping it and then eventually putting it at a different location going outside the system. And so that has certain effects. When you're taking water from the ground, you're creating a cone of depression that's pulling water from the surface. It's affecting things you've got or ecology on the surface. The third water cycle, which is a little hard to see here, is called the interrupted water cycle. This is basically storm sewer systems. One of the questions I've been asking people lately is, what's the purpose of a modern road? And they often say it's about moving cars from one place to another, moving vehicles. Really what a road is, the purpose is to move water off of it so that you don't get stuck in mud. And so it's a way to start moving water away. An interrupted water cycle is water hitting a pavement, going into pipes, and being pushed directly into a stream. So you're losing all the ecological function that might occur by it being in the ground. It's not recharging your groundwater. So if you're taking water from the ground, you're not recharging your water supply. So as you're using water, you're lowering your water level. At the same time, you're not recharging it, so you've got a double impact in some cases on that. So that's just a description. Now the project that we're looking at here, as I said, we're looking at Oakland Township, Commerce Township, and Lyon Township. We're looking at what are the impacts of taking water use in these different communities. What are some of the things that can be done? One of the things that's unique about Oakland Township is that it's at the headwaters of 5 watersheds. So a lot of what happens up here will have impacts downstream in other counties. So how you manage stormwater, how you manage your water use affects others outside of the county. So we've got the Flint, the Clinton, Shiawassee, Huron, and Rouge watersheds. And so water is moved around in all of these communities. So one of the things we're looking at in terms of water conservation, water protection, is how can you protect water recharge? How do you protect the source water from being contaminated? And then how do you reduce the impacts of water use withdrawal, whether it be from groundwater or surface water, because those impacts are going to be there. And so again, the factors that are going to dictate the water use is what's the water supply used, what's the local hydrology, what are the development patterns, what's the upstream water use, what's stormwater management design, and then the wastewater discharge location. So it's basically about where is the water coming from, where is it going to, how are you using it. And so again, what are the impacts if you're taking 1 million gallons per day? We've talked about this before. The Alliance for Water Efficiency project was they did an analysis of the water use. They've got a tool here, the conservation tracking tool that their member communities can use to analyze water use and what are some of the cost-effective water conservation strategies. And it's a very good model. It's got inputs and outputs. So the inputs include the demographic data, the weather data, customer rates, water demand, avoided costs, efficiency programs, et cetera. And the outputs are, what are your water savings going to be for different water conservation strategies? Should you have a toilet replacement program? Should you have an outdoor watering ordinance? What's going to work effectively in your community? And you take a look at a lot of the communities we're looking at in Oakland County are more residential, larger lawns in some cases. There might be smaller footprints for there. And when you look at it, just wanted to show the water use by quarter, first, second, third, and fourth quarter. And you notice there's the orange here is Lyon Township, so you can see their water use as they go through the year. Green, Southwest Oakland Township, and then the blue is Commerce Township. You can see in the summer, water use spikes. That's because there's a lot more outdoor water use going on. And if you look at there's a ratio of how much water is used in the summer relative to sort of the baseline in winter when you're not doing outdoor water use. So in Lyon Township, they use about 2.5 times the amount of water during the summer as they do in the winter. Commerce Township, it's just about 1.91. Use over 3 times the amount of water in the summer as they do in the winter. So there's an opportunity. Are you using too much? Are you using too much water during the summer? How can you reduce those water uses? If you take a look, Lyon Township and Oakland Township both use groundwater. Commerce Township uses surface water. One of the reasons why Commerce Township uses less water during the summer, that water has to move about 90 miles from Lake Huron to Commerce Township from Lake Huron. So it's a lot more expensive. So people are less willing to water. In Lyon Township and Oakland Township, it's groundwater, and it costs less, so people are willing to use more. So pricing has a big impact on it. So in Commerce Township, you've got smaller lot sizes. Two, you also have an older housing stock. You have the higher water rates. And Commerce Township also has outdoor water use restrictions. So they have odd and even alternate days and time of day restrictions. The other communities don't, so that explains some of those differences. So the water efficiency programs that were evaluated were toilet replacements, residential clothes washers, irrigation controllers, and a few of these others as well. And this gives you an idea of the cost-benefit analysis and where there might be a benefit based on the cost. Because the cost of water in Commerce Township is more expensive, some of the water conservation strategies are probably a lot more, have a better cost-benefit analysis than some of the others. If the other communities switched, it probably would make more sense to do the water conservation strategies just from a cost perspective. From an environmental perspective, though, in terms of water use for taking more groundwater, it probably makes more sense to do some of these. But the other thing is, with Oakland Township and Lyon Township, a lot of the housing stock's been built since there were low-flow toilets that were required in homes, so there's not as many opportunities. So one of the things that, for all of them, that probably makes sense is the landscape water efficiency programs targeting high irrigation users, educating contractors and customers, following up to assess the water savings, and really looking at ways to program automatic sprinklers so that less water is used. There's an opportunity for it to be almost automatic. People don't have to think about it if they just program their outdoor water use that way. And then looking at ways to look at better turf quality if you're not going to use native plants. The other thing that strategies beyond the water conservation programs is looking at rate design, more frequent billing, education, ordinances and codes, especially outdoor watering ordinances, to reduce the watering during the daytime, as well as on maybe alternate days, particularly getting the watering restrictions. And then working with the irrigation professionals so that they know what's going on, so that they can program the outdoor water use. You don't need to water your lawn every day. It's only about maybe twice a week. Twice a week is when you really need to do it. So all of the water use does have an effect, especially in the communities with groundwater supplies. And talking about the interrupted water cycle here a little bit more, if you don't recharge your groundwater, you could potentially have a longer term issue with your water supply. Southeastern Michigan has a lot of water in the ground, and the wells are actually in pretty good shape. But as development occurs more, there's more water that's taken from the ground. So you have to think about how do you make sure that you're channeling stormwater into the ground to support the ecology, but also to make sure that you're supporting your water supply long term. That's a very important thing if you've got some development going on. So you have to think about the groundwater recharge. You have to think about what are the impacts of pushing water into streams that like we do right now through streets and through pipes. What's the impact you're going to look at downstream? Do you have potential for flooding? Maybe not in your community, but maybe further down as more water is collected into streams. What about times when there could be droughts in the future? If you're not recharging groundwater as much, your water levels are going to be going lower. So you might have some potential in the future where you need to look at the droughts, because if you're lowering your groundwater levels over time, there's less water available to go into streams. That's lowering your base flow. It's impacting fish. If they're cold water streams, it might alter what fish are in your streams, and that might alter recreation. And also, you're going to have a greater likelihood of contaminants washing off the streets and going into streams as well. If you've got lower streams, you're going to have a higher concentration of contaminants. When we talk about stormwater and the broad versus concentrated impacts of stormwater management, rain falls over a broad, large-scale surface area, and water is pumped from a specific location. When we're talking about how that's going to happen, when you've got lots of pavement in an area, you're moving water that's falling on the ground into a concentrated location in pipes into a stream. When you have water pumped from wells, the impact is going to be concentrated in that area where the water is being pumped from. So you want to make sure that you're having water collecting from a broader area that's going to trickle through the ground through to support ecology and groundwater. So you've got to make sure that you're protecting the groundwater source locally for a well as in a broader range area. I think I talked about this a little bit earlier about the importance of not diverting groundwater away from streams, making sure that your water quality, you want to make sure that you're increasing the water quality by keeping the water closer to where it falls. We talked about the relative impacts of withdrawals on different water sources. Again, the impacts of taking water from the Great Lakes is relatively small, but there is the effect of moving water long distances from Lake Huron to different areas in Oakland County. So we have to think about what's the effect too of emissions from electric use. Water is very heavy. You have to look at the impacts associated with urbanization that occurs when you use a lot of Great Lakes water, because there is an opportunity to have greater urbanization. What that means is you're going to have a lot more pavement, and that means more water quality impacts as a result. Again, water use increases in the summer, so you have to think about what's the long-term impacts. I'm going to move through this a little bit more. When we talk about stormwater management, looking at what's the runoff gallons of impervious surface, or what's the runoff impacts of having impervious surfaces. One of the things we looked at for this is how are you diverting water away from where it should be falling on the ground. And you take a look at the road mile, and how much water does a road mile divert? That is, how much water will be moved away. So during a 1-inch rain, what we found is that for a 24-foot wide road that's 1 mile long, you're going to be diverting over 60,000 gallons into a stream, directly into a stream. So you have to think about what's the impact of that. This is how much water is going into streams long term. For that one road mile, that's about 1.5 million gallons per year that's being diverted away from the ground and into streams. So, and this doesn't include parking lots and other hard surfaces that are adjacent to roads. So you're taking a lot more water and pushing it away from where it would normally fall into streams. And so that means that assuming that 1-inch rain event, you're going to actually I have to fix this slide. For there are 5,400 miles of road in Oakland County, and that means about 10 million gallons of water is running off just the roads. That's not going back into the ground for recharging groundwater. That is water that's being pushed into streams. It's causing higher flows during rain events. And it is also pulling in lots more contamination. So we need to look at ways to keep that water closer to the ground. How do you reduce the amount of water that's going to go in the streams? In terms of rooftop capture for houses, we need to cut down. We need to think about ways to keep the water again from going into roadways and hard surfaces into pipes. We're looking at ways to reuse the water, ways that can be released at later times, and looking at cisterns to capture rooftop runoff. So that's something important. Looking at that recharge. One of our findings is the main recharge occurs primarily after the winter snow melt and spring rains or groundwater. So there's a need to make sure that you look at what the effective rainfall is during the during spring, and then have that affect your outdoor watering season restrictions that you might have in place, and really be proactive in providing public education to people on outdoor water use and the impact of the rainfall. The other thing we wanted to look at is green infrastructure and what's the cost and value of the green infrastructure. The importance of building rain gardens, the importance of looking at different opportunities. And we developed a tool as well that looks at what's the volume captured for different types of green infrastructure, such as native prairie, bioswales, and what are their costs and how much that can prevent in terms of keeping water in the ground, as well as reducing the number of kilowatt hours for treatment at, say, a combined sewer facility. So in this project, we were looking at, what we found is that there's a need to do an integrated water system approach to water resource planning, especially in areas where there's groundwater as a water source supply. You need to reduce the water use, particularly outdoor water use. You need to make sure that there's green infrastructure to push the water into the ground, and you need to look at the water supply and water management planning together. And the central part of that solution is a combination of water conservation efficiency and green water and green infrastructure programs, reducing the outdoor water use and doing that. So looking at some of the tools that we've identified for the project, we've got a knowledge transfer site. Here's the email or the web address. There are tools that we've developed, or the Alliance for Water Efficiency developed, to look at water pricing and the effect that that has on water use. And then we've developed a water resource planning tool that looks at the starting points for developing water conservation plans and strategies. And we're also in the process of developing municipal planning stuff. So again, looking at the final recommendations that we're looking at is outdoor water use education. Looking at how often water needs or lawns need water, the best times of day for that. Suggesting that we look at outdoor water use ordinances for communities to reduce that water use. And then look at residential rainwater harvesting beyond the rain barrel, looking at larger cisterns potentially, and so that can be used for outdoor water use. But really looking at runoff control systems as well. From a stormwater, looking at stormwater management plans, encouraging more green infrastructure through the planning process and ordinances, targeting the broader implementation of green infrastructure in specific areas. A lot of what happens with green infrastructure is it's distributed in a way where it doesn't have a real impact on recharge. So looking at, can you do rain gardens in neighborhoods? So if you get, say, for instance, if you have a small rain garden of about 30 square feet that capture about 150 gallons in a 1-inch rain, if you have 50 homes, that's going to capture 7,500 gallons of water, keeping it from going onto the road. Looking at rain barrels and cisterns, looking at ways to have automatic systems where the cisterns are emptied in advance of rain, so you have capacity in the cistern, and then released afterwards so that you've got a better timing. So that's the basic presentation. Any questions? Eventually, we're making some changes to that, but can you give me your card? We can talk about that later. But the idea is to really get a better sense of what's the acreage that you need in a specific area and what's the generic cost that we'll get at. Yes?
So this really applies to people who live in
Well, for that tool, that works a little bit more effectively for combined sewer. But because some of the costs it's looking at what's the reduced treatment cost of combined sewer wastewater treatment plant. But it does work for more rural areas because you can get a better sense of what the cost is to the infrastructure, what's the impact. You can do calculations of how much water do you want to try and reduce, and then say what different green infrastructure strategies can work.
I'm going to introduce this next panel. Let me see here on the right page. There we go. Midwest Urban Stream Restoration Panel Discussion. I'm going to introduce, I'm sorry, Dave Anthony here to introduce the other people who are going to be speaking. This is a good project that the DEQ is doing, and I think we have to understand where we were before we put all this stuff in. So we need to know where we're coming from. So I'm going to let Mr. Anthony introduce.
Thanks, Jim. I have a great opportunity to bring a broad spectrum of expertise from across the Midwest with these guys up here that represent different backgrounds, different approaches to stream restoration. And so with that, we've got like an hour and 15 minutes. We've got some prepared questions. I gave these guys some homework, and so we're going to try to go through those to kind of facilitate some of your thoughts and open it up for questions from the audience to the expert panel. So on the far left, my left, is Paul Kowalczyk. He's a water resource specialist with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. And a aquatic biologist is his background, and he's had experience throughout the country in stream restoration, and particularly in urban stream restoration, as well as I've had the privilege of working with him on some projects in Cleveland. So Paul brings a great deal of experience and a different bent than some of the engineering types, which is Brent Brown from CH2M Hill. He's a hydrologist and a professional engineer that is from the Milwaukee office of CH2M Hill and works across the Midwest and actually across the country because we run into each other in different states. So Brent is a hydrologist. We had the privilege of working together again in Cleveland, and he brings an interesting perspective, very technical background. So he'll be able to answer some of those deep engineering questions. And on the far end is Ralph Resnick. He's a professional engineer and a hydrologist with the MDEQ and a member of the Michigan Stream team. So Ralph's work, I've long used a lot of his data when we're looking at stream restoration projects. The work that he and his colleagues have put together have helped inform the design for a lot of different projects, and it's good information that all of you should draw upon when you're looking at doing stream restoration projects. So with that, I'm going to start with the first question. What motivations for implementing stream restoration projects are as different as the communities that the stream passes through? Although each project is unique, what characteristics are common to be successful in an urban context? Who'd like to start?
I can take a first crack at it. I think some of the things that make for a successful project is multidisciplinary teams. I mean, Dave, you mentioned it in the question itself, is that each project is unique as a community that runs through, and I believe that from a technical side as well. That in some projects you're maybe involving a geotechnical engineer, a structural engineer, a geomorphologist, typically on all the stream-based projects. But I think the diversified team of people that supports and complements the ultimate project manager is a key aspect of a successful team. I think also having the partnerships that you've got the communities that the stream is flowing through, and we heard it through several of the previous presentations that partnerships are key to no matter whether it's green infrastructure or gray infrastructure, and certainly streams, as the streams are what tie some of those different green infrastructure aspects together. So I think that partnership and vested interest is a critical part to a successful implementation.
Paul, you've had some opportunities to work with different communities. What have you seen?
Yeah, well, I kind of like to start with the process. And really, no matter what community you're working in or what your ultimate approach is or who is on your team, it's really important just to start out at the high level and work down to the reach level. So that starts with your master plan of either an entire watershed or a sub-watershed, and then working with the communities at that point, and then going down to looking at your hydrology and hydraulics. So when you start honing in on the reach level, you know what's coming at you, what pollutants and what sorts of flows you're getting. And then finally after that, getting down to the geomorphology itself and looking to see where your problem reaches are and what's going on in those reaches. And just making sure that knowing what you know about the watershed, the community, the hydrology and hydraulics, the geomorphology, some of your property issues and those constraints, you can kind of set goals according to what you think you can achieve in a reach. You might not be able to get that perfect meander pattern in an urban setting, but you might be able to use, say, your local or your state habitat procedures to pick off the habitat types that you can address. Maybe you can improve riffle pool quality, or maybe you can improve the riparian habitat. And so I think just going through that step-by-step process is going to make the project much more successful.
Ralph, you come at it from a state perspective here in Michigan, particularly. What do you see as a common denominator?
Well, I think I agree with everything that's been said so far. The one thing on a non-technical level, and some folks brought it up in different discussions this morning, is you need a champion. You need somebody who's going to push the project through and make sure that everybody keeps working together and sees the project through to completion. On a more technical basis, as you go through the process, it's like a big puzzle, and with many, many moving parts, both technical and political, social. And if you change one, you have to go back and look at all the others again. You can't focus on any one piece of it and expect to get through without messing up some other aspect of the puzzle. So those would be the things I think drive the process. Make sure you look at everything, and make sure you have someone who's really going to keep pushing for the project. Sometimes many people, a group of people, but someone's got to do that.
Mm-hmm. And I think, Paul, you mentioned about going through the process from the top down and identifying what you know and going through that process and then following through the steps. I think equally as important in that is identifying what you don't know. And rarely will we complete a project where we know all the answers, we have all the soils data, we have all the survey information that we need. And I think it's rare that we actually get all that information through a design, but that helps inform us on what contingency plans, say, need to be in place in the design. What belt and suspenders approach do we want to take to try and cover the uncertainty so that we have a level of safety, a factor of safety in the design, but it's appropriate and it tries to bracket the unknowns or the uncertainties of just not having all the information.
Okay, we're going to switch into something that ties into this conference topic in a more direct way, looking at the nexus between green infrastructure and streams. Implementing green infrastructure into comprehensive stormwater management planning has many benefits. Have you experienced or learned of a particular good approach to implementing green infrastructure that has had a measurable effect on stream health?
I'll start.
Okay, Ralph.
And down in Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County Drain Commissioner, City of Ann Arbor have been working together on Mallett's Creek, where they have actually had a measurable impact on the flow in Mallett's Creek. So they were, between rain garden programs, some regional projects, they have added to the health of that creek, plus they've done some other things to the creek in addition to this, but they were able to show a measurable effect on the flow to Mallett's Creek, take away some of those effect of urbanization, those urbanized flows.
And I think that's some of the benefits of and the overlap between green infrastructure and streams is that I see, green infrastructure commonly, we saw it in some of the graphics earlier in the presentations. They're many times individual projects, and they're scattered and are diverse and set out as, say, source reduction. And what the stream is to me the connectivity between all those individual projects. And I think that the stream aspect provides that more systems view to stormwater management, and in this case, green infrastructure. And I think some of the values, the benefits that I see to it from an urban stream side is a replenishment or a stabilization of a base flow. Is what I'm seeing in the place that I work is that we've got base flow that's not a functional base flow for the biology of the stream. And it's because of an interrupted hydrologic cycle that Jeff Edstrom hit on in some of his lunchtime talk. And I see that a value not only from a functional value, biological value of a stream, that green infrastructure is helping to provide a base flow, provide a healthy, cool water environment, not trying to turn every stream into a cold water stream, but recognizing that water coming out of a stormwater basin that's unshaded is not a functional volume coming to a stream. I think that then also has the added value in an urban environment that having more base flow is helping the rooted structure of our bank stabilization. Our bank stabilization is typically we're striving for vegetation, and erosion that we see in an urban environment is often caused by dry perched soils that don't get frequent wetting, and essentially they will wash away quicker than if the soil is wet and moist and has some cohesiveness to it. So I see green infrastructure providing the value of maintaining the soil structure as well in the stream environment.
Paul?
Actually, Brent touched on something I was going to mention, which is that base flow. If you get enough good green infrastructure in a watershed, you can maintain some of that base flow in a lot of these urban streams and help maintain the biology. And I guess I do want to touch on sort of one negative impact I've mentioned, and it's not really for all green infrastructure per se, but a lot of stormwater practices where there is a mandate to control to a specific discharge, say maybe the pre-development 2-year event. And now you can correct me because I'm a biologist, so I'm going to try and talk in layman's terms here. But we design to a bank full often, and a lot of times that's correlated with something near a 1 to 2 year event, somewhere in that range. But if these stormwater practices are discharging at a similar range, and the other issue with a lot of these stormwater practices is they shave the peak off the hydrograph, but the hydrograph is still pretty long. And what you end up doing, and since the idea is that a 1 to 2 year event is what forms that channel, what you do is you end up extending that period of that event that does most of the work in the channel, and you're still degrading your streams. So
that's interesting.
That's something that we definitely need to consider in a lot of our stormwater practices.
Ralph?
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
In Michigan, and I think a lot of places, the way to address that is you need to not only address the detention, the rate of release, but also the volume. Mm-hmm. And if you do that, you can maintain, you can or at least try to get back to as close as possible, a natural hydrograph, mm-hmm. and eliminate that extended tail. Mm-hmm. So it's really, you have to address the volume, take the additional volume out that you've produced by imperviousness. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to add one more thing on this topic is I think that this is the change in hydrology is intimately related to stream restoration, and you can't do one without the other. We really have to have the tools to have a healthy hydrologic response along with any stream restoration work we do in order to be sure it's maintained.
And I think I would add that on the technical side of, one of the common design storms that you'd be looking at, or design flows that you'd be looking at in a channel design would be this bank full 1 to 2 year flow rate. And I think in the urban environment, I think it's of critical importance that we're looking at this range of hydrographs. I think what Paul's getting at as well on the technical side is almost a continuous simulation of what is the hydrograph for a, say, typical year or a period of time that we can be looking at the leading and lagging edges of a hydrograph. But I think the majority of stream projects, you won't have that's a continuous simulation of a year. Not meaning to suggest that we need to do continuous simulation for an entire year for each project, but at least looking at ranges of flows. And while some methodologies really push for designing towards a bank full, the urban environment is a different place that a range of flows needs to be considered, not only from a sediment standpoint, but then from a capacity hydraulic conveyance standpoint too.
From the discussion, you can see that there's a variety of tools that the stream restoration practitioner brings to use when evaluating a watershed and a stream. But guys, is there a particular type of protocol for stream restoration, in particularly the urban environment, that you found to be somewhat, not bulletproof, but at least your go-to protocol for evaluating a stream?
I would say that in my opinion, there's not one silver bullet of use this one versus use that one. I think there's a lot of great resources, whether it be from EPA guidance documents or even NRCS documents for more agricultural practices. There's good works out of Federal Highway Administration. Individual states have their own. And quite honestly, it's a step back, in my opinion, that each one of these projects you're looking at, what are the goals, what are the objectives, what are we trying to achieve here, and then basing the tools that you're using on that. I can't say that aside from some of the courses that I've gone through, that I've used a single sole method from a project start to finish, aside from during those training courses that you do start to finish.
Paul, what about your experience?
I always say, if anyone remembers the Rubik's Cube, and you always were the fastest if you combine the two solution books together and combine those methods. And I think that's kind of the way restoration works, is you might pull a piece from this training and a piece from that training that kind of fits your goals and objectives and what you really want to achieve. So there's no real silver bullet or cookbook method, I would say.
Ralph, you've seen a lot of action. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think the first thing you have to do is know what question you're trying to answer. Sometimes it's as simple as we need to protect the building from flooding, and sometimes the situation calls for something very aggressive, like a lot of riprap. Most other than I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't like to see that most of the time, but sometimes that's what you're left with. I think you have to identify what you're trying to achieve, and I think what some folks said today, there was a theme a little bit that you heard from time to time, was that one thing influences the other. There was common spaces you heard. We put in the walking path, or I forget the maintenance path,
right.
To use on the stormwater control project, and there's a lot of things that build. We talked a little bit before this about the functional pyramid,
right?
And you could use that as a tool to replace the function that the stream had before, even though your action may be geared towards some specific thing of stability or habitat replenishment. What that one thing does affects a lot of other things, and you can look at that as a tool to try to impact all those things in the best possible way. You can't always have 100% positive outcome, particularly in urban streams, but you can address as many of those things as you can.
Right. The interconnectedness and the devil in the details is really something you can't overlook.
Right.
We're going to shift gears and kind of talk about getting these projects funded. And The question is, dam removal and stream restoration in the U.S., and especially in Michigan, is gaining momentum, and funding for these projects is highly competitive. What do you see as the keys to gaining funding for these projects, and what, if any, advice can you offer grant applicants when preparing application proposals? It's a tough one. Paul? I thought you were ready.
So I was ready. So a fish is swimming up a river, and it bumps its head. What's it say? Damn, that's right. Okay. Just wanted to make sure the food coma was over. Sorry,
All right,
I've always
all
wanted
right.
to do that. I've always wanted to do that.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
No,
Brent?
honestly, really just two things on that one.
Okay.
Critical habitat upstream. If you've got a target species and you know that its spawning habitat is upstream, definitely make sure that you identify that, find out how much, what quality, where, how far from your dam, everything. As much information on that as you can get, and then any listed species in the watershed that you might be able to improve their habitat or their numbers.
So it's selling the ecological return on investment then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Brent?
I would support that. I would also add nutrient management as well. A lot of times the dams, depending on how big the dam is, are you having an impoundment behind it that is potentially going anoxic in some times of the year, releasing phosphorus from the sediment, and now you're creating a nutrient issue further downstream. Are you able to create or remove a legacy nutrient load coming from the impounded sediments behind the structure? So I think a tie on top of the biology side, a tie to nutrient reductions and those water quality benefits, I think would add. I would also say monitoring. All too often that we're hearing that monitoring is never a funded aspect or a complete part of a project, that we'll implement a project, but then we won't be there to see what is the return on that investment of the biology. Did we hit that target species? Are we getting more spawning area now? Let's do that monitoring to see if it pays off for something. And I think the last thing that I would add to this is as much as we're looking at target species, whether they're threatened or an endangered species, one of the things that I'm seeing in areas is that focus of what about the invasive species? Are we now creating the barriers while it's an impairment or an impediment for the target species, it's also a barrier for the invasive species for accessing further parts of that watershed. So I think that that's something that not to say that you shouldn't be doing projects or looking for where there's a threat of an invasive species, but to me at least identifying how you're mitigating or how you're accounting for that, I think will show a complete application in terms of a grant application.
Good point. Ralph?
In a word, beyond all else, persistence.
Yeah.
There's limited amounts of funding. There's way more projects than the funding will cover. That doesn't mean that your project isn't any good. It just means that you got to wait in line a little longer. We did a project where I live in Dimondale. We worked on for 15 years to remove a dam, and was able to achieve most of it with grant funding without a lot of local dollars spent, local tax money anyway spent, a lot of partners. So specifically though, is that word partners again. A lot of the grants, each grant is unique, so you have to look at what they're looking at, but there's usually some other effect that they're trying to achieve besides just getting the dam out. So once again, there's multiple things being achieved by the project. Most grants look at the number of partners you have participating and the community support behind it. That's what I would say.
Good idea. Persistence always pays off, and it does take many years to see a project to fruition. All right, I'm going to open it up now for questions from the audience, and I'm going to walk around and hand out the microphone, and guys have at it. So.
I want to ask you about the concept of daylighting a stream, and in particular, I'm talking about Detroit. I know there's been a study on Bloody Run on the east side, and then on the west side, there's so much vacancy of land in the Brightmore area. There's actually a stream valley that's being exposed, and there's no more dwellings near that stream valley. But of course, all the water now goes into a combined sewer, and take the watershed and green the watershed with green infrastructure. This is all for the future, obviously. and then use that and feed into the stream that's there, or really sometimes buried and you have to uncover it. And then, I lost my train of thought, but anyways, you know, feed that stream with the green, so this water from the future green infrastructure from a master plan in Detroit wouldn't go back into a combined sewer. We don't want it to get into there. That's where it all goes now. That's why the stream bed is dry on the west side of Detroit, Brightmoor. Put it into that stream bed. Anybody have any experience or comments about, that's a very future concept.
I guess as a stream engineer, and I would never advocate for keeping a stream culverted and closed up. I think in any opportunity to look for daylighting a stream is good if done right. You know, if it's an isolated area of only having pockets of daylighting in the stream in short segments, to me that creates a hydraulic challenge. So I put on my engineer's cap and say that creates a hydraulic challenge of having a widely variable cross section of a channel. It just creates challenges that may not have a return on the biological aspect. But I don't know the specific of the project you're speaking of, but in the general concept of daylighting, I can't think of an example to where daylighting was a better, or that keeping a stream culverted was better for the biology than daylighting it.
Has it been done anywhere?
Daylighting streams?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Many places. Kalamazoo was one of an early one. Guys?
Just one thing to add about with daylighting, and I don't know the specifics of your project either, but if it is in a CSO area, you just have to be careful with daylighting and making sure that you're not potentially creating a public health issue by exposing people.
You can't go without improving the green infrastructure in the watershed. That's the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have one without the other.
Correct.
The stream has no water
Correct.
left in it. The valley's still there. It all goes in the
Yeah,
So if there are CSOs, there would have to be some measure of separation maybe potentially before that could happen.
prevent CSOs from happening if you
Exactly.
storm over.
Exactly.
And Don's got something important to say here, but before he does, I was just going to add that it's usually not as simple as opening up the pipe. You need to know that because the watershed's changed.
I'm not really talking about opening up a pipe because originally when I heard the concept was about 10, 15 years ago, someone said, let's bring back Connor Creek. And I worked for the water department. You don't want to bring you want to create something new that has to be fed by green infrastructure and a new stream, and that's it. And then you keep more water out of the combined sewer to have less overflow.
That's right. There you go.
What I was going to say most was just covered by Ralph and what you just said. You know, the concept of daylighting is a very complicated issue, and you can't daylight something that just doesn't exist anymore. And the Bloody Run and Connor Creek, they don't exist anymore. I mean, not in any context of what they were historically. So it's a very complicated hydrologic, hydraulic, social, and water quality issue. It's very, very complicated. So I know people hear these ideas. Hey, daylighting sounds great. I'm all for daylighting, but it's got to be at the right location, at the right place, like Jackson, like Kalamazoo. So,
Ralph, this might be a place where you could talk about your work up in the UP with in the copper country.
Well, it's not really urban.
No, but it's the same type of idea where you've got contaminated earth.
It was a project, it's called, the problem is stamp sands. At the turn of the century, the way copper was mined was they beat the copper out of as they mined it up in the Keweenaw, they beat the copper out of it. They literally pounded it and got rid of the weight, got the copper and got rid of the waste material by just sending it through a sluiceway to the river. And it created these huge areas. If you look on something like Google Maps or some other satellite imagery, you can actually see these very large pockets up in the Keweenaw of just gray areas. And those are stamp sands. They're black sands. Nothing grows on them. The sun heats them up so much that isn't conducive to biological activity, and they're full of copper. So if the water runs through them, it causes problems in the receiving stream downstream. So what we had to do was get the water away from that source, and we either moved the stream away from the source if it was something that we couldn't take somewhere else, or we moved the source, but then we had to restore the stream. And so there were miles and miles of stream we had to recreate, and we had to find reference reaches and design the stream according to what we found elsewhere up in the UP that was stable and functioning, had good habitat, good fish populations, and we did that for miles and miles. And in some cases, it worked well. In other cases, we found we missed a variable or something, and we had to go in and make corrections after at the end of the project. After a couple of years, the project was in place. But you could apply it's a similar process anywhere else you go. There has been projects, some on almost that scale, but mostly on smaller scales of stream relocations or stream rehabilitation in urban areas that do something very similar. And a daylighting operation might be just that, particularly down in Detroit, where you now have large areas of land that you can make available for that purpose.
Where usually the waterways were former industrial lands that are now brownfields, and levels of contamination are beyond what copper would do to anything.
It would be exactly the same thing. Get rid of those upper soils and put the stream back. Sure.
Any other thoughts, guys? Or?
No, that's good.
All right, another question for our panelists. If not, I'm going back to the canned questions.
Yeah, it's just what I was thinking.
Paul, this one's for you. The project on Mallett's Creek. As I recall, in an earlier presentation, a woman had a question that the drain code is not well suited to those types of projects, and I don't know how that would be, but was there anything special that needed to be done in order to use green infrastructure on the restoration of that part of Mallett's?
With respect to the drain code?
Mallett's Creek.
Yeah, the one, I think I mentioned it. I think you probably meant to direct it to me. Not particularly. There's a lot of special things that had to be done. The project had its own set of complications, but I think each drain commissioner often reads the drain code differently. There's different interpretations of the drain code. And I don't know exactly what the issue was that the lady was talking about this morning, but there may have been something in the drain code specific to that project that we didn't realize. But there's no prohibition from doing using green infrastructure on, that process is not prohibited from the drain code. There could be a specific instance where something is there that a drain commissioner can't work outside of his boundary or something along those lines. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, kind of broaden that question a little bit more for the rest of the guys that don't have a particular specific instance or a project like you had, but have you found instances where the regulations were in conflict with the stream restoration goals? Has that ever?
I have not experienced that in projects that I've done, no.
Only instances where some of the remapping of a 100-year floodplain might make it more difficult to restore a reach, because sometimes you're adding roughness to a stream, and you could be perceived as actually increasing that 100-year flood stage, which we aren't.
Yeah, that's
really
a big
allowed
issue
to do.
here in Michigan, where the flood stage is very critical to a lot of the DEQ and the drain commissioners, and so we often get into these discussions about the channel roughness in the proposed condition and how that's going to affect the water surface for these different flood events, and that sometimes is one of the devils that you have to deal with in designing a restoration project.
And wetlands.
And wetlands.
If you inadvertently drain a wetland during the course of your project, that wouldn't be good.
Right.
I was hoping you would touch upon some of the other challenges. I think they were referred to, but really weren't elaborated upon, such as utility crossings, bridges, culverts, properties, channelized streams, some of the things that are, you're not going to experience on a non-urban stream.
I think each one of those utility issues and crossings or right-of-ways, easements, whatever classification we want to give them, anything that's going to impact the stream is, it's real and it's there, and it's experienced on certainly every project that I've worked on. I don't think I've worked on a single project that hasn't had some type of utility or third-party, landowner coordination. And I guess it's going back to the word on the partnership side of, clearly you're not going to have every utility just waiting at your wing to be a partner with you, but having that clear communication and the knowledge of what would be your impact to that utility or easement, whatever the issue is, and being able to present to that entity the steps that you've taken to minimize those impacts. And to me, that communication is a critical part, and that showing your efforts as, say, the lead entity on the project of respecting what that easement or utility is and how you're taking actions to minimize that impact. And then at the end of the day, it's going to be a negotiation between whether the project is taking on the cost of relocating a utility, or if that's taken on by the entity itself.
I can just add that if you're lucky, you could show that utility potentially that you're actually protecting their future potentially. Right. The stream might not be about their structure or their crossing or whatever it is, but you might identify it as an opportunity to give them a little bit more protection during your project.
The last portion of that is just identifying your limitations up front, because they're real, and you can't put a trout stream everywhere. Either sometimes because of urbanization, sometimes because of the natural features in your area, and that's part of the project. You need to identify what my limitations are in order to see how far I can, what type of functionality can I create with my stream restoration project.
I would say sometimes, especially on the homeowner side, they don't want that trout stream. They don't want the naturalized channel. They want the riprap, because the perception is that it's a more efficient conveyance channel and it's going to be better off for their property. And in reality, it can be quite the opposite. And so I think those public engagement, those meetings of whether you're meeting at the town hall for that 7 p.m. 2-hour open house session, I can't think of a project I've worked on that has not had a public outreach component to it. And the degree at which you go out into the public, to me, is just knowing your homeowner or your landowner base. And it's a real part of the project, and one that should be considered at the very early onset. Early enough so they feel engaged, but then further enough along to where you've got something to present them and alternatives, and be transparent, like Kevin had said in his presentation of publicizing how much volume of CSO Milwaukee has. To me, that's it builds credibility, and then going to build your partnership base.
Yeah, to build on that, Paul, your experience, we all know how important public engagement is to these projects in particular, because the science is rather new, but you've had the opportunity to work with educators to not only build it, but also to monitor it and use it as an educational opportunity.
I think that's really important too, because if you're in a school setting, you can get teachers excited about it. They can tell their students, and their students take that home to their parents, and their parents start to understand the project. I think that's great when you can work with schools. Back on the public in general and in urban settings, sometimes when these projects are bid out, there might be an opportunity for maybe one public meeting, and they call it a public meeting, and people show up and they think they're going to get to voice their opinion, or they're going to say what they want to happen, and really it's just an informational meeting. And that really has to be stated up front, that hey, you people are coming, we're kind of just telling you what we'd like to do. So it's important to try and get several meetings during the whole process. The other thing, in these urban settings, some of these riparian areas might be the only green space for miles, and the engineer or some of the city people who aren't in the neighborhood all the time might not realize that this is actually the dog park, or there is a jogging trail that somebody uses all the time, or if you show up there at 5 o'clock on a Friday, maybe there's the impromptu neighborhood happy hour going on in that area. So you kind of need to show up with those like 5:30, 5 o'clock p.m. times to see if the community is actually using that space and plan accordingly and engage those people really early, because it might look like a blighted kind of urban overgrown corridor, but it could be a valued community asset, and you want to know what these people really want to see happen out there.
Excellent point. Good point. All right. Anyone else? Yes.
So some of you guys have had experience outside of Michigan. I was wondering if you could comment on different funding mechanisms that other states use to encourage greater investment in both dam removal and stream restoration. Other statewide mechanisms to sort of recoup the costs from other regulatory mechanisms and then invest that back into stream restoration.
For the organization I work for, there's a WRRSP program, Water Resource, boy, I can't even remember the name of my
Restoration.
Restoration program, thank you. And the funding comes from the loan interest on our own capital projects. So some of the gray infrastructure, the large tunnel projects, the interest on those loans is made available for environmental organizations, watershed groups to apply for restoration funding from that money. And I think it's a really neat program, and we encourage it, especially within our service area, to try and get more restoration completed in our service area, because that's one way of getting green infrastructure in our service area also. When I say green infrastructure, I say more stream corridor and passive green infrastructure type of work. So I like that one.
Brent?
I'd say aside from just some of the standard statewide or like Great Lakes Restoration Initiative type grant funding, I would say that private foundations have certainly taken a more keen interest in these types of projects. And what I've seen, so speaking in Wisconsin, my backyard, what we're seeing, and I know Ohio is looking at this model as well as they're developing nutrient regulations. Funding for watershed-based projects, which would include stream restoration, is becoming available as part of a permit condition for industrial or municipal dischargers. Kevin Schaefer has it in his permit. Every permitted discharge, when they come up on renewal, they have it. And it's a mechanism that the state has allowed to encourage more watershed investments. And in exchange for a permitted point source to work in the watershed, they get relaxed permit limits. Still strict permit limits, but not as strict as if you didn't select this watershed-based option. There's credit trading as well. We could get into a whole conversation about trading and banking credits and this and that. It's similar to that, but less accounting that you would have for a trading program. So I think an innovative and very progressive approach that Wisconsin has taken and other states are looking towards is looking at how do we fund these watershed-based improvements, because the reduction in phosphorus and TSS and other water quality metrics that are generally the permit drivers for these entities is also correlated to habitat and other watershed-based projects. And so how can we tie those two together, because there's not sufficient funding in the watershed. We know the dominant source of, say, pollution load to the water bodies is from the streams and the agriculture and other, say, non-traditional sources. And this is a mechanism that pushes the responsibility in some aspect to the permitted discharge, but the end goal is taking this watershed approach. And so I see that as being, it's progressive in Wisconsin, and other states in the Midwest are looking at it, and I see that one as being the biggest out-of-the-box type approach of how do we fund these, because we've got the knowledge, we know where we need to spend the money on, and spending $200 million to upgrade a wastewater plant to remove a couple of pounds of phosphorus, where we could get, an equivalent scale of tens of thousands of pounds from the watershed for a fraction of the cost. The dollars and cents
don't make sense for our conventional approach to funding watershed projects.
Ralph, any thoughts?
Well, I don't work out of state very often.
I know.
But the only thing I add to what I've heard of programs like this, there's also some states do some form of payment in lieu program. So, you know, if you have a hard time meeting, I think it's North Carolina has a very strict mitigation program. The developer can make a payment to a fund, and then the state goes in elsewhere to a
North Carolina's got a very progressive approach to that. Any other questions? Okay, Jim.
Considering we're talking about daylighting, considering in Detroit there's very large areas now that are used to be built up. I mean, they hid these streams. Nobody even knew where these streams were. They didn't know existed. Do you see the potential for, as we have large open spaces now in the city, to daylight and then use as detention for stormwater? I mean, you know what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
So what is the potential for that? DEQ did recently the mapping of all the streams in Detroit, right?
I think somebody else did that, but I think we took advantage of it. Some folks in the room might know. But the simple answer is yes. You could take advantage of that. The more complicated answer is where we go back to what we said earlier, is that some of those streams were literally filled in. The watersheds have changed. So.
Topography, you think has changed that much?
Sure. But my point being is you would have to look at each one case by case. The water's been redirected to other sub-watersheds. So I think it really should be done and can be done. I think it's just a matter of, it's just not as easy as going back and opening up that old stream channel. So you've got to make sure all the hydrology works, all hydraulics work. A lot of the stormwater has been directed far underground from where it used to be. Getting it back up out of those pipes back up to the surface is a challenge.
One of the pictures that Kevin showed in his presentation was of the Menominee Valley in the Milwaukee area. And this was a project led by the Department of City Development within the city. Former rail line area, animal processing plants, steel yards. It was an area that had probably the equivalent things growing in it than what grow on a copper pile up in the UP. Blighted area of the city, completely unused. Channel was not, the Menominee River was not channelized there, but everything else is probably the same in your example, except it just wasn't in a culvert. Significant investment in reclaiming contaminated soils. The city took the lead on taking care of the remediation, developing stormwater parks, taking care of the overall stormwater plan, all the utilities of the area, and they essentially prepped the land for redevelopment. And it is probably, if you were to pick one project in the Milwaukee area that was a success of taking an environmental initiative by the city, that would be its biggest success. And there are studies done on the economic return on investment, not only from the social side of converting social aspects into dollars. There have been those studies done looking at habitat equivalency analyses and net environmental benefits, and then of course looking at just straight economics. And it's a massive return on investment. And I'd be happy to share links and reports on that, and would certainly welcome. I would be happy to take you on a site tour. It's a real glowing success of the city. Summertime's better than winter.
Paul?
I've got nothing to add.
Paul,
on that
nothing
one.
to add?
Nothing
Okay.
to add.
Any other questions? Well, I've got another good one. Stream restoration in its purest form is focused on restoring habitat, morphology, and function to a stream. In the urban environment, the habitat includes people. What process or techniques have you found to be effective when engaging the public or stakeholders in a stream restoration project?
I think that Paul hit on it at the beginning is making sure that your public information meetings or public engagement, whatever the public meeting is, that there is the strategy involved of what are you doing in that project, and from a public outreach side, and what is the strategy. Just going through the motions and checking off that box that I'm required to have a public meeting isn't going to be as beneficial to your project as it could be. Is engaging the public, the general public, sometimes challenging? Absolutely. But I think in the end, it's a benefit overall to your project, and it will return on its investment for next subsequent projects. That if you gain that momentum on the first one, you're going to have to put more effort in on the first project. You gain that momentum, you get people talking. You've got the flyers and the promotional brochures and things of lobbying your commission or other grantees of making this successful. To me, that's an important part of the process. I think on the administrative side of public engagement, I think one of the challenges and one of the focuses of public engagement needs to be extracting beneficial comments from the public. All too often, the general public will just give you general comments that while you understand their comment coming in, oh, we want to have more green space. Well, what is it about that green space that you want? So I think that extracting what is the true benefit, what is the true public feedback is an important aspect of how is that going to influence your design, so that when you do your project that you can hit on those key parts to the public.
Okay.
I think the only thing I could add to that is when it comes down to it, you could meet just about every single project goal and objective, but in the end, your project, especially in an urban area, is only as good as the public opinion. Mm-hmm. And as long as you can get everybody interested and everybody likes the project, it's going to be successful.
Well, you can't underestimate the educational opportunities that you have to explain what you're doing, as well as what the end outcome is. That's what really is the effect.
I think a huge ally, particularly here, we've got watershed groups all over. If they haven't brought the project to you in the first place, and engage them to help you get the message across to the folks in the watershed. Because they're probably already in touch with them. They're already working on the resources involved there.
Yeah. And I think the Watertowns presentation I thought was a great example of extracting from the public what is it that we're looking for, and what is that roadmap to making it happen.
Got a question?
This is along the same, in the same vein. Have there been any plans, or have any projects been done where you actually bring the public in as part of the beginning design, or homeowner resident contingent or homeowners group or something, to actually be involved in the beginning of the project design?
That on projects that I've worked on, those typically happen more at the grassroots side versus, when I'm retained by a drain commission or municipality or a sewage district, that has typically happened in the earlier phases of, say, project definition. Not to say that can't happen at the level, and quite honestly, when we have public information or public meetings, those events happen whether they're solicited or not. And I think accepting and integrating those, and if you can't do something that is communicated back to that individual commenter, I think not only encouraging the conversation, but then if you get feedback from a person, I think it's your responsibility to also circle back with that entity or individual, so they know that their voice has been heard. Whether or not you are able to incorporate their suggestion or not, I think it's an important public outreach part to close that loop, so that they don't feel that their voice was just listened to but not heard.
Right. The bottom line is that I think you all would agree that there needs to have been, in some type or at some point in the process, an effective public engagement process to get stakeholders engaged in the projects and be supporters of the projects versus antagonists or problems for you when you're getting into design.
And on the implementation side, there are opportunities, and that we have partnered with local watershed groups or river revitalization groups. We've worked with some troubled inner city youth groups of having interns and co-ops and things like that to try and help build and foster a career goal for maybe an inner city group. We have done that on several projects before.
It used to be they would do that with the feasibility report. That would be included as the EPA, they would slap it onto the back whenever it's for the community, whatever it's about. We did that in the
And
Okay.
federal projects, my involvement in federal projects, there is more of that than on just say more local or state side projects.
Any other thoughts from the audience? Comments? Okay. Here's another one. Sadly, stream restoration project failures resulting from urban watershed variables are all too common, especially for urban stream restoration projects. What adaptive management strategies have you experienced in the repair of these failed restoration projects that seem to be effective?
I don't know. I don't
It's an
have
inside
any.
joke.
I don't have any of those.
They're all perfect.
I've had my experience.
They're all perfect. Could I start on this one?
Yeah.
Adaptive management. For one, I guess if it's a good adaptive management strategy and an adaptive management program, hopefully you've sort of identified some areas of your project that maybe aren't functioning the way they should be, and you've got an opportunity to go in there before the failure happens and tweak something and fix the problem before it really turns into a problem. In the cases where you really don't have that ability to do that, you definitely have to go in and make a fix. And in urban areas, I think the one experience, I guess the only major experience I've had with a project that was adjusting was to go in there and adjust the riffle cross section. And I think in that case, it was really just identifying that the riffle cross section may have been a little bit too narrow and too deep for the discharge, and we didn't have a whole lot of floodplain in this urban system, so we went back and we made the width-depth ratio a little bit higher in that cross section, and that seemed to alleviate some of the issues we had. For other projects, adaptive management can be really beneficial. You may, in a system, decide to design your channel to actually grade a little bit, but it might be difficult to predict exactly where that's going to happen. So you can do your design and do some revegetation when you're finished with construction, but then later plan to come back and maybe tweak that vegetation a little bit and maybe add vegetation where you've gotten some of that deposition you've predicted. So that would be sort of a good adaptive management strategy if you design a channel that way. And then this kind of goes back also to some of the dam removal projects that we discussed. Some dam removal projects you need to remove the sediment ahead of time. Some dam removal projects, if the sediment isn't a problem or if it's not contaminated, you can remove the dam and let the sediment go downstream. Of course, you don't know what's going to happen exactly upstream when it's done. And if it's a pretty large project, it's going to be really difficult to predict how that stream is going to respond. And so you really have to have a good adaptive management plan ready to go for when, 4 months down the road, 6 months down the road, a year down the road, to make adjustments in that channel now that the sediment has started to move around and maybe the stream is actually starting to form its pattern again. So.
How important is it to have a contingency plan in your back pocket when you're looking at these urban waterways?
I think at the very least, you have to have an O&M plan. Yeah. Anyone who deals with any kind of engineered structure, whether it's a sewer pipe or if it's green infrastructure or streams, there should be an O&M plan. Now, in an ideal world, we could do this and walk away, and the vegetation and the rocks and everything would become stronger and more resilient over time because it's natural and it's native and it's growing and it's fortifying everything. But it doesn't always happen that way. So at the very least, make sure that most projects, or at least reserve some funding for some operations and maintenance.
And I think that plan, you can anticipate certain things. All right, here's where my weaknesses could be if I didn't get this right. Here's the place I got to watch the most. Inspect those more often, on a recurring basis, and be ready with some repair that might pop up. Have that right in that O&M plan.
Yeah, I think it's this is great. I think a recognition that these projects are different than putting in gray infrastructure. It's not putting a pipe in and burying the pipe where we have design manuals. You've got 80 years, 100 years of doing this, and we know building gray infrastructure. This is it's a natural system, and I think recognizing that and realizing that there is going to be some maintenance. I guess I'm a little bit reluctant to call it a contingency plan because that that to me accepts failure as a possible outcome.
Right.
And I think that O&M is a better way of describing it. They're recognizing that as part of a normal, typical process, you need to do O&M, probably more intensive for the first couple of years and much less intensive for years after that as fortifying. I like that word, Paul. As things start to settle and move and congeal together through the root structure and the settling of the blocks and so forth, that you reserve that not only in your psyche and with your commissions and the people that you need to get approvals from, but then also on budget sides of just recognizing for the long-term success of the project, it may be a few maintenance activities afterwards.
And not just what you maintain, but also what you leave alone. Rivers are a dynamic system, so there's going to be a little erosion. There's going to be some changes in, if you have loose rock structures, the river's going to resort those rock structures a little bit. Some of that's okay. Put that in the maintenance plan too. It's okay to let that move a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the only thing we didn't really touch on there is invasive species.
Right.
Invasive species management, Phragmites, narrowleaf cattail, Japanese knotweed. Some organizations or people consider that just an aesthetic problem, but if you think of it from a restoration problem, it's invasive species change the root structure of the floodplain vegetation. They change the way the water flows along that stream and along the floodplain. They change the way nutrients are cycled along the floodplain. They change the way sediment and other things deposit along the floodplain. So it's not just an aesthetic problem. Maintaining native riparian vegetation is really important.
Take one more question from the audience.
This is about invasive species, not about Yeah, I had the good pleasure of working with Bob Muller from Royal Oak. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's been doing a fish study in the Rouge Basin, and one of the dams that was taken out is at Wayne and Michigan Avenue. And as far as invasive species going, the study has to, over the next few years, has to include how far is the brown goby? I think it's a goby, they call it, the invasive fish, which was stopped at the dam, but it's starting to move up.
Any thoughts? Just a comment. Okay.
Smallmouth love them. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Let's try to wrap things up here with our closing question. I'm going to give you a quote from our old friend Luna Leopold. He's a hydrologist. Anybody that studies rivers knows Luna. But his quote was, "Water is the most critical resource issue of our lifetime and our children's lifetime. The health of our waters is the principal measure of how we live on the land." This quote from Luna lays down a challenge for each generation's relationship with our waterways. How well will we measure up to this challenge within the next 10 to 20 years?
I think about when I read that quote, the word waters is plural, and it's not just water. And to me, when I see waters, it's waters of in its entirety, of biology, the ecology, the natural systems aspects of the streams and rivers. And so I think that's the important part, in my opinion, of stream restoration, and especially in the urban side where you're trying to reclaim that natural aspect and looking not only at trying to create something aesthetically and recreational pleasing, but at the end of the day, we want this to support the fish and the biology and the birds and everything else that connects and uses this stream corridor to connect itself from one asset to the other. And so I think that in the next 20 years and 10 years, I don't think we'll have solved the issue, but I think we'll be showing great progress, and especially in terms of guidelines and protocols and processes to follow through this step-by-step process. I don't think that we'll see a point, at least in my lifetime, of having a design manual like we have a design manual for designing a wastewater treatment plant. I just don't think that that's going to exist in its surety for stream restoration, but I think we'll be making great progress towards that type of goal.
Guys?
I think if we shift our focus, our focus has been with gray infrastructure to control water, put it where we want it. I think what we need to do is learn to live with water and nature in general and work with it so that maybe it's not so smart to live in a 100-year floodplain. Maybe we should choose where we live better, things like that. And I think that that's where a lot of the techniques we've been talking about are going, and I hope we learn from that and that we work with rivers and not against them. It's more effective, costs less money in the long run, and draws people to those resources.
Wow, you guys were really specific, and now I'm probably going to get a little bit of vague on everybody, but Director Schaefer earlier said that you need to set lofty goals, and I think it really depends on what we do in the next 20 years if it's going to make a difference or not. But my lofty goal would be that we start moving away from sustainability, because when I think of sustainability, I think that, yeah, we're really good at being a little less bad, but we're not that good at making things better. And so I'd like to set a higher goal of looking away from sustainability and trying to make things better. And what I say by doing that is, like, imagine if we envisioned our urban areas where the water flowing from those urban areas actually could purify or improve the condition of the water that's receiving it. And imagine if our stormwater measures could actually be working landscapes where they're not only cleaning the stormwater, but they're also feeding the community. And then again, I mean, this is kind of away from the whole water quality thing, but imagine instead of just stopping at carbon neutral, if we tried to go maybe carbon negative, or if I even said that right, if we're sequestering more carbon than we're spewing out. So I think if we can start thinking along those lines, then we can start addressing that question of improving the water quality or improving the landscape over the next 10 to 20 years. So going beyond sustainability, I think, would be really important.
That's why you're on this panel. You're a right brain thinker, you know? So, all right, I'm going to give Jim the final shot at a question, comment, and then go ahead.
Thank you very much. Great panel. I really appreciate all your insight. It was thinking about these things is it's going to take a lot to get us in the right direction. But SEMCOG did a study a few years ago, a public survey, and they found that things that will protect the quality of water are at the top of the average person's thoughts. Above roads, which everybody complains about, but they know pure water, decent water supply, and for our natural resources is what we have to have. People get that. They really do get that. And we have to point out the dangers that we're facing and the potential solutions. Like you said, I'm with you on those. I think it's fantastic. We need to get the broader understanding out to the public. But that's what we're trying to do here. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next thing here. And we have questions later. You can talk to them.
For the past 11 years, I was lucky to go this past year to Akron. They had 600 people in attendance. And I heard a really excellent speaker that I enjoyed a lot. And not being a technology person or an engineer, I understood what this gentleman was talking about. So we asked him to come today. Please welcome from Akron, Ohio, William Eyersman, MA GIS analyst from the Davie Resource Group. Thanks.
Wow, way to put a lot of pressure on me there. So yes, as Craig was saying, he saw me in the audience, and he's from the audience, he saw me speaking and decided to invite me to the conference today. This is only my second stormwater conference, so it's nice to actually visit different conferences. Normally I'll go to GIS conferences and present on a more technical level, so so as far as what I do, it's always nice to go elsewhere and see. Is the mic on? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Sorry about that. So yes, where was I? Oh, okay, from the Davie Resource Group. A lot of people will know the Davie name, which is a division of the Davie Tree Expert Company. A lot of people know that Davie name based on their residential services for tree care or lawn care, or maybe the utility management or vegetation management sectors of the company, but we also have a consulting group, which is the Davie Resource Group, and that's where I hail from. And today, well, we get a lot of clients more recently that are looking to focus more on their stormwater as a part of like their whole urban forest management planning. So today I'll be going over and telling you guys and explaining a little bit how we analyze their stormwater through our GIS tree canopy based assessments. So to start out for the presentation agenda, I'll quickly go over what is a GIS canopy assessment, and then how do we and what they're used for, and then I'll go into how we assess for stormwater, and then some of the software and applications that we actually utilize, and then I'll do a quick case study of a project that we're still working on and getting pretty close to finishing up here within the next month. So before I get started, a quick word about trees. Why talk about trees at a stormwater conference? Well, first off, the trees provide numerous benefits that most of us probably are aware of, with air quality, carbon storage and sequestration, water quality issues, wildlife habitat, et cetera, et cetera. And a big part of that is stormwater mitigation and management is also a big factor, as well as increased property value, reduced stress levels and aesthetics. So numerous benefits to go with tree canopy and trees in general. Also, the second answer is when you actually properly care for trees, their value and contribution actually increases rather than traditional stormwater components that may degrade over time. With proper care, you can actually see an increase in value for green infrastructure. So a tree canopy assessment is essentially a high-resolution land cover data set that we assess using aerial or satellite imagery that's pretty regular. And essentially what this does is helps you guys, stormwater managers, city planners, and any other stakeholders make informed decisions about their urban forest. And the main goals of that are the 6 listed over there. One is to set canopy goals, but also another main one is to provide those benefits, to determine the benefits of that tree canopy, and also wrap that up into a sound urban forest management plan, which, like I was saying recently, has a huge stormwater component to it. And a lot of the projects that we've been doing this past year are definitely more focused on stormwater. So I actually had a couple questions at the last presentation about this, so I went ahead and threw in this slide. So we calculate land cover measurements essentially on a 2D planar scale. So if you could just imagine a bird's eye view, you're flying over the area, you're looking straight down at that 2-dimensional surface area, and we'll divide that area up into particular land cover types. And I'll go over those in just a few minutes. We don't assess canopy or tree canopy on a 3D area for volume, and it's measured by mostly through image analysis and GIS, but there's also some other methods such as iTree canopy, which is more statistical based modeling that gives you benefits in the end. And then there's also your traditional random point sampling that you could do, where placing just points and then just identifying the land cover over your particular boundary. Oh, okay. So for this one right here, this is NAPE imagery. It's 1 meter resolution, and this is the 3-band this is the most common imagery that we'll actually use for our projects. Here's the 4 bands. The infrared band is being displayed here to where vegetation will show up red. Helps us perform better extractions for our land cover assessment. And then over here would be a more completed assessment. So this would actually be our spatial data for the land cover analysis. So these should coincide with these classes over here. So I won't get too much into this, the actual workflow, since this isn't really the main focus of this presentation. But today we always start with data collection and preparation. So that has to do with any imaging and resampling, mosaicing imagery, reprojection of data, since we are dealing with spatial data sets. And then any feature extraction, to where we'll collect training sets, which is just simply digitizing in any tree canopy or impervious surface to aid in our supervised classification method, which in the end gives us those land cover data sets back. And then we'll go through an intensive manual editing process to where we go through and correct any topology errors or misclassifications within the data. And then after that, we'll go through a rigorous accuracy assessment to make sure that our data has been validated and is actually is well representative of the actual land cover data itself. So this data set is pretty much the main one that we use to complete all of our the rest of our analysis. So we have to make sure that this one is very accurate. But one thing that we will talk about today is more the analysis and planning going into the land cover metrics, and I'll talk about that in just a second. The determination of possible planting sites where we could actually add green infrastructure, tree canopy, other vegetation, and then also the ecosystem benefits from those newly added trees or the tree canopy itself on a current scale. So the land cover metrics, these are the 5 basic classes that we use: tree canopy, impervious, grass, vegetation, hydrology, and then we also, or bare soil in there as well. And we also include a separate category for possible UTC or possible urban tree canopy, just additional trees, because it's always nice to know what you have, but it's always nice to know what you can have. So, and then these particular metrics right here can be summarized on any level, any project boundary, the parcel level, neighborhood level, census tract level, any kind that you can think of. You can easily generate these metrics, and this is one of the things when you do a GIS and image analysis to give you that spatial data land cover layer, where it greatly outperforms just a basic random sampling to where you can get just percentages of land cover, and then you can't really do much with it after that. So this is where that method of extracting data from the imagery really pulls ahead. So for why are these land cover metrics relevant? Well, first off, we know exactly how much tree canopy is present, which gives us an approximation of tree counts. So from there, we can actually model how much water the trees are acquiring through abstraction and uptake. The second factor is we know how much impervious surface is present. Where are these areas where surface runoff is very high, where's these concentrated? And we look to find areas to where we can actually reduce those, whether it be through retrofitting or whatever. This is one of the main reasons why. And for any of those boundaries, could you just imagine when you're assessing data on a parcel level, that you know exactly how much impervious surface is, square footage or acres, just depending on the size of the parcel, how valuable that can be to a community when they're performing an additional analysis. And lastly, the amount of planting space that is available also. Where can we add more trees? How many more trees can we add in general? And this also goes to the point where we go through and start trying to picture what our forest could look like. And then that gives us the chance to simulate scenarios in that planning process. So how do we assess stormwater? Well, the first one is we've kind of already talked about this one. You just complete the percentages through the land cover assessment. The second one is we'll simulate the runoff using City Green or the iTree Hydro models. Talk more about these in just a second. And then lastly, we'll use more GIS analysis to analyze the planting sites where trees can greatly benefit by storing more additional water. Where are those priority areas? Which ones are, at greater risk of stormwater runoff? So we've all pretty much seen some rendering of the hydrologic cycle, and while knowing the precipitation and the runoff is very crucial, mainly what we focus on is what are the trees doing? What are the trees doing in this cycle? How much runoff are they, or how much precipitation are they actually gathering, rather than what's getting down here into the groundwater and surface runoff. So this is the main focus. And these two models that I mentioned, they're focused more on vegetation analysis rather than a hydrologic or a hydraulic modeling process. So when you're comparing land cover, there's always two extremes. There's always the natural cover, and then there's always the urban cover. So you go from one extreme to the other. The natural cover, a single tree, or all trees in general, act as a storage mechanism that can consume thousands of gallons of water just for one individual tree, for a large individual tree on an annual basis. And during precipitation events, the roots of these trees and grasses and other vegetation can actually store water as well as filter water through the canopy, so the water doesn't actually, or the precipitation doesn't actually even hit the ground, which leads to more evapotranspiration and also a lot more infiltration into the shallow and the deep soil levels. And this through this system, the runoff is greatly diminished from this natural landscape, as in stark contrast to an urban cover where you'll have scattered trees to where they're in less optimal growing conditions, and that leads to stress trees, which they don't function as well. And also you'll get where impervious surfaces are greatly elevated, which also decreases that infiltration into the shallow and deep soil levels. So, which in turn, pretty much substantially reduces the amount of runoff into those shallow soil levels. So, and then by default, the runoff gets diverted into our stormwater systems, which cost to treat that greatly increases. So the first of the two softwares that I'll talk about is City Green. This is a little bit of an older model. Pretty much does its analysis through the curve number method. I'm sure most of us have heard of this type of analysis. So, but essentially it'll use spatial data layers, land cover data sets to calculate benefits and stormwater runoff, and also provide us the ability for the alternative and future planning scenarios. And then the second one, which is more recent model, more updated, to whereas we're kind of getting away from the City Green model. We're focused more on the iTree Hydro, which is a publicly available software version, freely available too, from the Forest Service, and the Davey Tree Expert Company is one of the main collaborators on this software, so we're very happy about that. But in contrast to the curve number method, this actually uses land cover percentages, topography, and stream flow data to simulate the runoff, and also allows for adjustable hydrologic parameters. And another difference is it'll actually provide data on water pollutants, whereas City Green is just a little bit different in its output formats. So for City Green, real quickly, just to kind of go through, and just in case you haven't seen this, the setup on this is pretty simple, where you input your summary layer for your boundary, and then your land cover data set, and then you just specify your dominant soil region, rainfall region, precipitation event, air quality, such. And then going through your alternative scenarios where you can increase or decrease your tree canopy, and then check your analysis to run. And in this particular situation, we've calculated runoff based on the current conditions with all the vegetation, and then we remove that vegetation to determine the runoff without the greening or the green infrastructure. And then we calculate that difference in volume for the comparison, and then by that comparison you can start to do your dollar values by multiplying that difference and figuring out exactly how much water and monetary value that those tree canopies are helping out. So in this particular case, you can see that the Stony Creek watershed here, there was a lot of difference between removing the vegetation and having the current vegetation there, whereas some of these, there was really no big difference. So just a lot of different land cover data, scenarios going on there. And for this one, for the iTree Hydro model, this is pretty much a 5-step process. And the first step is to incorporate your location. You can go all the way down to the city level. The newer version of iTree Hydro, which is still in beta, is a lot better for us because we can actually get down to the city level. Previous versions, you could only model runoff based on an actual watershed level, which is which wasn't too fruitful for us since most of our analysis comes at the municipality level. And then you'll be able to enter any watershed characteristics, stream flow data, weather station data, and then your topographic data. And since that was the first step, this is the second step of entering your land cover parameters. So any tree, shrub cover, herbaceous cover, whatever, and your leaf area indices. Don't worry if you don't know too much about this. It's just tree canopy metrics. And then the third step is to actually enter those adjustable hydrologic parameters. It's when you're doing a city level analysis, these aren't required, but it's highly recommended that you run a watershed model based on the actual watershed area to get these parameters for your particular location, and then go back and use those parameters for the city level. And then the fourth step here is this is where we have our base case, which is our current level, and then we go into our alternate case, which is where we predict like what we would like to have or what we would like to see in the future, and then just adjust the rest if needed. And then this is where we go into our executive summary output. For this example, we increased tree canopy in this scenario by about 3%, which in turn decreased the runoff by about 4% total, which is good. But the one thing that we focused on in this particular one, the land cover percentages always have to sum to 100%. So when you add tree canopy, you have to take it out of another land cover class. So in this particular example, we subtracted about 3% from the impervious surface, since that's what we kind of wanted to focus on reducing. And when you increase the tree canopy 3% and decrease impervious by 3%, then you get this decrease of 19% in your impervious flow, which is one of the main things that we're actually looking at here. So, and obviously this is not necessarily an urban watershed, since there's only about 10% impervious cover to begin with, so you can kind of take this example with a grain of salt. But you know, as in terms of other watersheds within urban areas, or data, like we'll get up to 50, 60, sometimes 70% impervious surface, just depending on where you are.
Our next piece here is the Wetland Special Banking Fund, and our speaker is Michael Pennington. He's the Wetland Mitigation Specialist for the Department of Environmental Quality, Water Resources Division. Michael serves as the Program Administrator for the DEQ's Wetland Mitigation Banking Program and provides assistance to district staff on wetland mitigation issues. Before working for the DEQ, Michael managed MDOT's Wetland Mitigation and Wetland Banking Programs, busy place. Michael is for a member of the Michigan Wetlands Association, and he's the co-chair of the MWA's training subcommittee. Michael was a Bachelor of Science degree from Central Michigan University in Geography and Natural Resources and a Master's of Science degree from the Michigan State University in Forestry. Michael's research at MSU focused on forested wetland restoration. Michael? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty, so I'm going to have to stand by the computer here. I've heard wetlands mentioned a couple of times during the day. I first want to thank Jim for having me here to talk. I'm going to talk to you today about a new program that the DEQ has that's called the Wetland Mitigation Bank Funding Program. I heard a lot of talk about funding, and this is one program that municipalities can potentially use in order to do wetland restorations within their community, which will help do things like alleviate flooding and serve as like pollutant filters and everything. So before I get started, I want a brief show of hands of municipalities that are in the audience, so I know who I'm talking to. A few of them. And how about consultants serving municipalities? Okay. All right, so moving on. Basically, what I'm going to talk about is give you a brief overview of what wetland banking actually is. There's a lot of misconception out there on what wetland banking is. I'm going to talk about the current status of wetland banking in Michigan, talk about how this wetland mitigation bank funding program came to be developed, give you some really brief information about the grants, brief information about the loans, and then I'm actually going to highlight a municipal wetland bank, which is called the Bear Swamp Drain Wetland Mitigation Bank. It's not a bank site that was used with the funding program. The funding program, actually, we just started accepting applications 2 months ago, but it's an example of a wetland bank project that can serve multiple uses. So, all right, before I talk about wetland banking, most of you are probably aware that wetlands are protected under state and federal statutes. In Michigan, impacts over 1/3 of an acre require what's called compensatory mitigation. So basically what that is it's the creation or restoration of new wetland areas. The way that mitigation traditionally worked is that an applicant would have a project, they would go through the avoidance and minimization, and then they would go out and try to find a site in order to create a new wetland. So they would actually go out, try to find a suitable site, usually hire a consultant to design the wetland, construct the wetland, go through 5 years of monitoring, go through any type of adaptive management or corrective action. That's the way the majority of mitigation was done 10 years ago. What happened is in 1997, administrative rules under Part 303, which is the Wetlands Protection Statute, established what's called a wetland banking program. And what a wetland banking program is, it's the establishment of new wetland areas in advance of anticipated losses. So what a wetland bank site does, it's similar than traditional mitigation in that a bank sponsor goes out there, finds land that's suitable to restore and restores a wetland, but they do it in advance of actual projects. So when wetland banking came around, it took the small 0.5 acre wetland here, 1 acre there, and allowed larger, better wetland construction projects. So what a wetland bank site does is it provides credits on a per acre basis, which can be used by the bank sponsor or sold to permit applicants. Those credits service what's called a watershed or ecoregion, and I'll provide a map later on what those actually are. And one thing that's changed is wetland banking is the preferred method of mitigation under federal and state statutes. And I'll explain that a little bit further. So basically, in 2001, the National Research Council wanted to assess how wetland mitigation was doing federally. So they actually went across the nation and they looked at a variety of wetland mitigation projects, and what they found is that a lot of those projects were not successful. And for a variety of reasons. A lot of times the wetlands either were not constructed, a lot of times the wetlands were constructed too wet and they didn't result in the same wetland type. And they came up with a bunch of recommendations nationally on how to improve wetland mitigation. And one of the main recommendations that they came up with was this concept of wetland banking. By taking the wetland mitigation away from the specific project, it allowed you time to go and find a better site and construct a larger wetland that had better functioning. So when you look at wetland banking, one thing that it does is it results, at least initially, in an increase in the state's wetland resources. Like I said, these wetlands are on the ground and functioning before permits are ever assigned to them. They result in larger, better functioning units. Instead of the 0.3 acre site here, 0.5 acre site there, you can have a large site that has good flood storage and wildlife habitat. And for the applicant, they actually reduce permit processing times, and they ensure the success and availability of mitigation. So if you're an applicant and you qualify to use a wetland mitigation bank, you basically sign a check for that acreage amount that you owe, and then your mitigation obligation is done. Another thing that wetland banking does is it allows you to plan your wetland in a watershed context. Since it's not directly tied to the project, you can actually review watershed plans and plan your wetland in an area where the community may need it for things like flood storage or pollution control. So. Okay, some of the minimum requirements for wetland bank sites. There is separate administrative rules for wetland bank sites that were adopted in 1997. Your site has to be a minimum of 10 acres in size. So again, we're getting away from those small 0.5 acre, 1 acre isolated wetland projects. You have to have coordination with the DEQ and a signed banking agreement. The sites require a conservation easement, and they also require long-term management and an appropriate funding mechanism for the long-term management of those sites. So if you look at what does a bank site actually service, this is an example of basically the 63 watersheds. If you look at the actual statute, it'll reference this hard copy map, which has the 63 watersheds. Has anyone here used DEQ's wetlands map viewer? Show of hands. All right, so this is the hard copy map. DEQ does have a really nice online GIS system where you can look at what the watershed boundaries are, what the ecoregions are. You can also use that to find high potential wetland restoration areas. So there's actually a layer in that GIS map that communities can go to that'll show them where to look first for the best sites. So this is just an example of the 63 watersheds. The ecoregions are a slightly different geographic map. It's based on a Michigan Natural Features regional landscape ecosystem document. So basically, under the statute, your bank site, wherever it's physically located, services whatever watershed it's in and whatever ecoregion it's in. So that's very important to know when you're trying to plan a bank site, because you want it to service a watershed or ecoregion that has the potential to have actual impacts. Okay, so what's the current status of wetland banking in Michigan? Like I said, administrative rules have been in place since 1997. Wetland banking got a slow start in Michigan. One, because the DEQ didn't really want to promote wetland banking at the time that the rules were actually developed, and the consultant community and the developers, it took them a while to get the idea of wetland banking also. So currently there's 16 approved bank sites on the DEQ's registry. 6 of those are actually MDOT sites, and MDOT is not allowed to sell credit, so those are just for MDOT's use. But one thing that's taken place, really, I've been with the DEQ 3 years. When I first came to the DEQ, wetland banking was just starting to have a little bit of momentum, and it's really picked up in the last couple of years, especially in the last year. Partly it's that new legislation. The 2008 federal mitigation rule put a preference on wetland banking. The DEQ had statutory changes in 2009 that also changed the hierarchy from on-site mitigation to wetland banking. So at the DEQ, we prefer, if there is a bank site with available credits, we prefer that that bank site be used first. There's also been a shift in internal policy. You know, it's something that DEQ field staff, you know, I think at first we're a little bit reluctant to encourage applicants to use wetland bank sites, and that's beginning to change also. And again, there's been a shift in the consultant community in that, you know, most consultants 5 years ago still wanted to do the mitigation themselves. They wanted the work, they wanted the survey work, the monitoring. So it's really taken a while to get that kind of cultural shift that, you know, you're best serving your applicant if there's a bank site available to have them use that bank site. So this is just a map of mitigation banks by watershed. We'll see if the pointer works. Basically what you're seeing here are the brown areas are actually MDOT bank sites. The green areas are bank sites that are currently have credits available, and the red area is a bank site that's sold out. The bank sponsor for that site is actually here, Mel Belowitz. So if you have any questions about banking, you can ask him also. So if you look at this, these areas in brown are not actually available because those are actually MDOT sites. So if you look at this next map, it basically shows what is the available service area, taking into account both watersheds and ecoregions. So the available service area is in green. Those are the only areas currently in this state that have wetland bank credits available. I'm giving you this history to kind of show you how the department came about this wetland funding mechanism. So that's where we're at. So if you look at it, there's a wetland mitigation bank funding program. In 2009, there was, let me see, there was basically a push in this state to potentially send the wetlands program back to the feds. So Governor Granholm was looking at potentially letting the EPA have the wetlands program back. Michigan is one of only 2 states, the other being New Jersey, that has control of their own wetlands program. So they developed what's called a Wetland Advisory Council. And this council looked at the whole host of wetland issues, from permit processing and permit times and wetland mitigation and everything. And they basically came up with these recommendations. And one of the recommendations was the development of this wetland mitigation bank funding program. So it was signed into law December 7th, 2012. Basically, it provides municipalities only with grants and low interest loans for the establishment of wetland bank sites. The primary purpose of this was to encourage banking and encourage wetland restorations in areas without active existing bank markets. So if you looked at that previous slide, you can see there's a lot of areas of the state that do not have active bank markets. So this was kind of step one in trying to promote wetland banking in the state by providing municipalities with funds to do wetland banking projects. And basically it was set up to meet their own needs. And you know, one thing that I do want to state is that it doesn't change the permitting process. Because you have an actual wetland bank site doesn't change the fact that you still have to go through the avoidance and minimization. So this is the definition of a municipality. I'm not going to read it to you, but it's cities, villages, drain commissioners, county road commissions, some airports, conservation organizations, some of them Indian tribes. So there's a lot of municipalities that can qualify for this grant and low interest loan program that the DEQ has. Basically, when you're looking at the grants have a $500,000 total cap, so that's for all grants combined. The grants are basically for getting your wetland site that you've already identified to the point where you can construct it. So the grants are used for working on banking agreements with the DEQ, notifying local units of government of your banking project, and working to resolve any objections to it. It's for the actual design of the bank site. So it's for the actual, going out there and surveying the bank site, taking topo, coming up with your existing conditions, your planting plan and seeding plan and everything. It can also be used to complete the wetland bank loan application. And our estimate is the $30,000 to $100,000 per grant application. What we normally encourage is municipalities to work with consultants that have experience in wetland banking if this is something that they're actually interested in. So the loans, there's a $10 million total, $3 million every year for the next 3 fiscal years. The loans are for tying up any last minute details with the banking agreement, so the final signing of the banking agreement, any last minute design considerations. They can also be used for purchasing the actual bank site property. The sites do not have to initially be owned by the municipalities, but the municipalities should have an option with a property owner prior to receiving the loan. And they're for the actual construction of the bank. So it's for the actual earth moving, the planting, the seeding, the maintenance, the monitoring, and like I said, there's $3 million available for the next 3 years. So what I want to do is basically take you through a municipal project case study. Like I said, this was not a site that used the actual grant and loan, because at the time the grant and loan system didn't actually exist, but it's an example of how you can solve multiple issues within your community by using wetland banking as potentially one tool. So this is the Bear Swamp Drain Wetland Bank. It's in Allegan County. The bank sponsor is actually the Allegan County Drain Commissioner. So they were having basically flooding issues in the city of Hopkins, which is about 4 or 5 miles away from this site. If I use the clicker, let's see if it shows it up there. I can't really read it from here. So right there's Hopkins right there. So anyway, they found a property owner that was interested in allowing them to do wetland restoration on their site. They purchased 125 acres, and they had a 45-acre flooding easement. So basically the goals of the project were to provide flood detention during periods of high flow in the Bear Swamp Drain and to alleviate flooding in the village of Hopkins. Provide wildlife habitat for resident and migratory birds, improve water quality, and then they were actually looking to any future funding they got from the sale of credits on this project, they were going to look to do other flood storage projects within the watershed. So again, it's an example of a good tool that they could use in order to do a project, in order to gain some revenue to do additional projects. So if you look at some of the project specifics, it was 53.6 acres of wetland bank proposed. That consisted of 26.3 acres of emergent wetland and 27.3 acres of scrub shrub wetland. The service area for this site was in Kalamazoo River watershed in Berrien Springs ecoregion. They had the banking agreement signed in 2007 and monitoring began in 2008. If you look at the conceptual design for it, basically this was an old muck farm. The Bear Swamp Drain is right here. They have a couple other secondary drains that feed that. The basic design concept was to construct a weir in this area here, sheet pile weir, and then allow flooding to occur on this field that was previously tile drained. So prior to construction of this site, all of the water that fell on the site basically went immediately through a tile system to that drain, which resulted in flooding in Hopkins. So this is just a photo of pre-construction. This is like an extremely suitable wetland bank site. This is what you would call a groundwater site. It has Houghton muck soils, and like I said, it was tile drained, had drains on each side. So as part of the construction, they did 64 acres of native wetland seeding, 36 acres of live staking for the shrubs, which is basically taking a cut section of a shrub and putting that into the ground. They did 450 woody habitat structures and 12 sand mounds, and that's something that DEQ incorporates into all wetland mitigation plans as actual wildlife habitat structures, some of them installed vertically and some of them horizontally to increase wildlife usage. This is just a photo of the site just post-construction in fall of 2008. This looks like your typical first-year wetland development, relatively sparse vegetation. You can see there's a sand mound there and a few other sand mounds in the back, and you can see the actual wildlife habitat structures, a lot of root wads and stumps. So this is what the current conditions look like at this site. Are there any wetland people here? Like a couple. This is a really nice looking site. So this is like, you know, you see a lot of like wetland pictures that show open water and cattails and things like that, which is great. That's great for a certain type of wetland. This is what you would call a wet meadow type site. So this is an absolutely phenomenal looking site. Species diversity is great. It does actually have an open water component to the site. So these photos were taken at the same time. This is the open water part, and then everything surrounding that is this really nice wet meadowy area here. And then this is, does anyone know what this plant is? Cardinal flower, exactly. So like there's cardinal flower everywhere. It's a really nice site. So, okay, I don't have anything to give you though. Like the guy had shirts, and we don't have shirts, but okay. So the final results of this, it went through 5 years of monitoring. The site has gotten a full credit approval and release. There's been 42.8 acres of emergent wetland released and 3.1 acres of scrub shrub. Does anyone remember what the design of the scrub shrub was? 20 some acres, right. So generally the way wetland restoration works and wetland banking works is that you get credit for what's actually on the ground. So they designed it as scrub shrub, planted a lot of shrubs, but those shrubs did not live a lot because of the transplant shock that the gentleman mentioned earlier. So luckily, since it's a wetland bank site, since it's not tied directly to a project, Allegan County didn't really care what type of wetland developed at the site. They didn't have to have scrub shrub because they didn't impact scrub shrub. So that's another big benefit of wetland banking is that you know, sometimes you don't get exactly what you want, and in this situation, they got full credit after 5 years for what was actually developed. Now, if they wanted to convert it more into scrub shrub, they could go in there and actually plant trees. But, you know, it's an example of a good site. 5 years of monitoring is really not that long, especially for the wetland bank sites. The site is listed on DEQ's banking registry, and it's currently undergoing long-term management and maintenance. So it's just a good example of how, you know, wetland banking, there's a lot of voluntary wetland restoration programs in the state also through Wetland Reserve Program. You know, I talked to a lot of different folks statewide. I think one of the biggest things is there needs to be more communication and more information sharing between multiple groups, because I think there's a lot of tools out there. You know, this summit is about stormwater. Wetlands can play a big part in stormwater. Wetland banking and this grant and loan program could serve as one tool that some municipalities could use in order to alleviate flooding and increase you know, sediment removal and everything. So there's a lot of other tools out there, but I just think that, you know, it's one thing that can be used, and we all need to kind of communicate better to learn about what everyone else does. I've actually learned a lot here today, so it's been good for me. So anyway, available resources, there is a WMBF website. There's a lot of information in the actual grant and loan applications. We have a wetland banking website, and then I serve as a single point of contact for the DEQ for wetland mitigation issues and wetland banking issues. So if you are a municipality or you represent one, and you would like to talk about potentially receiving this grant fund, we do have one grant application. It's come online since July. We have one grant application in, and we're expecting another grant and loan application in the next month. So there is still funds available. So if you're looking for a site that you'd like to restore that is in an area that meets the criteria, definitely contact me and we can see what we can do. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Are all credits equal?
All credits are not equal, or maybe are equal, depending on which way you actually look at it. So under statute, if you impact 2 acres of forested wetland, there's a 2-to-1 ratio. So if you impact 2 acres of forested wetland, you have to mitigate by having 4 acres of forested wetlands. So if you have a bank site, that bank site would have to have forested wetland credits available, and you would be purchasing 4 instead of 2. So emergent wetlands, 1.5-to-1, forested wetlands, lake fringe wetlands, 2-to-1. So there's like statutory wetland ratios. Okay.
You're walking in a minute late, so I apologize if you already covered this, but can a municipality put a bike trail through there and maybe mow a small area and have a picnic table or an observation platform over the water or anything like that, or is this strictly got to be limited to hands-on?
They cannot get funding for it through this program, but absolutely, there's been a few bank projects, like one that I actually did with MDOT that was part of the Macatawa Greenway trail system. There were trails through it. So as long as if that's something that they're interested in, it really needs to be decided up front, because it should be part of the conservation easement. It should be part of the actual plan. They're not going to get credit for the trail because the trail is going to be upland. So they will just get credit for the actual wetland areas, but absolutely, you know, potentially trails, nature, boardwalk areas can be incorporated into the design of those sites. In the back there.
At what point is the historic wetland evaluated for credits release? Is it after the 5-year monitoring, or is it after complete construction?
Right, wetland banking is different. There's basically a 3-stage approval process. So the first 50% of your credits, say you design a 100-acre bank site, the first 50 acres can be released if the site is constructed according to plan, which means it's constructed, it's seeded, there's an easement, it's signed, everything, and it meets hydrology criteria for the first year. And then after that, there's 2 other releases based on vegetation standards. So based on percent cover of native wetland species and species diversity standards, and there's an invasive species threshold. So that's another benefit with wetland bank sites, is credits are not approved unless the site is on the ground and functioning and according to what the standards actually are.
Is that different than mitigation wetland?
Right, regular wetland mitigation, you know, there's a project, you have to build 5 acres, you have to build it before your actual project. You theoretically are allowed to do your project, impact the, let's say 2.5 acres, you build 5, and then if it requires corrective action, you have to do corrective action for it. So You could build 5 acres and it could completely fail, yet you've already impacted the actual wetland for it. So I think I'm probably out of time. Am I, or? Yeah, okay. Okay, one more question.
Land Conservancy be able to purchase a property that had a wetland on it and use it for mitigation, for wetland banking?
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked it, and the answer to that is no. The reason why is because current banking administrative rules say only 15% of your bank site can be preservation. What that means is if you created 100 acres in, say, the Maple watershed, you could preserve 15 acres that met the criteria in the Maple watershed, which would give you 1.5 acres of credit because it's a 10-to-1 ratio. So basically, current banking rules do not allow it unless you have a ton of wetland bank credits that you've already constructed.
Well, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
The next presentation is innovative partnerships in green infrastructure. This is something that is very important. We need to have partnerships to get these things done properly. This is Jody Raines from Vice President for Programs, Herb Family Foundation. Herb Family Foundation does tremendous work. Here you go.
I'm just setting a timer so I don't run over. Try to stick with it. So thanks. Thank you for inviting me today. And this has been really a great day so far. And I want to thank everyone who's stayed so long. It's a long day on a Friday. And one more thank you before I start is, you know, people always thank the Herb Family Foundation for the grants, but we have a number of organizations here that have gotten grants from us, and really our grants are nothing if it isn't for the organizations that can do the work. So we have like the Clinton River Watershed Council, the Huron River Watershed Council was here, Sierra Club, I think Sierra Club even brought some volunteers, Alliance for Rouge Communities, Lawrence Tech, and Cranbrook. I think I got them all, but anyways. So I want to thank everybody for all the great work. So Craig asked me to talk about innovative partnerships, and to lay the context, I'm going to do it in 4 steps. I'm going to first, since most of you probably don't know us, and those of you who do know us might get kind of a new perspective on us by my talk, I'm going to explain to you what are the foundation's goals, how we selected those goals, how are those goals carried out, what are our grant-making strategies, and then some examples of green infrastructure grants that require innovative partnerships. So, our overall goal, we're a Great Lakes funder. So our overall goal is improved water quality, and we look at water quality. We enter this from a water quality perspective in the Great Lakes Basin overall, but especially the local watersheds impacting Metro Detroit, because the Herb family made most of its money and the family came from Metro Detroit, so that's primarily where they want to give back. So we're a Great Lakes funder, but we try to focus locally. We also support arts and Alzheimer's research, so we have a pretty big portfolio. But as you'll see from this, of our 12 million grants to date, 5 million have been for green infrastructure. And actually, I think that's 12 million of our Great Lakes grants to date, but still, it's a big part of our portfolio. So these are all really large, complex ecosystems. So how can a foundation with limited resources? You saw Kevin's from Milwaukee, his slides. I mean, those are huge amounts of money, and you know, we have a $5 million, now it's growing to $15 million annual grants budget, but it's still really, you know, it's a real drop in the bucket, so no pun. So how do we make a difference? So 6 years ago, the foundation was created, and they hired me to help them put together their grants program. It was a really great family. They had a wide variety of interests, but sustainability in the Great Lakes kind of came to the surface early on. So in that Great Lakes context, we had to further drill down and look at the policy context. We had to look at the local needs and opportunities, and then we looked at the family values, because this is a family foundation after all. So the policy context, you've heard some of the things talked about today, Joel and others. Binational, because the Great Lakes Basin is binational, and actually this family is interested binationally. They have a cottage in Bayfield, Ontario, so we do make some grants in Canada. And when we think about the Great Lakes, we think about it as a binational basin, which it is. So there's the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, and that's primarily concerned with the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the Great Lakes. And these came along after the foundation was created, but, well, the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement preceded us, but then some were kind of percolating. We could kind of see them coming up. One of them being the Federal Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, and that looks at toxins and areas of concern, invasive species, nearshore health and non-point source pollution, habitat and wildlife, and education, monitoring, and evaluation. And then we looked at the state level. And the state, they talked a little bit about this morning, but what we really keyed in on is this increasing interest in placemaking. So the Office of Great Lakes is right now developing a strategy to leverage the value of our water assets while preserving the ecologic integrity, but also enhancing the use and enjoyment and the economic capacity and connection to place. So multiple benefits. So while we look at it from a water quality perspective, there are all these co-benefits too that really make it, we feel like we get like a lot of bang for our buck. We looked at the local needs and opportunity, because like I said, we're a local funder. So how do the Great Lakes intersect with our local Southeast Michigan region? So as a local urban funder, green infrastructure emerged as an important priority pretty early on. And so like Don's really excited about, you know, how things are really picking up in the green infrastructure movement. So are we. And I don't know, hopefully, you know, we're a small part of that movement growing, but we're happy to have like been very timely, come along at a very timely time. Regionally, the SEMCOG has come up with its green infrastructure vision for the entire region. Locally, Detroit Future City has come up with a strategic framework for the city of Detroit. And we were thrilled to see that they called out landscape as the new infrastructure. And we had contributed a little bit to that planning process. So I think we had a little bit of a role in that. Then we looked at the urban family values. And like I said, sustainability was very important. Before they created the foundation, their largest gift had been to the U of M to create the Urban Institute for Global Sustainable Enterprise. And that's a joint degree between it's a master's level program between the Ross School of Business and the School of Natural Resources and Environment. So the idea is to create future business leaders that really understand and care about the environment. So talk about building a movement, we really need to get that business community on board. Sustainability thinks about the impacts the decisions we make today and how it impacts the future, but also a lot of people leave off of that definition what I call the 3 E's, environment, economy, and equity. So sustainability really, it's triple bottom line. It's about harmonizing all 3 of those. It's very important that you address all 3. It's not just about environmental security. And also it's bottom up. It's rooted in the actions and decisions of individuals, private enterprise, and local communities. And so this is really where the foundation comes in for innovative partnerships, because you've got all these different players and actors that all need to work together to get this work done. So our grants, unlike some of the grants that you heard talked about earlier, we really don't so much support the restoration projects and the kind of capital and on-the-ground projects. We're looking more at capacity. We support organizations. We support community education outreach, and then some policy and research too. So we're looking at the community organizations and how we can support them, give them long-term support, and then larger institutions whose research and expertise can help inform and advance these local efforts. Let's see where I'm at with the time. So now I'm going to refer to this diagram, which it's kind of new, but we're working on perfecting it. It's the colored circles are our 3 grant-making strategies. So we're working to change individual and institutional behaviors, to advocate for and advance for appropriate public policies, and then we do some ecological restoration to help improve the integrity of the watersheds, but that's really primarily green infrastructure projects, and they're really mostly demonstration projects. We don't do quite as much project grants, like I said. So we think the intersection of all those can hopefully help lead to improved water quality. So we got these great strategies and ideas. How do we translate that into grants? So I've got those 3 investment areas, those circles around the outside. Like I said, we give we have these core organizations that we give long-term, just unrestricted operating support to, because their work is just so important. It touches on all those 3 colored circles. And those are the watershed councils and groups like the Sierra Club and others. They work with multiple constituencies, as you probably know, policymakers, municipalities, business, residents, other NGOs. So we feel like we really get a lot of leverage out of those grants. We do support some policy and research. That's the cluster in the bottom left corner. And you might be familiar with the U of M now has a water center program. And so they've, that was a huge grant of ours. And they actually granted out, we gave them $4.5 million over 3 years. They granted out about $5 million in grants binationally for research projects throughout the Great Lakes Basin. And the idea was to kind of help inform the next round of the GLRI. And then we support the Healing Our Waters Coalition with a bunch of other funders. And the idea of that is to continue to advocate for continued funding for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. Then there's this box in the lower right corner. We also layer on these non-grant tools. So we try to encourage collaboration, leadership development, and access to a network of leaders in the field, and cross-pollinating our other funding areas of environmental health and justice and the arts. And so when I start talking about some of our grants at the end of my presentation, I'll show you how these are some really innovative partnerships, you know, arts and environment, kind of cool stuff. So actually I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because I will just finish up talking about some of our grants to date. So one of our earliest grants was to the Greening of Detroit, who, as you might know now, is working very closely with the Detroit Water and Sewage Department. And I should say, we have a very, very strong focus on the city of Detroit. We are a regional funder and a Great Lakes funder, but really, Detroit is really at a pivotal point right now in its history that we think there's immense opportunity to use green infrastructure to help not just repurpose some of this vacant land, but all these other co-benefits, like really beautifying, creating a better quality of life, reducing crime, maybe creating some jobs, curbing the heat island effect. There's lots of great things that you can do. So we do focus a lot on the city of Detroit. And so one of our first grants was to greening. They're working with the water department, which has a green infrastructure component to its stormwater permit. I don't know if you're all familiar with that. And so we were there in the very beginning. Now Greening is working closely with SEMCOG and the water department to plant trees on vacant lots in this stormwater demonstration area. But I think we kind of introduced Greening to SEMCOG, or we brought them all together, and so that was kind of fun to see where that went. And we made a grant to Greening to kind of test out this model of planting trees and kind of helping regenerate our urban forest canopy. The next really major grant was to Detroit Future City. And actually, I don't know if I mentioned that, one of our grantees, Ingrid's here. Detroit Economic Growth Association is housing Detroit Future City. And if you guys aren't familiar with that, I encourage you to look up the plan online. It's fascinating, incredible amount of work went into it. So we supported the landscape architects that were part of that expert team that helped think through this plan for the city. But at the same time, you know, there's all this really large-scale planning going on up here, but what's it going to look like when it hits the neighborhoods? And Detroit Future City still hasn't quite gotten down to this neighborhood level yet. It's still a lot of very large-scale, you know, kind of 30,000-foot level stuff. So at the same time, we helped a group on the Lower East Side, a collaborative of about 6 different CDCs, working with all these technical assistance providers and the residents, and that's a really important element of innovative partnerships is the residents themselves, right? And so they created the Lower East Side Action Plan, which is called LEAP, and they actually looked at their huge area. I don't know how many acres it is, but it's the part of the city that has the most vacant land, parcel by parcel. How's it being used currently? How can it be repurposed for the future? And green infrastructure became a big part of that. And I'm happy to say that when the EPA released a GLRI, Great Lakes Shoreline Cities grant, because we had kind of put 5 years of work into LEAP and another project too on the east side, those two rose to the top, and we did get a $1 million GLRI grant, and then Urban Kresge joined forces to provide the match. So we've got a $2 million project to repurpose vacant land on the east side of Detroit, and Lawrence Tech is really anchoring this with monitoring and evaluating it so we can really demonstrate the effectiveness. It's a really exciting project. So that, I think, is one of our most successful partnerships. But it was like the GLRI is like a partnership of partnerships. So it takes a long time to build these things up. We also look at urban gardens and farms, and mostly in Detroit, but again, there's one in Pontiac that Lawrence Tech is involved with. Well, it's not one, it's one project, one grant, but it's 4 farms. 4 urban gardens where Lawrence Tech and Cranbrook and Missionary Baptist Church and the Pontiac Garden Club and the schools all work together. And these were the first urban gardens in Pontiac, which is interesting. We have a number in Detroit. So that was a really exciting partnership. There's also one in Detroit itself where Earthworks Farm and D-Town Farm, they're at 2 different ends of the city, we're working together to put in stormwater, rainwater harvesting systems. Another grant at Lawrence Tech, or a couple more grants at Lawrence Tech. One is the stormwater trail that hopefully you got a chance to see, or if you didn't, you'll have a chance to look at it, but we help them put in the signage. And so they had already installed the BMPs, but our grant paid for the signage and the apps that help you kind of navigate and understand what's happening with those BMPs. And then following on that, a really interesting partnership with Issue Media Group. So I don't know if any of you read Model D or Metro Mode, these e-newsletters that are great resource for information about what's happening with development and other interesting things in the city. But we thought they have such an interesting, they have kind of like the hipster demographic and the people who are moving into the city. How about if we get them to help get the word out about green infrastructure? And so, we paired up Lawrence Tech with Issue Media Group because we didn't want to just, let these media people go out there without some kind of strong guidance. So Don put together an advisory group of, 10, 15 different nonprofits to help guide that. Came up with some really cool stuff. And it was actually, I think, one of their most read series that they've done. So, we're just trying to kind of get all these projects and get the word out there and start to kind of just build this movement because, a lot of these are big municipal projects, take a lot of funding, but really you need the grassroots support. You need people to understand it. You need people to embrace it, really, for this to happen. And then we support these placemaking grants. You heard Don and Rachel and Nina talk about the Water Towns grant. And I think last year, maybe Huron River Watershed Council talked about River Up, or if they didn't, they should next year. So those are 2 really great these kind of river trail projects. And I think we have greenways have finally kind of become this thing that people are interested in now. How about blueways too and our water trails? So I think that's something you'll hear more about in the future. And then as far as the arts, we think some people just really aren't that interested in the environment, but one way to reach them is through the arts. So we have an art gallery and a farm and garden store in Southwest Detroit, right across from the Ambassador Bridge. They bought an old police station and they were renovating it for their gallery and their farm and garden store, and we made a grant to them through a nonprofit, Southwest Solutions, and they put on this really cool sculptural green roof, and they're also looking at different, very creative, beautiful kinds of cisterns and rain gardens, and also engaging residents and helping create those. So that'll help kind of reach another new audience, we think. And then the newest one, College for Creative Studies, now is even getting in the game a little. They've had this community public arts program for a number of years where they do public art projects in the city of Detroit. And this year, after doing that for 5 years, they are now partnering with Detroit Future City and Greening of Detroit to add a green infrastructure element to it. So you now see these cool public art projects that also have a green infrastructure piece. So those are some cool partnerships, I think. And we're just starting to kind of get some things happening out there that people can actually see, but while at the same time we work at these other levels with the policy work and capacity building for organizations. So I think I just want to close by saying, what you've heard today already is climate changes, is Detroit in our region are remaking themselves. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a huge amount of work that needs to be done. And really these kinds of partnerships, we really all need to be working together. Partnerships are not easy, but it's really important that we partner and work together to get this done. So that's kind of what I have to say quickly. And I'll take some questions. Mm-hmm. Well, so first of all, on our website, we do have the criteria. We do only make grants to nonprofit organizations, so we don't make grants directly to municipalities or to for-profits. Although it gives you, I think, a greater credit if you've got a municipal partner. The more partners you have, the more likely you are to get a grant. But you have to be a nonprofit. You have to have a financial audit. So there's those kind of threshold criteria. And then when it gets to how your project stacks up against others, you know, collaboration, there's a number of factors that we look at. It's kind of a little bit subjective. We do have our geographic focus areas. We do have these kind of subject matter areas. And, you know, the percentage of applicants getting funded is actually pretty good. And that's mostly because, I should say, the first step is to call our office first and talk to us about it. So don't just submit a blind application. Because you have a better chance, we can talk you through it and kind of help massage it. So if you have an idea, give us a call. And I didn't put my information up here. It's on our website, but my email's the best way to reach me, and it's jraines, R-A-I-N-E-S, @urbff.org. And it's on our website too, phone numbers and everything.
So you guys recently convened a series of meetings looking at your vision and where things are going in green infrastructure. I was curious, like, what was the biggest thing? You brought a lot of people together over the last several years. One number, for instance, specifically is just this last year.
Right.
What was probably some of the biggest conclusions of those, of bringing all those thought leaders?
Well, we're not ready to release that. So we actually we just finished our first 5 years, and so we thought every 5 years we need to go through through a strategic planning process. So we hired Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, and I think that's what you're referring to. And they held a number of listening sessions in different subject matter areas, and so. And so as far as what we heard from that, it was kind of like you're on the right track, do more of the same. And people wanted more connection with some of the great, you know, research and minds at the University of Michigan, more access to decision makers. So if we can do more of this kind of convening and helping continue to bring grassroots groups together with policymakers and others, and, you know, academics like Lawrence Tech, also they wanted some capacity building kinds of grants and actually like workshops and things. But there was also a number of, like, just aside from what we can do with our grants, there were some interesting like bright spots and trouble spots that came out. And so we're gonna bring Rockefeller back in a couple months, I think, to do some kind of presentations for the people who participated in those sessions. We're still actually kind of working through too a lot of it, but there wasn't really anything like kind of new that would shock you. It's kind of like just keep doing more of the same. Yeah. Any other questions?
Quick follow-up. So you mentioned that you work with nonprofit organizations, and then you had mentioned some projects in Detroit and other places. What types of organizations did you work with to get those projects done? What's an example of one of them?
So we make the grants. We don't manage the projects. We don't carry the projects. We make the grants to the organizations, and then they report back to us on how things went. But I just ran through some of the examples. So Greening of Detroit, for example. Greening of Detroit had a grant to, and actually we have a whole list on our website. All of our grants we've ever made are on the website. So Greening of Detroit's one of the grantees. The watershed councils are great partners. Clinton River Watershed Council, depending on what area you're in. Huron River Watershed Council, Friends of the Rouge, Friends of the Detroit River. The Sierra Club's a great partner. So any of these, you know, these are all, you know, organizations that we work with. Lawrence Tech.
Jody, so you guys have been doing a lot of work, and it sounds like you're anticipating doing a lot more in the next near future.
We're going on forever. We're not a spend down yet.
So if you're kind of looking at achieving a 5 or 10 or 20 year goal, what are some of the major changes in some of the other larger stakeholder groups? You guys are the foundation, you know, support group, and then there are a number of other stakeholders. What are some of the major changes that you see needing to take place in some of the other stakeholder groups to realize some of the you know, 5, 10, 20 year goals that you
Well, we spend a lot of time trying to figure that out, and we don't have all the answers yet. But I think one of the next big things that we really need to do in the Detroit area, or maybe it needs to be regional, it's kind of hard to figure out where really to first put the stake in the ground, is we need like what they have in Milwaukee. We need a regional plan for how to manage stormwater. We have visions, we have frameworks. The water department has like its plan and stuff for its pilot area, but what about the whole city or the whole region? So trying to figure out what role a small foundation can play when there are these big, huge partners. But that's one big thing, is everyone needs to get together and come up with some kind of a plan on what we need to do to get a handle on this issue. And part of that too is just more and more, we need to have like a big community-wide kind of communications campaign. We need to really kind of capture the hearts and minds of people, residents, right? So they really understand what the stuff is and they really start to advocate for it and buy into it. Kind of like think about what we did with recycling, recycling for a lot of people now it's just a no-brainer. So I think, communications, getting the grassroots mobilized, and then getting all the decision makers together to come up with a plan. So those are a couple of the really big things that I think need to happen. But if you have any other ideas, let me know, because that's what we're here for, is we need ideas from other people.
You mean like Oakland County and all the 87 different water counties coming together to say, let's do this?
Well, I think the whole DWSD service area maybe could do it. I mean, for a while we were thinking, let's just start with the city of Detroit because it's got its combined sewer overflow problem. So we could maybe just start with that. But now, I don't know. I mean, I think that might be where we start first, and I'm sure Commissioner Nash would love to do like a big regional, we already have through SEMCOG, there's a body that can kind of convene this. They do have a vision, but now we really need, and there's lots of plans already out there that maybe can come together. I don't know, it's beyond my kind of pay grade, but I think, I think it would be great to see the region, because water can bring our region together, right? I mean, it also can divide us too. It's done a lot to divide us, but I don't know. I think that's crazy, but okay, thank you. If you have any other questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Jody. You can play a huge part in this. I really think you can. This last piece we're going to be doing here, I don't have it in front of me. Oh, here we go. The innovative part, the sustainable landscapes tool for homeowners, because a lot of people, these are big issues, and what can I do? I mean, I'm just a little guy who owns a house or a business or something. What can I do? And we need to understand that there are things we can do. So I'm going to let these guys explain it. Oh.
So as you can imagine, right, we saved the best for last. The best being Michelle, since she gets to go last, so she's absolutely the best. So you had two ways to spend your afternoon. Well, I should rephrase it. You had a lot of ways to spend your afternoon. The two obvious ones were coming and listening about green infrastructure and water, and the other was watching the Tigers. And if those of you who've had your kind of phone down here and checking the score, sorry, Jody, I occasionally checked my phone while you were talking. You'll know that the Tigers managed to blow it at the end. So they're done. Well, they've lost their first two games, which means they're done. So the purpose of this particular presentation, we were opening up to homeowners, and I'm not, by looking at the doors and looking at the crowd, I'm not sure we got a lot of new people came in. But the original thought was, well, we're going to open this up to the general public. They're probably still watching or the hangover of the Tigers. So I don't think we got a lot of new people. But what we're going to do is I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. Since the people in the audience, you've seen a lot of this. This is nothing new to you. This was originally geared to people that maybe are still not sure what they can do on the homeowner level. So everything you're going to see up here is individual site level stuff, not some of that big picture green infrastructure we've been hearing about. And then Michelle's going to talk about how watershed councils and the Clinton River Watershed Council have played a role in making this a reality, and how municipalities can convince homeowners to buy in. So, is this not working anymore? Oh, it died on us? Oh, okay. Did it totally just die, or? Bummer. Oh, well. Yeah, the pointer works. All right. Well, the question is, and you guys have seen this, right? But the question is, well, why manage rainwater? And the reason we manage rainwater is because where we are, right? And you've heard this repeatedly, but we are at the heart of the best resource on the planet. And what we've done to it in this region is really disturbing. but I meant what I said around lunchtime, that I think we're really in an exciting time in terms of reversing the course and heading in the right direction and changing that algae bloom you see down there in the corner of the Lake Erie picture. And the reason we ended up where we are had to do with the conversion of our watersheds, right? And again, this is a talk I give a lot for homeowners, for different homeowner groups. But that upper left-hand corner there, no cardinal flower in that picture, but I do have it on campus. That's our native prairie. That's our native grow zone. And this area had forested wetlands. It had a lot of native prairie plants and native prairie species. And then through the development, as you can see as we're hanging to the right there, we caused a lot of pavement, a lot of impervious surface, which is then causing flooding. In this bottom left-hand picture here, that is on our campus, Lawrence Tech's campus, less than a week after I planted one of my grow zones. So all the seeds got washed away from that particular one. So the grow zone right up here is actually doing great. It's beautiful. That one is struggled a little bit based on some of the flooding issues we've had. And I picked that up, and that's not going to work. So one of the things we like to talk about, is we like to talk about the hydrologic, the water cycle in Michigan, and try to convince or talk about to homeowners what that means in an urban environment. So, and how what we've done in terms of pavement has broken up that water cycle. Okay, and so where we get about 32 inches of precipitation per year on average previously, it looks like it's going to get higher. We would typically have about 20 inches per year of evapotranspiration. We talk a lot about getting that water in the ground, having that additional 10 inches per year into the ground to create the base flow. But what's also important to remember is that evapotranspiration piece, that evaporative cooling piece. That's part of the natural cycle. And so you don't get that as much when you have the paved surfaces. You don't get that plants breathing back up into the atmosphere, which is a real critical component of green infrastructure. This works pretty well. One of the analogies I like to tell people is that when you think about urban runoff, right? If you took a red Solo cup and you went and scooped water out of a catch basin or out of a gutter system, you would find all these things. Okay, and then try to imagine taking a drink of that cup. Nobody would do that. But that's exactly what we're putting into our streams and rivers where we want to recreate. And I've told this story quite a few times. But my grandmother, her house, the homestead, the family homestead, was on the Clinton River near downtown Utica. And I remember in the 1970s, I would go swimming in the Clinton River, right? And right across the street from her house was an old car. And it wasn't in a parking lot, it was in the river. And there was a tree growing up through the windshield of this car. And so I would play in the river, and my grandmother always said to me, just don't put your head underwater. Just don't put your head underwater. Don't touch your lips after you've been. So she was letting me play in the river, but she knew how bad it was. And then afterwards, we had to go inside the house and wash and scrub down. And it's amazing to me the strides the Clean River Watershed has made, in large part because of the Clean River Watershed Council from the 1970s to today. So all of this is collectively called non-point source pollution. You heard an earlier talk about that, about how we've seen the point source pollution, which was the primary target of the Clean Water Act, mostly go away. So now we're looking at the non-point source pollution. So when we talk about the value of rain, what we're really talking about is that it's really naturally filtered by the atmosphere, right? It's already soft. You don't need a water softener for rain. Rainwater is already soft. Rain's a natural fertilizer. It actually picks this up through the atmosphere, has low salt content and no chlorine. It's better for plant growth. We spend all this time watering our plants, not me personally, but watering our plants with chlorinated city water, which actually doesn't help with plant growth, okay? And it's free. So what are the benefits of sustainable landscapes? Well, decreased erosion and steam degradation, right? If we keep that water on the landscape, on the site, we're not going to have the runoff problems we have with our streams and rivers. Reduce seasonal floods in urban areas. We've talked a lot about that giant 6-inch rainstorm event and what that means, but even the smaller seasonal floods, green infrastructure can play a big role on that. Recharge the groundwater, minimize pollution, both air and water pollution. And one of the things we're starting to talk more and more about is the nexus between energy and water, right? It takes energy to purify clean water, and you need water to make energy. And so trying to make that stronger, people, they're starting to understand the idea of conserving energy, but conserving water is conserving energy. And so we need to make sure that our constituents, our stakeholders, the people we work with, really have a better understanding of how energy and water mix, because they do. Support wildlife and native ecosystems. And so the techniques that I mostly try to expose from homeowners are these 5 techniques. These are things that anybody can do at a site level, right? So native landscaping is a big one, right? So native landscaping, you know, we've had a lot of luck with native grow zones. Alliance of Downriver Watersheds had a very active program for improving the watershed. Alliance of Roost Communities. So I've seen a lot. Annette, you probably recognize a lot of these pictures up here. So, and that's especially important around riparian buffer zones. So keeping that water away from our streams, even that little bit of filtering. For those of you here at the noontime, we showed a lot of pictures of us trying to put some green infrastructure along the edge of the water. That little bit of filtering can make a huge difference on water quality. So this is native landscaping in Ann Arbor. So here's 100% conversion from turf grass to no turf grass. And this is a completely, completely pervious landscape. Water is not coming off of this particular site. See? So more native landscaping, rain barrels, composting, etc. And the reason this is getting totally washed out on this particular big screen, but what this really shows you is how deep that native root system is. So turf grass has a root system that's at best about the same as what you see. So if you have 2-inch turf grass, you got about 2 inches of roots. And so things like buffalo grass, switchgrass, a lot of the prairie grasses have 8, 9, 10 feet of root system that's conveying water down through the soil during times of wet periods and taking water back up during drought periods, okay? And so you have, and that's why I know it's getting washed out, I apologize, but if you ever look up the root systems of non-natives versus natives, and you'd be amazed at how much more root mass you get from the natives. So rain gardens, obviously a huge, huge proponent of rain gardens. Some people have asked me, and Lillian I think might have been here earlier, I don't see her now. Some people have asked me, well, how did you get started with this? So I actually, when I first started, I was into streams. I got my master's degree in ocean engineering. My PhD was actually wave energy on the Great Lakes, and I was working on urban stream restoration. So I was actually doing a lot of river stuff, kind of that Ralph Resnick stuff. And Lillian Dean from Southeast Oakland County Water Authority came to me in 2003 and said, we want to know what you're doing. We want to know how rain gardens work. They were building rain gardens in Lathrop Village, and they asked me if I could do a little study for them, and so we kind of started looking at it, and boom. And then the rest is history. I got into looking at rain gardens, and before I knew it, I was just completely hooked on green infrastructure and stormwater management. And so 10 years later, I do very, very little ocean engineering and kind of devoted my life to this. So rain gardens, many people already know what this is, but that excavation of the native soils, backfilling with compost and sand, getting a good planting mix in there. They may or may not have an underdrain. They may or may not have a stone reservoir. They do need an overflow of some kind. Even if it's a homeowner rain garden, you got to give way for that excess water to exit the site for the bigger storm events, because these are a 2-year storm event. But take that water in, use it for the plants. And so here's Lillian Dean and the Lathrop Village have eliminated a lot of right-of-way flooding with rain gardens. Okay. So these are some of the Ann Arbor rain gardens there. They can be in the backyard as well. These are backyard rain gardens. Okay, they can be side yards. Ann Arbor has done a very nice job promoting rain gardens and rain barrels, and it comes off their sewer bill. So if you have a rain barrel or a rain garden in Ann Arbor, you have a reduced water bill. It's not a significant amount of money, but it's enough that residents start to see it and then put that into the context of how they can do conservation beyond that. And then urban rain gardens, many people have seen the Michigan Avenue rain gardens. Dan Christensen and Tetra Tech, that was one of their projects. They're still doing well. Okay, but you notice in urban rain gardens, we have to fence them off to keep people from falling inside them. And actually also, you gotta keep the dogs out, right? So, planter boxes. Planter boxes are a great way. They can be at grade, above grade, below grade, but there's a lot of opportunities to incorporate planter boxes into landscape environments as a technique for site level GI. Infiltration design practices. This is a lot of what we're trying to accomplish with the greening of Detroit, is how can we do land contouring, landscaping, directing water into areas instead of off of areas. So this is really a lot about contouring land and then maintenance practices. So instead of creating, this is another analogy I like to use a lot for homeowners, we need to create more innies than outies, if you can think about your belly button for a little while, okay? Innies, not outies, okay? Curb islands, curb cut islands, parking lot islands, all should be innies, not outies. Because what we do is we put these trees up there, and then we put a giant mound of mulch, and they don't have any water. They don't have access to water, so they die, or they need to be artificially watered. So if we direct water into them, we don't have to water them as much, fertilize them as much, et cetera. So looking at land contouring and doing different landscape architecture practices. This could be dry wells, seepaways, old-fashioned dry wells. So we were talking, well, I don't want to go into too much in this. Is Stacy still here? Stacy had one of these in Ferndale even. I don't know if she's still here. But anyway, but basically getting that water into the ground and letting it infiltrate. Yes, it's harder in dense clay soils, but you can, there's different ways you can use compost and things to open up the soil a little bit. And then we can also feed rain gardens through, basically through directing the downspouts into rain gardens at subgrade. Some of this has been done in Ann Arbor as well. Okay. So rain barrels, water harvesting, right? So the value in the rain barrel, in my opinion, isn't the 55 gallons of water. It's been mentioned a few times here that on your roof, a 1/4 inch of rain is going to fill this thing up. And if you don't use that water before it rains again, then none of that water is captured, right? So to me, the value of the rain barrel isn't the 55 gallons, it's the public education. That people, when they have a rain barrel, start to realize how they're using their water. And they are more conscious of how they use their water, both indoor and outdoor, when they have this structure. So it's way beyond the 55 gallons. And probably one of the better things you can do is tie that together, right? And here's 5 rain barrels in a row. Now you're talking about 250 gallons, and now you're starting to see an appreciable difference. Rainwater harvesting. This is one of the Pontiac sites that Jody mentioned. So Chris Bragg, one of my students here in the front row, he devised a rainwater harvesting system for us using some raw materials, but also some recycled materials. And we did 4 of these up in the Pontiac area. So it's been kind of an interesting project. The thing that was best about this, if you guys can see this right here, this is a food grade recycling tin right here. And it was originally used to house coconut oil. And so for a while, our rainwater harvesting smelled like pina coladas, which was pretty cool. Right? I mean, you get a lot of work done when you smell pina coladas all day. So different rainwater cistern systems. Okay, and then obviously this can scale up. This is beyond the homeowner here, but Ford Fairlane and the Kresge Foundation and some larger cistern capacities. Permeable pavement and green streets. This is getting a little more difficult for homeowners, but there is some things that can be done here. Permeable pavement in general. So there's our dining patio. Many of you saw that on the tour. But permeable pavement in general all is about kind of the same in cross-section. You're going to have some sort of permeable surface up here. It could be concrete, it could be asphalt, it could be paver blocks, and then you're going to have a base bed beneath it. That provides a structural stability for the surface. Also, it provides the harvesting area here that then slowly infiltrates into the ground. Our dining patio out there, that was originally going to be concrete, 100% runoff. And I consider it one of my best successes. And so I'll tell this story real quickly. So this was going to be a concrete patio. And I was given the plans for it. And they said, hey, look, we're going to put a concrete dining patio in. And I said, you can't. I said, we've got to do permeable surface. And they said, well, okay, Don, if you want to do a porous surface here, that's fine, but as long as it doesn't cost me any more money. This is the president of the university talking. I said, all right, so if I find a way to make this cost no more than regular concrete, I can do it? Yep. So I ran off to Unilock EcoStone and said, I want to put a demonstration project with your product on my campus. Can we do that? And he said, as long as you don't care what color it is. And I said, well, what are we talking about? Can you give me a range of colors? There's nothing out of the ordinary, but if we can basically use leftovers from another job, you can have it. I said, great. So I came back to my president and said, remember that deal you made me? Got it done. So now this is 100% infiltration. Okay, even though we have clay soils on this site, there's zero runoff from that. It goes into that subgrade, and you still get a little bit of percolation, even in those clay soils. So we have zero runoff from this patio, even in a dense soil site. So, what did I say? Oh, that's gray. Is that not gray? Kind of looks like gray. It's out there. What? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. But yeah, these are permeable pavers. These are so a variety. They're basically I hate to say it, but the scale is all over the place. You can have $1 per square foot to $5, $10 per square foot. How decorative you want it to look like, etc. So There's also interconnected permeable pavers. There's various reinforced systems that can be used that provide the structural stability for cars or biking trails, but then still provide 100% infiltration. And so this one right here, this is a Green Alley. This was actually in Chicago. You can see this is actually reinforced plastic right here, recycled block. There's a variety of techniques they were using here because a lot of alleys in dense urban areas are very large stormwater runoff components. Okay, so this is a pilot project in Chicago, and then this is actually a pilot project in Detroit. Anyone know where this is? Yeah, a few people. Well, not as many as I thought. I thought everybody's hands would go up. This is right next to the Green Garage. So the Detroit Farm and Garden, Jeff Klein, we went to high school together, and he's one of the recipients of the Herb Family Foundation funding. He did the design on this project. So you can see a lot of reuse in permeable pavers right there. Everyone kept saying, oh, that's the Green Garage, that's the Green Garage. In my mind, that's right next door to the Motor City Brew Works. So that's how I refer to this. So if anybody ever wants a tour of this alley, just let me know, because I'm heading that direction anyway. So love the Motor City Brew Works, got to admit. So there you go. So you got the nice little native plants here and the sedums coming up through the concrete. Porous concrete, driveways. Okay, these are obviously people that are very interested in water management because these are more expensive than traditional concrete. Permeable asphalt. So we've had pretty good luck with permeable asphalt in Farmington Hills and city of Southfield. They've done some nice permeable asphalt parking lots. You can see here the traditional asphalt and then water going through the permeable. One of the things we can do is have traditional asphalt for the driving lanes, permeable off to the side during the parking. It actually allows for longer durability, longer lifespan by not having it in the driving pathways. And all this just sheet flows and goes into the ground that way anyway. So you don't really need to have everything impermeable. You just need to have some of it impermeable. And then, believe it or not, it works very, very well, even in winter conditions. Okay. So how do you get homeowners engaged? Michelle, the best for last.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. So part of what I do for the Clinton River Watershed Council is create education and outreach programming to engage citizens in implementing best management practices and water conservation. I attended a conference in Chicago a number of years ago. It was a non-point source education conference. Yes, those used to exist. And a gentleman that had a career in marketing said to everyone in the room, he said, there's 3 types of people that you're marketing your education message to. One of them are the greenies. They'll do everything that you say, and they'll do the 10 extra things that you didn't tell them, because that's just the way they are. And then on the opposite end, you have the browns, and I don't care what you tell them, what you give them, they will never do it, because they're always going to do things their way, and they're never going to change. But the bulk of the people lie in the middle. And you have to inspire them, you have to engage them, you somehow have to get them hooked into your message and bring them towards the green side. So that's the people that you really want to focus on. And so how do you find out who those people are? You might not necessarily have to tell them the science behind it because they may not be interested in it, but how do you inspire them? How do you get inside their heads and find out what's the best way to tell them this message? So one of the ways to do it is to kind of look at their attitudes. We've, at the Watershed Council and the number of communities within the Clinton River Watershed, for the last 3 years have had this online survey up. It's not statistically significant. I won't make any of those claims. It was just really there to get some narrative behind people's attitudes. And at this point, I think we've had 4,600 folks respond to this. And I pulled the data off for this talk today about 2 weeks ago. So it's relatively recent information. So there was only 10 questions on this survey. And one of the first ones we asked them was, based on recent public outreach efforts, the following environmental and recreational issues were identified as the most significant known problems. So please indicate your level of concern. Number 1 concern, high bacteria and beach closures. Mind you, these are people from, actually, I've had somebody from India take this survey. It's open, it's on the web, so anybody can take it. And you'll see later on in the presentation kind of where that really falls out. But I've had people in Chicago, Traverse City, Marquette, all kinds of people from all over take this. So it seems to be no matter where they are all very concerned about bacteria and beach closures. And then the next one is lack of opportunities for recreation, both land-based and water-based. And a lot of people are concerned about loss of wildlife habitat. So again, thinking back to what is my message, how am I gonna get them hooked, this is what people are concerned about. So even if you don't really have a high bacteria or beach closure issue in your community, that's still something that people, because I kind of wondered, the Stony Paint subwatershed, if you're familiar with the Clinton River watershed, is one of the subwatersheds that's the farthest away from Lake St. Clair. There aren't really any beaches. But the number one concern for the folks in that subwatershed was beach closures. So if I know that's their concern, whatever I want my message to be, I have to understand that I can get to them through that specific message because that was something that they're concerned about. Also, we wanted to know what have people been doing at their own homes. And the one that many of us have been kind of perplexed about is the number of people that use native landscaping. And you can see that number is about 2,300 people have indicated that they use native landscaping. Now, after we've had this survey up for a while, the group that kind of put this together realized, well, we didn't really qualify what is native landscaping. They have one patch of black-eyed Susans, or they have a big part of prairie. So we wish we had a little bit more depth of information on this particular question. But we found it kind of curious that 2,300 people actually know what native landscaping is, or at least they think they know what it is, and so they're interested in doing it. So we thought it was a pretty good number. Also, one of the biggest messages that we as a watershed council and a lot of the groups is always talking to people about sweeping that excess fertilizer and those grass clippings. Look at how many people out of 4,600 people that have taken this survey, almost 4,000 of them say they do that. Now, mind you, they don't have to be honest, but really, so is that a message that we really need to get across to the people if the majority of the people have taken this survey? So where are people not doing something? For instance, they're not washing their car in the grass, but are they washing it at the car wash? Yes. So maybe we don't really necessarily need to focus it there. They're not installing vegetation buffers. So there's a few of them have rain barrels. So, where do we really need to focus our message? And this is, this information's been helpful to us. Also, we asked them, what do you want to see in your community? What are more things that you want to have done? They want more land conservation. They really, really, really want lake and river cleanups. That's the number one, right? They really want to see their lakes, rivers, and streams cleaned up. So to me, that's a really good sign. They also want trees planted. They like the household hazardous waste collections, so keep those going. So different things. It's really what we want to see. What were they not interested in seeing? Rain gardens and rain barrels. So to me, that's a message to us as communities, because we've been talking about rain gardens, rain barrels all day. So to me, we have to instill in our homeowners and our citizens the value of rain gardens and rain barrels. If that's the thing they care the least about, how do we get the message out to them about those particular things? We asked them what watershed they lived in. And if you ever want a good laugh, I can actually send you the complete list because it was quite funny. But the majority of them you can see are in the Clinton River or the Lake St. Clair. We had some Huron, Bruges, Lake Huron. A lot of people didn't know. And we did collect zip codes. So zip codes is not the perfect delineation between watersheds because some zip codes will share two different watersheds. But if they have a zip code for was trying to think, it was Chesterfield Township. There's no way they can be in the Rouge. There's just no way. So we actually kind of looked at that too, was, okay, were they even close, or are they one of those communities that, you know, they could have kind of been one or the other? And that was kind of interesting, and a number of people didn't know. We also had other ones. The Milk River was really big. A lot of folks said they lived in the Milk River. Lake Michigan, Fox, Lake Huron, Lake Orion, I didn't know had its own watershed, but you know, it was kind of interesting, and there are some that are comical as well. Whoops, went the wrong way. Here's one that I think a lot of municipalities and officials would like to know. We asked folks, because we've talked about, Ann Arbor is fortunate enough to have that stormwater utility, and most of us here in Southeast Michigan and the state don't have a way to pay for all these projects. So we asked folks, how much money would you be willing to invest per month through your water sewer bill to see these projects or actions implemented? Almost 1,800 people said $1 to $5. And if we take that in the context of the Clinton River watershed, which is 1.5 million people per month, 1.5 million, I said billion, sorry, 1.5 million people contribute $1. I think every single municipality in this room would just go gaga if we all had to share $1.5 million a month on stormwater projects. I mean, that is truly. So people are willing to pay for it, but how do we package it to get them to actually pay for it? So where do we go from here? I love this one. This guy is definitely dangerous. Some of the successful things I've seen all over the country is the use of social media. I will admit I was brought into social media kicking and screaming by a board member several years ago, and now it's just a part of what we do at the Watershed Council. We really have to embrace how people are getting their information, because they're getting it from there, and we want them to have the right information. We don't want them getting the wrong information. All right. Oh, where's there was one. Sebastian's missing. Sebastian. Oh. Okay. Yeah. And one other thing I had was some websites. There was one last slide that had two websites on it. Oh, that's okay. Cool. One of the things that we noticed at the Watershed Council is we work with a lot of different communities on their public education. And so one of the things that you have to do for the permit is educate your public. Well, and the DEQ wants that information out on your website. And I didn't pick on anybody in this room, I promise, but the information on the website is buried on the DPW page. Your average homeowner isn't going to realize that the environmental information about water quality, water conservation is buried on a DPW. They don't really know what the DPW does. And so we found that's pretty consistent all across actually the nation, is that a lot of that information for the average homeowner is kind of buried. I've worked with a couple of our communities, and we've not necessarily tried to bring all that information to the front page, but something as simple as one link, one button on your front page that says environmental information that would take them to that page, because it's really hard to kind of navigate. So we've been working with our communities to kind of help them get that information more in people's hands. So using social media and using websites. And then there's Sebastian. How many of you have seen this? Oh, just a few of you. So,
if you've ever had a classroom meeting, you've seen Sebastian.
So this is Sebastian, and he has a great message. There's also a frog, and I can't remember his name, and he has a great message too. But I thought Sebastian had a better message for our folks in municipalities. So this is kind of a corny campaign, but I think it's a good final note for the day.
Oh yeah, this feels good. Nice little patch of grass to rest on. It's such a sweet deal to spend my mornings and afternoons chilling on your perfectly trimmed lawn. I mean, it has almost everything I need. Plenty of space to walk around, enough room to bring my friends along, and most importantly, all this lush green grass to nosh on. And I gotta ask, what fertilizer have you been using? Because the flavor is so much more rich than your neighbor's yard. Want to know something cool? On average, I poop about 28 times a day. That's almost 1.5 pounds. Pretty impressive, I know. Imagine, it takes me 7 minutes to get that food from bill to butt. To your lawn, of course. Speaking of which, I must thank you for mowing your lawn. That shorter, fresh-cut grass is so tender and nutritious. Plus, I feel a lot safer when the grass is short because it greatly extends my line of sight, giving me a better view of my predators. Don't get me wrong, I won't go down without a fight, and you can bet that I'll honk for backup. Living in bigger cities, I can usually let my guard down a bit. Only really have to worry about humans and domestic dogs. But in the lesser populated areas, everyone's always trying to eat my eggs, my goslings, or even me. What's up with that? Now I gotta worry about raccoons, foxes, owls, weasels, crows, ravens, and again humans. Bunch of savages and thieves, if you ask me. You would think that humans could have learned something about me by now, like not to feed me bread. But seriously, I'd be much more inclined to leave if they kept a more natural shoreline and let the native plants and grasses grow. But for the time being, I am perfectly content eating, sleeping, and pooping on your fresh-cut lawn.
So yeah, obviously Michelle and I were kind of winging it a little bit there. We didn't test this out ahead of time to find out if the audio works, so we apologize for that. But basically what we wanted as a takeaway for this final presentation was, you know, the 5 kind of low-hanging fruit from homeowners, what homeowners can do to help with runoff on their site, and then, you know, what are the buttons that municipalities or the nonprofits can kind of push to get homeowners engaged.